Okay, there we go. Ready for Friday night. And I did a little bit of last minute rushing around, and I might just take this opportunity to adjust the webcam settings a little bit. I feel like I want it a bit brighter, actually. A bit brighter? That's a bit brighter. Change the white. Okay, you want to change the white balance. Yeah, a bit more saturation. Don't know if that's making me look weird or not, but I'll just play with the focus. I'll go out of focus and back in. That looks in focus. Okay, I'll leave it like that for now. Greg, your bet is 11:55 p.m. with a pre-sleep toilet break. You mean like last week? Yes, that was the thing that happened. But we'll see. I've already got cocktails. I was making videos just before starting. An extremely blue cocktail. Hi, Alexander. Very citrusy. Actual real orange flavor in the blue curacao I got from the Marionette distillery, as opposed to your normal blue curacao, which really is just like mildly alcoholic blue syrup. I don't know, this might have been served slightly less lemon juice. Then again, my palate lately with cocktails has been to have less citrus than a lot of people like in them. So maybe it's just me. I don't know. Shannon, hello. Yes, I feel like we haven't seen you for a while. Everyone on YouTube probably see the grasshoppers there, but for reasons we have never been able to work out, I can't see grasshopper on YouTube. Doesn't make any sense. Never been able to work it out, but say la vie. So I think a bed should have been the thumbnail. That's not a bad call, actually. Well, it's more the lounge where I've ended up. God, was it 2 out of 3 weeks now? 2 out of 3 weeks. Gone off sleepy bobos. Just gone into the next. What is this? Oh. Well, it's just a random piece of paper. Fair enough. Celtic King, you want an angry monastery? I don't know. That sounds weird. Work's been a pain in the butt. Fair enough. Yep, a fridge. Speaking of monks, that kind of looks like a monk in robes sneaking into the fridge. Oh dear. You may or may not hear a weird knocking noise a lot of tonight. I don't know if the microphone will pick it up. What that is, the sliding door to the kitchen that's over there often knocks back and forth, makes a noise like someone knocking. And that happens if Mimsy's there sort of trying to get in, or if tonight it's extremely windy, like large parts of Victoria have severe weather warnings, damaging wind warnings. We don't. We've just got it's going to be blowy as fuck. But it's very windy, and sort of wind gets in under the exterior doors and blows down and basically buffets that sliding door back and forth and makes a noise like someone knocking. There you go. So is Zoom safe enough for football presentation tomorrow night? Zoom is unsafe in the sense that you can't be confident that you can stop people joining in that you don't want to join in. So you'd never want to do anything that was very confidential over Zoom. I think you're probably safe with your football presentation, basically. Someone, and again, probably the worst case is someone targeting you and disrupting it and appearing on screen and putting porn on screen. I think that's happened in a few corporate settings where people have foolishly been using Zoom for corporate meetings. All right, I am definitely going to make more drinks with that. Well, obviously I'm going to make more drinks with that blue curacao because I bought a bottle of it. So obviously I'm going to make more. I've already made my videos for tonight. I feel like maybe I should change out of this and put one of my flamboyant shirts on. I don't know. Should it be Formal Friday or should it be Hawaiian Friday? Let me know in the chat. A blue drink to red drink. Oh, which reminds me, I was going to post a picture of my red drink on my, well, actually, to the Steve the Bartender Facebook group. Steve the Bartender cocktail crew. I'm in the crew. I'm now picking a fight saying vodka's trash. Safa, what do I think of the iPhone 13? I don't know. I've got an iPhone 10. I might get an iPhone 12 because they might be cheap. Celtic King, AZ texted me. He wanted to join us, so I have sent him the link. So AZ may be anywhere from 5 minutes to an hour from now. Who knows? Oh, nice. Greg, Alexander, reciprocating the Celtic love. It's all love here tonight. Right, so I wanted to post. Oh, man, I didn't take a fucking photo of it. Okay, look, excuse me being a douche. I'm just going to set something up. Look, I might even... Look, I'll let you see me doing it, actually. Look, I'm gonna be weird. We'll show you the other side of the kitchen, basically. Fuck, move that. That's a bad idea. All right. Show you the other side of the kitchen. See, the camera was set up. I was shooting videos. Right. I want to take a picture of this because I'm a fucking douche. Now I've got to get the components. This is how I don't know why I'm doing the same thing everyone does, but this is what everyone does on the Steve the Bartender thing. Post a picture of the drink with the components that you made it with. This will just take a second. But yeah, you get to see the other side of my kitchen. Isn't that fun? And I'll just take a photo. Let's take a photo. The stupid friggin' chair that, I don't know, I don't like the way it looks. I'm just going to move that. Being a fucking prizzy perfectionist now. I'm not really a perfectionist, but that'll do. That's a nice picture. That's a nice picture. Right, get my drink back. And let's get back to the regular view. Why not? Why not indeed? Just trying not to fuck anything up now. Don't want to knock anything over or smash anything. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. All right, I think we're okay. I think we're alone now. Matt, sadly, mate, I fell asleep in 2 out of the last Friday night streams. Yikes. Celtic King, have I thought of creating a cooking channel? Not really. Oh, Greg, the camera on the tripod. That's my. I'll bring it over. I'll show it. It's a Sony. I bought it. Fuck, I've had this one for years. It's really quite good. It's probably been superseded. Fuck. Dropped the foot from my tripod. I'll just pick that up because I did lose one once in the past. Had to order a replacement. Right. Okay. So this is the main camera I shoot YouTube videos on. So the 4K Sony. What is it? It's a FDR AX53. So it's got a Carl Zeiss lens. It's a good camera. Paid about $1,000 for it quite a few years ago. Don't even remember how many years ago. That's like the 4th camera I've had on YouTube. 4th or 5th. Matt, I'm not a coffee fan for the espresso martinis, but yeah. From what year is the camera? Raiders, you're saying autofocus seems off, but I switched off autofocus, but then again, let me try this again. Oh, okay, the reason it was probably funny before is because it wasn't on autofocus and I was moving around. Hello, Abigail and Ladyship of Expletives. So I don't even remember how old the camera is. 5 years old? I don't remember. 5 years, 6 years, 10 years? I don't remember. But it's pretty good. I think the one thing that... Actually, no, I'll roll back. 2 things I would buy a new camera for. One is one of those ultra zooms. I don't know if you've seen those cameras that have not a digital zoom, because digital zoom is shit, but they actually have an optical zoom that's a couple thousand. I don't know what magic it is, but you can zoom in on stuff that's literally a couple of kilometers away. In other words, you have no privacy. Literally wherever you are, someone might be zooming in and taking a picture or video of you. So never assume people can't see you, is what I'm saying. The other thing is one that had if there was a camera that had a really good slow-mo function, I'd really like that. Safo, probably buy 8K for $1,000. Yeah, things get cheaper. Ladyship, recommendations for breakfast this morning. Probably depends what you have on hand. Oh man, I've got this sourdough baguette from a local bakery that's so good. And it's good for doing sandwich. What I've found is amazing on it is just like pan fry, essentially stir fry some veggies, whatever veggies you like. I do, I keep it really simple, like onion, capsicum, and mushroom, maybe a bit of garlic. Just pan fry that, put it on the, cut open the baguette, put it on there, put a little bit of cheese on top, and set it on a sandwich press and make it crispy. It's so fucking good. That's breakfast, lunch, or dinner as far as I'm concerned. Celtic King, my first camera for YouTube was this tiny little thing. It's like an Ixus or something, a Canon. It was this little digital camera that was primarily meant for taking photos, but would shoot video. And I used that. And then I got this, I think it was Sanyo made these ones that looked like a pistol grip. I had them for a couple, because I had one and then there was an upgrade one. And then I think this is my second. So I just counted through. I've had 5 cameras for YouTube, not counting GoPros. Abigail, bought a donut from a vegan place, turned out to be sourdough. Oh, no. No, that's not right, because you can get really good sweet vegan donuts. If it's sourdough, it's basically a fucking bagel. Oh no, Safa, former prisoner, was released last week, travelled from Sydney to your town on a train, and that's why you're in lockdown. That is fucking harsh. Heine, yes. Heine is very old school YouTube. Remember Nick, Arthur, 42 Dent? We did go camera shopping together, I think. And that's probably like at least 12 years ago. Oh, shit. Megaleech, that's a good point. Matt, if you look, I assume it's still there. If you look at the dickhead, he's made up, and again, it's really sad how obviously made up the video is. I literally only looked at the title, but it's so obviously made up. He basically says you went around to his place and his brother-in-law shorted you out. The funny thing about his ridiculous fantasy is he's admitting that we know his home address and his real name. And the fun thing is that means the cops do too, because of reports filed with the cops. So when the stupid fucking prick eventually does the wrong thing, he's going to find out what the term known to police means. And what it means is not good. just saying, not good. But I mean, Matt, unless you went around to the dickhead's place and got sorted out by his brother-in-law, and then it's not a fan. But it's, again, it's so obviously a fantasy. It's fucking sad. Oh, yeah, Matt. Yeah, exactly. Of course you forgot about him. But he knows that you're the one who worked out what his address is. And he's so fucking stupid what he's admitted. Because I told him we knew his address, and I told him what his address was. And he said, no, I've moved. But him making that stupid video is admitting the obvious. Because when he said, no, I've moved, I said, you haven't. You're a fucking moron. He's admitting that we actually do have his correct address. Fucking loser. Fucking loser. Like I said, I'm not doing nothing with it, apart from giving it to the cops along with his real name, which we found through Facebook because he's a fucking idiot. And he's not good at covering his tracks. So I mean, that's pretty much a guarantee the stupid little cunt will just stay in his box because we've got his real address and his real name. So, yeah. So, Raiders, one of the anti-lockdown Muppets was filming cops, got into his car showing wrecked plates. They are not smart. That, again, they're of the same school. Not smart. Did I say hello, Justin? Hello, Justin. Oh, okay, Safa, how this dickhead doxed himself is apparently once Matt found this, he shot a video where he walked out of his house shooting continuously and went down the street to a very recognizable intersection. Matt worked out what his home address was from this video. And I actually warned him. I actually said, take that video down. You've made a very foolish... Sorry, Raiders, thank you for correcting me. Raiders found his address. Matt was the one who identified him as being a fucking troll. I'm getting everything mixed up. Raiders found his address. So him doing this weird thing about Matt confirms that Raiders found the right address. And speaking of weird, it's AZ.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know if I appreciate being called weird.
Oh, you love it.
Considering that I live a very straight-laced life.
Yeah.
And have always been on not only the right side of the law.
Yep.
Can't even
the
say
right side of the law.
I never fucking got through it, did I?
No.
I was going to go on with all this shit about me being fucking straight edge, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, an absolute minimum of gay sex and drug abuse. That stuff is just
never went anywhere. Right side of the law just blew me out of the water. I was just going, you fucking, can you even believe, can you bullshit that to anyone? You don't believe it yourself. You know, the first thing about lying is you've got to have enough cognitive dissonance to go, I believe this. And apparently I was talking to a psychologist who shall remain nameless, but he's my brother, the youngest one. and
Yes.
called Ross. And he was saying that when junkies go in for their urinary screen test to these methadone doctors, the methadone doctor says, "Have you been on drugs?" You know, they always do, and they say no, because if you have been, you lose all of your privileges. Like you lose your ability to get takeaways. You know, for
Yes.
you don't have to go in every day.
Yeah.
I tend to
You're
go in every
treated
day,
like a filthy junkie. Yeah.
but I'm allowed to, when we work, you and I'm allowed to have a week's worth of takeaway so that we can work. And we have used that on occasion. And also, if I go on a family visit, I can do the same. But you lose the privilege of not having to screen every day, because you start off
Yeah.
screen every day. Actually, screen twice a day.
Does that mean P tests?
P tests twice a
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Viewed by someone. You've got to have your cock out in front of someone who's looking at you.
Power move, hold eye contact with them. Just like, how you doing?
I get so fucking stage fright. I get such stage fright that we've been there for half an hour and I go, yes, it is awkward for both of us, but I'm doing the best I can. And
look, brief aside, because America is ridiculous with drug tests in workplace, and stage fright is the real thing. What people don't realize is you can drink enough in certain circumstances. You can drink enough water that you suffer the equivalent of drowning. And that has happened to people who got so freaked out at having to do a piss test at work that they couldn't piss. And they kept drinking water, and they lose consciousness and collapse. Because you wouldn't believe this, you can poison yourself with water.
With water, you drink
too much water, it can kill you.
The last 2 ecstasy deaths in Australia have been young girls who've been advised correctly to drink a lot of water when they're on the ecstasy, because you tend to do a lot of physical exercise. This is me dancing. How old am I? Anyway.
Sorry, I also want to throw in Mrs. Angry and her lad are playing Mass Effect together. There's there's a series of Mass Effect games, and there's the Ultimate Edition collected, and they're playing through them. I was watching the other day, there was a party in the game, and all the characters are hanging out in the kitchen, and there's a routine, I think it's DLC, you can download, they'll all dance, and so all these characters are dancing, and one of them, like a alien, really has some moves, but then there's a black guy who's dancing like, and I'm like, okay, why is the black guy dancing like a white guy? Because that's just cruel.
It's jealousy from white fucking programmers going, I'm sick of looking like shit on the dance floor. I'm not an incel per se. Angry Aussie, for the record, it's not drowning, but because of osmosis, your brain swells up. Thank you, Abigail.
And this is why we have clever people on the stream.
That's absolutely the best way to put it. Thank you, Dr. Abigail.
Yes, but basically, too much water is bad.
It's bad, but you've got to drink enough water to get your piss going. So this is when you start off twice a day, supervised, 1 pickup a day. So you're forever at monitored sites. You don't get to do anything, and I think that's half of it. Is if you're fucking being monitored all day, you can't go and score. Anyway, so I see these guys go in and they go, oh, what about my takeaways? And then the doctor comes out going, you failed your UDS. You can't get any takeaways. They're all over now. That's all gone. And they go, but no, I need my takeaways. You failed your UDS. Yeah, but I told you I didn't take any drugs. And I was talking to me psychologist about this, not my psychologist, but my resident psychologist. And I said, how do these guys get to a place where they know they've fucking taken drugs, but they swear blind in front of their doctor that they haven't, when they know the UDS is going to pick it up. They know that this is going to happen. You know, there is no pathologist yet who looks at a colour change in a strip and goes, that could be opioids, or it could be a strange colour of buff. Could be purple, or could be a manila shade. I'm not sure. That has never happened. Effectively, it's the same with the lick test. They have just recently put a third tape on the lick test. You know, when you lick test, it picks up fucking speed and meth and marijuana.
Yes.
But now they've got one that picks up opioids as well. And if you're driving and you do the lick test and you fail any of them, it's like, get out of the car. So, okay. Hobble toward the policeman who's going to put you in the soft cuffs and think happy thoughts while you're in the back of the van. Happy thoughts like how much we're going to auction your car off for.
You're going home in the back of a divvy van. Sorry, that was Painters and Dockers, I think.
Are you passing the infirmary on the way home? Well, get this fucking stitched.
That's, oh my God, I think we're showing our age. That was a big thing in the 80s, variants of that. Can your mama knit? Yeah? Get her to stitch this. Oh my God.
Mate, hold this. Whack.
Now I'm just thinking of all these Alexi Sale lines, like, here's my calling card. Wallop.
Excuse me, do you know my brother? Did you kill my brother? Come here, go away. Come here, go away. Come here, go away. Did you kill my brother? Did you kill my brother? This is for the invasion of Crete.
Alexi Sale reveling in the fact he looked like Mussolini.
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone
God.
Like Mussolini.
He fucking okay, go watch the Young Ones. If you've never seen the Young Ones, I think this was a very formative comedy for me and AZ. It was like when we were in late high school, early uni.
It
when the Young
came
Ones
out in
came
1981.
No.
In 1979, 1980.
No. You are wrong by a really large margin. It came out here in either 89 or 90. Now,
No. Young Ones was early 80s.
No, you are super. Okay, sorry. I need to. Oh my God. Okay. Split the difference. It's in the middle. My brain wasn't working. Okay. Can everyone please excuse me? It's been so long ago. I forgot when I was at uni. So, but it didn't show up in Australia. The ABC screened it in my second year of uni. And excuse me, and AZ, you'll remember, I remember because I brought Shona over, Shona, I brought Shona over to my place to watch The Young Ones, and I thought that would impress her. And it was the Sick episode was on when they're all like explosively snot. And while the show's on, she's like got her head down and her hands are over her face. And I thought, okay, I've blown it. I'm not scoring tonight.
Yeah, there's no parts of you going into parts of her tonight.
But she was actually laughing hysterically and trying to contain
she was
it.
Crying, laughing. I remember her telling me about it later, going, Spike showed me this thing and I just thought it was the funniest thing ever.
But it was not. I just looked it up on Wikipedia. It started at the end in the UK, it was 82 to 84. So here, it didn't appear on the ABC till my second year of uni, which was 1990. But no, why do I keep saying that? It was 86.
When did I meet Peter? He must have been 1982. 1980 was year 5, 1981 was year 6, 1987. No, 1983 was year 7, year 8 was 1984.
Yeah. So it was on in the UK from 82 to 84, but it didn't screen in Australia till 86. Because it's very tied to me getting some action in second year at uni. So
I reckon that was the second run.
No.
Anyway,
no,
look, you know what? We could debate this all fucking night and have a whole audience of people going, the old people are talking about something we don't know. So let us move forward to UDSs. Anyway, so these junkies swear to these doctors that they haven't taken any junk, but the UDS tells them. And I say to my psychologist relative, why do they do that? Because when I went in and I was still on the codeine, I would go, he'd go, did you take any drugs? I went, yeah, shitload of codeine as it works out. And he'd go, you're not supposed to do that. And I go, well, I did. I would know, I put it in me. And he went, well, the UDS have showed up. And I said, I know that. I just told you that. I think you're getting the cart before the horse here. Or maybe I am. Maybe you're supposed to spring it on me, but it's not sprung on me because I know that I did it. Anyway, so then he would come back next week and say, oh, we found a lot of opioids in your system. I say, I know, I told you this. Anyway, one time I made him write down a note saying I told him that I'd put a lot of opioids in the system. I made him do it. I said, write down a note now. I said, no, write down a note now. And so he did. And then the next week he said, you've got a lot of opioids in your system. I said, read the note from last week, because I had to go in every week at that point. And he read the note and went, oh, you told me that already. And I went, I know. And write down another note. I put some more in this week. And then eventually I stopped doing that. So, but what it is that these guys can want something so badly that they will ignore factual evidence. And I said, how is this even possible? And then he said, well, actors do it all the time. And I went, point, good point, good fucking good point. Good point, well taken.
All right. Sorry, I want to share something with everyone. That was silent because AD, being an undiagnosed dyslexic autistic at uni, needed help doing presentations, and he had people in the audience who were helping him, like, you're on the right track. And there were hand signals they would do, and what was it? It was point. What was good point? Oh yeah, point. Good point. And then it was good fucking point.
And then it was stop, get out of the room. And I often would see my team going, and I'd go, I'm not feeling so good. I've got the runs, I've got to go, and I'd fuck off, because if I didn't. The one time we had a book called To the Lighthouse by Virginia Woolf.
Yes.
Now, I didn't read the book, but I got a pricey. What I used to do is get a pricey from my team before I went in, because the lecturer, one of the lesbians who hated me, would always hit upon me to give my impressions of the book. And so I got my team to give me the quick pricey, but we were hurried, we were rushed in, and they were kind of, but it was not enough. Anyway, so fucking this lecturer let me go on and on and on, and my team is slowly like fucking dying, and they're giving me the get out, get out, get out,
Yeah.
and I'm halfway through the spiel, and I'm talking about how the main character's this and the main character's that and the main character's blah, blah, blah. Main character dies on the second page. And yeah, I got asked 3 times whether I'd read the book. I went, yeah, I not, as fully as I'd have liked to have, but I read it. And she's gone, yeah, main character dies on the second page. You've lied 3 times. So you'll be doing a viva voce to prove and show cause that you can stay in the class. Which meant that I would have failed the subject twice. If you fail a unit in your major, why did I do English major? Why did I do that?
Yeah. But how ripped off were you that audiobooks weren't around then? If audiobooks had existed back then, you would have fucking killed it.
Well, my team, when I was in deep shit, used to get the video of the book if they could. The Book of Daniel was shown to me over the weekend. The 1984 I knew. I loved 1984 from high school, and I read it. I knew it. And Bob and Up was another book that I'd never come across and I'd never read, but there was a film of it. And I read it, and I watched the film, and they said the differences of the film and this and this and this. And the 787 Club did a film called, oh God, it was about the Brass Off.
Yeah.
The
Ewan McGregor.
Who did not accept their win, except that one of the people then grabbed the trophy anyway and took it home. And I've seen the film version, and I've seen the live version that the 787 Club did. And I've seen the 787 Club live. That's an experience. And they were the Flying Pickets at that point.
Right.
The Flying Pickets were a group of entertainers that would go down around the mining strike areas and do a show for the miners who were picketing until the cops turn up, and then they would jump in the van and fuck off because the cops were under orders to arrest them if they were performing. And so they would perform, and you can see their show can cut at any moment because it's mostly songs and skits, and you can see it. The guillotine can come down at any moment and they can fuck off.
Run away.
All the instruments were hand carried, and the driver stays in the van the whole fucking time.
Yeah.
So the union rep would look out on the road. They would have 2 guys looking out on the road, and they'd throw up either fire or a flare, and they'd go, "Love you, boys," and then they'd throw out money and food. Weirdest busking ever.
Reverse busking.
Reverse busking. And then throw out money and food, and then they get in the van and fuck off. And they were basically funded by the coal miners union, and they were effectively they were essentially voted the most fun that the miners had, because it's cold and it's miserable and you're not getting paid, and you've got to fucking sit there making sure scabs don't get into mines. And I don't know if you've been into fucking north central England, but
Pretty bleak.
shit.
Pretty bleak.
It's bleak.
Hmm.
And you know, oh, awful.
Okay. The Flying Pickets had somewhat of a hit with their a cappella version of Only You, the Yazoo song. And I remember reading a very funny interview with Alison Moyer, who was the singer with Yazoo, and she was solo for years after. She goes, yeah, once upon a time, I was doing this gig. I did a gig on German TV, and she's still with Vince, then being Yazoo. We're going to do Only You. And she heard just before, because it was one of those live TV things. They were lip syncing, but it was like live TV. And just for Only You goes, and here is Yazoo doing a cover of the Flying Pickets, Only You. And she just went, she goes, I had to do it. I had to do the thing. And I did the thing. And then it was a commercial break. And it was like, fuck you, you fucking crowd. Get the fuck you. Fuck, come here. And Vince, who was the musician in the band, he said, Alison, come down. Dude, run away. She's going to kill you. No, run. I mean it, run. And it was just like...
Because it was Vince's band. And Vince made Yazoo as a point to Depeche Mode's, what's his name?
Yeah, but Vince Clarke was an original Depeche Mode member.
But they started
quite early. Very early.
Very
early he left. Very early. Then he did Yazoo. Then he did Erasure. Erasure was actually probably his best musical combo.
But Yazoo was the fuck you to his old bandmate. And he launched Alison Moyer off into stardom. What did she do? Not Insurrection, Intervention. It was something.
Love Resurrection,
which was a really good song. Only You was
she's a great singer. She's a really good singer. And that's why she ended up with that solo career, because she's a really good singer. But Vince Clarke is just super talented, and he spent 30 years making music with different people.
He also is now, even today, fucking producer god.
He'd be in his 60s now, but I'm sure any of the gay disco lads will be like, oh, Vince, could you help us with this?
Well,
and he'd go, yes.
Back with Depeche Mode, because I can never remember his name, but the lead singer,
Dave Gahan.
Hey?
Dave Gahan or Gahan.
Dave Gahan, right. He came back to Vince and said, Vince, would you produce this for us, please? It's called Personal Jesus.
Personal Jesus. That was their big American hit. They were huge in the UK.
And I'm not sure if I can do it right. And he went, you're right, I'll do it for you. And it was massive. It was just enormous.
Yes.
And they've been world touring ever since.
We are doing old people shit again, but
some production for Shriekback.
Yes,
he did.
I fucking love Shriekback.
He did a song called "Gunning for the Buddha," which was considered. The singer always used to say, "We think this is the first Zen pop song ever." And if you listen to the words very carefully, it's really, really deeply rooted in Zen philosophy and presence of mind philosophy. But the words are the chorus goes, "We're on the road and we're gunning for the Buddha.
We know his name and he mustn't get away.
We're on the road and we're gunning for the Buddha. Just one shot and we'll blow him away."
Yeah.
And you just go, that doesn't sound very Buddhist, but in fact,
it's a bit aggressive.
And put them into Buddhist rhetoric. They're actually very, very Buddhist. Especially the just one shot will blow him away. Nirvana, when it is translated correctly, means to blow out. That means to blow out. And it's it's the idea of blowing out a candle, the blowing out of the consciousness, with the least effort. One of the things they say is that it takes less than a breath to blow over a mountain with Buddhism, but you will spend 1,000,000 years with your efforts of beating a mountain with a feather to make it happen. You can't make it happen. You've got to allow it to happen with your efforts. And everyone goes, well, that's some fucking Buddhist shit right there. But this whole idea of on the road, on the path, we know his name and he mustn't get away, meaning you've got to concentrate and just one shot, because it's the one moment, it's the one mental moment will blow out the candle. Ultimate goal is exhaustion of all desire that is blowing out. Ta-da!
You know, they borrowed that in Doctor Who, one of the late Peter Capaldi episodes, where he's imprisoned on this thing, and it turned out what was happening was an endless cycle of him dying and being reanimated. And he each time he eventually worked out what was happening. And there was this wall that he had to break through to get out, and it was made of a material that's harder than diamond. And it was like 100 meters thick or something. And he told the story about the bird that went to the top of the mountain and took 1 grain of, pecked at a stone till it got 1 grain of sand and flew away with it. How long would it take the bird to take the mountain away? And he said, well, what a bird. And this is what he did. And they say eventually, because he wouldn't give in to the Time Lords, they said, like, we'll stop this cycle if you tell us what we want to know. And he was punching this wall that was harder than diamond, and getting killed by this thing and then coming back. And he wouldn't give in to the Time Lords. And when he gets there and they say, like, how long was he doing it? And he goes, the best we can figure, about 5 billion years. And so he was just the level of erosion that from him, a soft, fleshy fist hitting this thing took 5 billion years to wear a hole through it. That was weird. Abigail says Zen is explosive duck erections, which makes sense to me.
Absolutely. Explosive duck erections makes perfect sense to me. I always got fucked up by a guy. Okay, so I went to New Zealand because I was chosen to go to New Zealand to give this guy who was about to be ordained as a Buddhist monk.
Yeah.
And part of the ritual is you get someone from your worldly life to take you on a temptative journey for 2 weeks. And I knew this guy pretty well, and this other guy who was a smacky, who was a turd. But anyway, we decided that we would figure out an itinerary for him, and we would take him on this journey and trick him into various different temptations. One of the temptations was actually pretty obvious. He was into porn in a fairly
that's a pretty obvious temptation.
Way.
That's an obvious temptation. Yeah.
And we took him to a strip club, and it was the best strip club around, but it was a bit shit. And me and the other guy just went, this is a bit shit. And of course, our guy just went, this is just skeezy.
A bit
and we
shit.
went, all right, it's just skeezy. And so we took him on the reverse bungee jumping, where they flick you up in the air. It's the rocket.
Catapulty one,
It's just phenomenal. You're going faster than the Saturn V in half a second.
A very short
really
burst
moves.
of acceleration. Yes,
it really moves, and your heart beats to the point. They say if you've got heart problems, don't do it. I didn't
you'll
know I
die.
had heart problems, but I
But you did
found out
afterwards?
later.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Sorry, I'm
anyway,
going to interrupt you with a couple of things. First, I do want to say hello to Kirsten, who's joined us. And I did follow your advice and made a Negroni with the Great Ocean Road split points overproof gin. Was great. Also, my glass of water. There's a block of ice in here. It's my magic clear ice. I just wanted to show off.
beautiful.
I'm using my magic. That's not just water. There's actually a huge block of ice
I
in
can
there.
see I can see the light.
Yeah, you can see the bottom. You can see the bottom of it. Yeah. So,
And
I just like showing off my clear ice.
We were to tempt this guy, and I at the time was also studying for my exams. When I got home, I had my exams for my thing, and my mentor was a hard ass motherfucker. You've met him, and you know who I'm talking about.
Yes, the man's a blacksmith. Are we saying
grumpy prick to boot?
Oh yeah, he's a blacksmith. The person we're talking about is a blacksmith. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Cool. And that means nothing to everyone else, but now we're on the wavelength. I know who he's talking about.
And my apprentice was a blacksmith. Anyway,
he was too. Yes, he was.
Yeah, and there's me in the middle going, hammer. But anyway, it's funny, I was talking to these guys with authority, and they could have fucking hurt me. Just smeared me across the fucking wall if they'd have wanted to, just physically. Could have done it spiritually as well, but let it go. Anyway, so I was studying for my exams, and he was getting ready for his transformation in his ordination, and effectively he caught a hold. I was just tired, and I left my books out on the kitchen table, on the eating table one night as I went to have a shower. And I fully expected to come back and read them some more. And 3 of the guys had them and were reading them. And I was going, oh, this is going to go down well. And what we got into was the application of force, which is where my mob come from. And the application.
Hey, I'm going to be back. You keep going. Okay. By the way, Aidsy is telling you really mysterious secrets. You should be paying attention.
Yeah. And their way was the application of almost vacuum, almost taking away the pressure from the thing that you want to alter. So you think of these things as a mountain, and they're koan of you can breathe the mountain down, or you can hit it, or your efforts can are about as useful as a feather hitting it for 1,000,000 years, and that won't work. But your mind can basically disassemble this mountain in a moment of clarity, in a moment of nothingness. And my mob were about compressing a point of energy right down to a point where it was almost a singularity, and then allowing it to release itself into the mountain, and understanding that the mountain could have no fucking way of absorbing that amount of, in the 18th century blacksmith with the upper 1% of the technology. Hell yes.
Yeah. And the person who worked out steel, basically adding carbon to iron, that could win wars. Knowing the secret of steel
could
win wars.
mentor fucking always used to make sure he had his back to the door when he was working. And he always let me see what was going on, because he said, I mean, it's not super secret technology now, but he says it's traditional that you don't let other people see you work.
Yes.
Because it was all secret and it was mystical. That you could turn this stuff into swords that broke other swords, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And hi, Nettie, by the way.
Hi, Nettie. And so we were, me and this guy ended up, his greatest temptation ended up being having to wrap his head around what he was doing as opposed to what I was doing, because I was getting results from what I was doing and he was getting something from what he was doing, and he had to come to a place where he was getting something that was tangible from what he was doing. And he was tempted to go, the world has jumbo jets and cars and strip clubs, and he was deeply into amateur porn. And
I wondered why we leapt there. We went jumbo jets, cars, strip clubs.
yeah, he was deeply into amateur porn. I'm learning blacksmithing, so when this shit show planet turns south, I'll be high tech. Hell yes, Stella.
Yes. And this one as well. I wanted you to see this one as well. Again, AZ doesn't see the text comments, so I like to share some with him.
The riddle of Steel's flesh. What is steel compared to the hand of the wheels? That nothing. Abigail, Dr. Abigail, nothing.
We're on the same page. There you go.
The hand that wields the fucking hammer fucking shapes the world.
Yeah.
I've seen guys fucking with those big fucking press hammers take fucking billets like this out of fucking trench fires with coke coal. I've seen bags of coke coal being put into these things before they were lit. And I'm going, it's a lot of coal there, big guy. Did you want to fucking maybe kill some trees or some atmosphere? And they went, no, it's needed. And they put these fucking leaf springs of suspensions in, but not one, like 5. And they then weld them together, and you have a billet like this. And then they fucking flatten them out. Oh, incredible shit. Anywho.
Sorry, I just want to throw one in. You've probably seen the videos of the industrial presses squashing things. And I saw a TikTok the other day. This woman, I think she's a dancer, but she specializes in doing physical interpretive dance of the things getting crushed, and she's so good at it. She does. There's a video of something being crushed by one of these pneumatic presses, and she does a dance for it, and you go, "That's perfect." My God, it sounds like the dumbest thing in the world. I'm going to do an interpretive dance version of the thing being crushed by the pneumatic press. But she's so good at it. I shouldn't say this without having a link, and I don't have a link, but it was very fun.
You remember Korean Dave, the rap dancer, the break dancer who could make his body just melt? Do you remember that?
Not specifically, no, but I've been impressed by various dancers over the years.
I'll try and find it and get it to you because it's just sensational. Anywho, so yeah, this me and this guy, basically, he had to get his head around what it was that Buddhism was doing for him and for the world. There's something really sexy about a man wielding a very large hammer. Yes, there is, and I've got a very large hammer.
Sorry, I meant to. That's actually, Nettie. You're saying you've seen. I think you shared the video of this woman doing the interpretive dance of the press, and I think that's where I saw it, because I think you shared it on Facebook. So if anyone, Nettie, I think it was you who shared it. If you find the link, Kirsten wants to, I will share the link in the chat, because that's just the thing. Oh, yes. And Abigail's throwing in a woman wielding a very large hammer, sexier. And I think we all agree Stella wielding a very large hammer in a foundry, we're all going to find that sexy. We're all going to find that sexy.
Video, definitely. Or it's fake.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking Stella working at the mining thing, underground, flames, sparks, and Stella just strides in with a very large hammer.
I can imagine her face just coming in and going, "Oh, I can't stand up. I've got to go away."
Yes, please stand up and leave the room. I don't want to stand up at the moment. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't stand up just now. Anyway, so this guy basically first told me I'm on the wrong path, and I went, "That's a very interesting call to make," says the friend of the Western Buddhist order. And I said to him, "What gives you that idea?" And he says, "Well, you know, it's black magic. It's not for the good of all mankind." And I said, "Well, it's for the good of mankind who is able to reach its benefits." And he says, "Well, what kind of benefits?" And I said, "Well, it's kind of an instant way to punish the bad and to protect the good, if you want to go down that way. But it's also a really nice way of directing energy. It's very kinetic in its forms. It's very kinetic. It's really, that's its big trick."
Yes,
is kinetic stuff, even through the astral travel bit. I mean, that's really just Stella Morris. I pay money to see you with a hammer. Duh, stand in line behind me and give me the money.
See, Stella's OnlyFans is going to be no porn. It's just Stella with a hammer in a foundry, and all of us paying $5 a month to go. Yeah.
Do you reckon? Do you reckon Stella should be wearing a chainmail armor?
And just one of those heavy leather aprons. Oh. Heavy leather aprons.
Like a big.
And also, Stella, if we're taking it too far, just tell us.
Let us know.
Yeah, because it's all in good fun. And I always want to be conscious of if someone goes, "Guys, you're taking it a bit far." I think Stella will be okay, but if we're not, just tell us. So while AG's talking, I'm going. I think you just like the look of this book. It's like the Black Bible. Death and Co. was a very influential New York cocktail bar in the early cocktail renaissance of the 90s, early teens. But they put this book out, and it's huge, and it's black. And the first part of it is all their stories and why they do things the way they do, and some instructional stuff that's really good. And then you just get into the recipes, and there are hundreds of recipes that they developed in the bar. And it's essentially just like, if these people developed a recipe, it's going to be a good recipe, because they worked at it really hard. And they break it up into all the categories of the martinis, the fortified wines, the flips, the fizzes, the juleps, the swizzles, the sazeracs, the daiquiris, the old fashions. I want to get into their old fashioned version, because again, if you go into a bar today and order an old fashioned, unless they ask you what you want, what they will do is make you a drink that will be whiskey of some form, a little bit of sugar, and a little bit of bitters. That's an old fashioned. That is the classic that is literally the cocktail. The original cocktail was spirit, sugar, bitters. And it's great. And these days, people take an old-fashioned to mean a whiskey old-fashioned. But technically, an old-fashioned is any spirit, sugar, and bitters. And what Death & Co. in particular did, they went, well, what happens if we split the base? What if we make the base with multiple spirits and these spirits play off each other? What if we play with the sugar? What if we make a different sort of sugar or a different sort of sugar syrup? And so I really want to get into their old fashions. And this one in particular, I'm waiting until I get, of all the stuff that I've ordered. It's like we've been doing the live stream and I've gone, I don't need any more booze. And then we've had a discussion and it's almost always Kirsten who's mentioned a particular thing. And I've gone, oh, look, I'm buying that. And I got most of the thing, but there's one thing I'm waiting. It's a spirit that is from Tasmania that is essentially a distilled apple cider. Like whiskey is essentially distilled beer. For people who don't know, whiskey is essentially distilled beer. The base is beer, and then you distill it. That's whiskey. Brandy is fruit. There's a fruit base. You ferment fruit, and then you distill that, and you get brandy. And so that's grape brandies and apple and all the other fruit brandies. The other ones are whiskies are grain spirits. Vodka's a neutral grain spirit. Gin is a grain spirit that's redistilled with botanicals. And Applejack in the US, Calvados in the US is an apple brandy. It's apple cider that's then redistilled. And I found out there's someone in Tasmania who does it. And I'm waiting to, I ordered it. It'll probably come this week. But again, this is an old fashioned I'm going to do. They've split it 4 ways. The base of this old fashioned is rye and whiskey and an apple brandy and a grape brandy. So they say Rittenhouse Rye, Buffalo Trace Bourbon, Calvados, which is French apple brandy, and Cognac, which is French grape brandy. So I'm going to make an Australian version. When I get the Tasmanian Applejack, I'm going to do Gospel Rye. I haven't decided yet. It's either going to be Starward whiskey or Archie Rose whiskey. This Tasmanian Applejack and a brandy from Adelaide, which is, what's it called? That's it. The 23rd Street Distillery brandy. So it's going to be an Aussie version of this old-fashioned that Death & Co. called the Conference. So it's the base is split 4 ways. Then it's just sugar syrup and a couple sorts of bitters, Angostura bitters and some chocolate bitters. And I am absolutely I'm just waiting for this Tasmanian Applejack to arrive. And Abigail, yes, you want to try the Tasmanian Applejack? At the moment, I think it's midnight tonight. We can travel 10 kilometers. Technically, you know what that means, Abigail? I'm just saying you, me, Aidsy, and Nettie could meet in the what's the park called where the war memorial is?
Domain.
Because the domain, yeah. Because my 10 kilometers reaches just to the edge of the city. But Aidsy, you're over there, and Abigail's there, and Nettie's in the city. If we all went to our 10-kilometer limit, we could have a picnic in one of those bits of garden. Technically, it's only meant to be between 2 households, but if these fucking construction workers are complaining, I'm actually willing for us to meet there. But I'm just saying we could do it.
But we're still technically locked down, aren't we?
We could no. There's a curfew. We can go 10 kilometers. So like we could split into two groups. If the four of us went there, we could sit like 2 meters apart from each other, and like
Yeah.
AT, you and me could sit together, and Abigail, Greg, you're in the city. You could do it too. We're not supposed to have alcohol or no. You can definitely take your masks off because we're allowed to have a picnic. We can eat. So we could, if we sit in a thing in the park and be like 2 meters away from each other, technically we're not breaking any rules. I'm just saying. Greg, you and Queenie could come, and you could sit there, and me and Aidsy could sit here, and Nettie and Abigail could sit here, and technically we wouldn't be breaking any rules. So I'm just saying.
I was going to finish off what I was going to say about my friend.
Yes, please finish your magic story.
So when I was starting to get frustrated because I couldn't really tempt him with anything because our temptations were a bit shit as we were going around New Zealand, and my smacky helper flaked about 3 days in. I was going, thanks, smacky helper. You fuck. Now I don't know anything about New Zealand. I'd never been there before. I was relying on the Buddhist to take me to the raciest parts. And I was like, yep, that's going to be good. Yeah. And we went to his family's holiday house. His family's holiday house is 3 stories tall, built into the side of a cliff, and has a natural hot springs in the back.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's the holiday house.
Oh my God.
Fuck me. And there are 20 rooms in the holiday house.
Oh shit.
As you go down the pass, there is a boathouse, and there's the runabout and the motor yacht.
Oh my God. Sorry, I feel like I'm just going to say that a lot. You're going to tell me more stuff, and I'm just going to go, oh my God, again.
Because we were only in the top floor. We were there for 4 days, and we were only in the top floor for the first day and a half. And I was starting to get a bit crowded. He says, oh, we'll come down the kitchen. And we go down 1 floor, and there's this fucking kitchen, which is like this commercial kitchen. And there's rooms going off. And he said, we tend to only use the top floor because you can't find each other in the bottom 3 floors. And I'm going, oh, yeah. And then he showed me the hot springs and said, yeah, they're good, but, you've got to set up for it. And I said, I'll set up. Because I was very deeply arthritic at the time and very deeply fucking chemotherapic at the time. And I spent 2 hours in this hot springs, and I did a bad thing by bringing a succubus with me.
Oh dear. That's always a mistake.
Getting just as I was getting very, very clever with the succubus, he came in, and I'm going, awkward. Because there's no going back. At that point, and I'm just going, listening to him. Oh my God! And so, anywho, we had a shower, and it's a little bit like a sauna in the sense that you go out naked, and he had a body on him. Ooh. But I was trying to ignore that, and I thought, ignore it hard. And there was this tree next to the cliff that went down to the boathouse. And I thought, what I'll do is I'll grok this tree to take my eye off his bode, which was fucking schmick. Just fabulous. And so I was looking at this tree and grokking it fairly hardcore. And I could see all of the I could see all of the luminous I could see all of the luminous minerals being shaped into food, being taken up. I think it's phloem is down. Phloem is up. Phloem is up and xylem is down. Is that right?
I have no fucking idea. So I was also going to say, Greg, I think while we've been talking about this meetup in the park, has been saying, I think he's looked up the rules that we technically can't drink alcohol when we're outside. But that's why I buy like Gatorade bottles, because Gatorade is all sorts of weird colors and no one knows what's in a Gatorade bottle when you got a Gatorade bottle, is all I'm saying. And I have done that. I have done that multiple times for YouTube meetups. And I'm not saying it's because I can't deal with all those fucking people unless I've got something I can keep drinking. But it's because I can't deal with all those people unless I've got some. So I'm thinking we just get like a Gatorade bottle and have some brightly colored cocktail in it. And Abigail says if you put a cocktail, Kirsten says if you put a cocktail in a keep cup, please. And that's the thing. It's like coffee. Yeah, that's another excellent tip, Kirsten. Those reusable coffee keep cups, they have no idea what's in it. You just sit there going, "It's coffee. It's coffee." If I have 3 of these, I'm going to fall over, but it's coffee.
It's coffee. I'm not used to coffee. So I was watching the flow of the nutrients go up, and the sugars, which had been photosynthesized and still held a tiny little bit of light with them, come down, and they were swapping, and I was just sort of looking at that and going, "Oh yeah, that's kind of cool." And he was saying, "What are you looking at? Does AZ know 8D?"
I don't know if that's a D's nut.
No.
As in Bofa D's nuts. But and Aussie Gun Bunny's joined us. Thank you for joining us, pal. And I think this might be the first time in a while both you and AZ have been in the stream. So yeah. And nobody's saying that you might be giving away the secrets in the live stream, but that's okay. I mean, it's kind of like giving someone a hand grenade and pulling out the pin and just saying, "Hold on to this." If they get too curious, the problem's going to sort itself out. But
so he was saying, "What are you looking at?" And I told him, and he said, "You can actually see that." And I went, "Well, yeah." And then this guy walked up behind us and said, "Oh, you got a smoke?" To me, and I went, "Yeah, man." And my friend was a little bit open-mouthed, and this was an old Maori spirit that just turned up to have a chat with us, and he could see him as well as I could see him, and he had a chat with us and told us about where we were and what these bits meant and what that bit meant and what the emotional connection between land and warriordom and care and protection was. And apart from being very tempting, it was very educative, because I found out later my mate was very, very unhappy with me because he'd read the books that I had with me, and he was very, very unhappy with their contents, which makes sense from a Buddhist point of view. And if you don't really understand what's going on from the first reading, you go, "This is just nasty, cynical claptrap," which has the potential to really hurt people. And if you get into it a little bit further, you go, "Actually, there's a little bit more to it." and we both saw this guy. We chatted to him for a while. I was asking him questions. My friend was a little bit hesitant to ask him questions, but this guy was telling him stuff anyway. And he asked me for another cigarette. Yeah, he got like 6 smokes out of me. And I was sort of going, I'm going to run out of smokes, but that's cool. And then he said, well, hey, I've got a bail. And he turned around and he just floated away, just like disintegrated and floated off. And my friend said, you seen that, didn't you? I went, yeah, I seen that. You seen that? Yeah, I seen that. So we should go and we should go down to the second floor. And I'm going, all right. We go down the second floor and it's done out in all of this like polished wood and brass. And there's this fucking bar just stocked like a bar. And I had to have a giggle about this because when you said, I've got enough booze, I'm thinking, Angry will never have enough booze. That will never happen. And
you can tell when I win lotto because I'll open a bar, and it will mainly be for me, and I will not care if the bar never makes money.
I was going to say no one will be allowed in, but you will.
No, they will. No. Special friends will be allowed in.
It's just a private party every night.
Yeah. No. My fantasy would be we would take over like a warehouse somewhere in either the CBD or the edge of the CBD or a light industrial area, and we would build some studios so people could shoot videos, record music, do podcasts, and all that sort of shit. And there would be a private bar members club, like you'd have to be a member to get it. And because I think there are particular laws with licensing in Victoria with private clubs, and there would be a distillery in there as well. There would be a distillery, a members bar, and studios where you could do stuff. And it would just be, it would be awesome, is what I'm saying.
It would be awesome. It would be awesome. I was thinking something similar. When my boat comes in, I'd buy the penthouse and the top 2 or 3 floors of a building and live in the penthouse, and one of the other 3 floors would be office for boss of the house, and one of the floors would be studio, and the last one would be sound studio, and that would be cool.
Yeah.
The top one would have a roof garden with netting so a cat could run around in it. Excuse me for just a moment.
You go. Aussie Gun Bunny is also in the winning lotto, opening a bar and brewing stuff and whatnot. Celtic King. Basically, that's my thing. If I win lotto, low key, I would be running a distillery and private members club, and the whole, because I enjoy the whole video making music. There would be studios. There would be things for people to make videos, to make podcasts, to make things. Thank you, Kirsten. The Divergent Distillery. We have decided in a previous stream, in honor of everyone who joins these streams, who is divergent, whether it's neurodivergent, whether it's gender divergent, whether it's sexually divergent, we will call the distillery the Divergent Distillery, and it will have a private members bar, and there will also be studio space. Basically, it will be fucking awesome, is what I'm saying. Yes, Aussie Gun Bunny. I still have the PO box. I have the same PO box, in fact. I've had that PO box for a long time. This is water, by the way, for those who are wondering, because what are we? 9:30. Okay, 9:30. I did actually have a couple of cocktails in the first hour, and I'm determined to not fall asleep tonight. I think I only fall asleep every second week. It's because I fall asleep one week, and then the week after I go, okay, I know why I fell asleep last week, and I'm not doing that again. And then the week after that, complacency sets in, and I go, I'm fine. And then I drink a bunch of pre-mixed cocktails that I'm not conscious of how much I'm drinking. And think, okay, so I've drunk a lot of water. What I'm going to do, for people who've been paying attention in the streams, this is a spiced rum that I made. This was a white rum, and I made my own spiced rum by adding cinnamon, star anise, nutmeg, and black peppercorn. And this was going to be, I'm going to make a spice cocktail to coincide with the release of the Dune movie called The Spice Must Flow. And I'm going to put blue curacao, so it's blue, and this spice rum. And I need to do it. Kirsten, what was... Oh, I got an email from Archie that said there was a new bottled martini. Is that the one you mean? Signature dry gin, delicious botanic. Is that the? I did get an email that I read that there was a bottled martini, which actually sounded kind of good. I've got my own freezer martini, which I actually need to taste because I topped it up yesterday. I thought last time I tasted it, I thought, wait, this hasn't got quite enough. I think I forgot to put bitters in it. So I put some orange bitters in my freezer martini and topped it up with some gin and some vermouth. So I probably have to retaste my freezer martini tonight. But yeah, I don't know if that's the one you're referring to, Kirsten. I did get an Archie email that said you had a new bottled martini, which actually sounded quite good. I'm going to give AZ some privacy. He's obviously making some new. Oh, it's a new product announcement. Okay.
I'm making,
what are you making?
Coffee.
Coffee. Yeah, I thought it was coffee. I thought you were making coffee. Gmail. There's a whole bunch of... Oh, wait, here it is. Sorry, I just checked my mail. Okay, so the latest vodka, reimagining gin, signature spirits, innovation, unwavering desire to continually improve our fundamental dark heroes. That's why we custom designed a new distillery from the ground up. New distillery here in Botany, Sydney, has allowed us to unlock an almost limitless landscape of future spirit potential, which today we're delighted to announce is realized in the form of a new native botanical vodka, reimagined version of our long-standing signature dry gin, launching across the country Wednesday, 29th September. Spirits reflect our commitment to showcasing exceptional bounty of Australia's native and local ingredients, harness the power of our distillery's world-class production facilities, including our one-of-a-kind copper vacuum stills that are capable of cold distilling delicate botanicals to draw out remarkable flavour. Couldn't be prouder of our native botanical gin, signature dry gin. Can't wait for you to try them. Tell us what you think. In the meantime, read on. There's new vodka, which I think Abigail would be super keen for, the new vodka. And the new reimagined signature dry gin, Cornerstone Core Spirits. Okay, that's fucking excellent. What that means is basically... Do I get to get it? Okay. I'm going to... Okay. So when I finish my Archie bone dry gin, I will probably order a new Archie signature dry gin because it's been reimagined. So Abigail, I have rejoined Audible in anticipation of our June book club, because they sent me yet another offer where I got to get a few free audiobooks. So besides getting the audiobook of Dune, AZ might be interested in this. I got the audiobook of the most recent William Gibson novel, but also free for Audible members is the volume 1 of the dramatization of Neil Gaiman's Sandman, which I've been listening to for the last couple of days. So that's going quite good. But apparently, I can get a PDF. Download the PDF now. Don't mind if I do. I have no idea what that is. That a visual PDF? Okay, it made me fucking log in. Download the PDF. Sandman, episode 1, Sleep of the Just. I am going to Sandman PDF. I can download it. I'll look at it over the weekend. Is that text or I don't know what that's going to be, but I'm fascinated. So we've got a cat with you who needs your attention, but you're back to talk about Dune Club soon. Excellent. So Aussie Gun Bunny, yeah, okay. So Abigail's roped me in to doing a Dune book club because the movie's coming out at the end of this year, and I think the plan is to, each week we're going to read a chapter or 2 chapters or however many chapters of Dune, and then do a live stream where we catch up with each other and talk about what we read. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to do the audio book because I've rejoined Audible. So I've downloaded Dune in audiobook form. I've downloaded the most recent William Gibson novel, which is a sequel to The Peripheral. Apparently, it's like an alternate timeline where Hillary Clinton won the election against Trump. I'm very keen to hear that. But what I've been listening to for the last couple of days is the dramatization of Neil Gaiman's Sandman that has Neil Gaiman doing some narration, a whole bunch of people playing characters. James McAvoy plays Morpheus, the Sandman. It's cool. Safa, PDF books tend to be much cheaper than a hard copy book, but it varies. Ashoka, you reckon I should write up an investment proposal for a warehouse bar? Maybe one day. I mean, one thing I want to do is form a political party called the Cocktail Party and then run for the Senate and then get all the Australian distillers to tell everyone who likes their stuff to vote for me. So I get a cushy job in the Victorian Senate. I'm trying to reform the laws that have a rather excessive tax on Australian distillers, and then run my own distillery. Aussie Gun Money, friend of yours was a fan of the series, going to organise tickets for go to the Australian release together. Oh, that's sad. They passed away. Oh, that is sad. I think the release of Dune, either at the end of this year or early next year in Australia, may actually convince me to go to a cinema, which I'm slightly dubious about being in a closed space with recirculated air. But I'm fully immunized. I've had 2 doses of AstraZeneca, so that's okay. But I think I could be tempted to going into a cinema or maybe IMAX to watch Denis Villeneuve's Dune movie. Apparently, it debuted at the Venice Film Festival, I think, and it seemed popular. Oh shit, Aussie Gun Buddy. The friend got high, decided it would be a good idea to have a bath in the middle of winter in Tasmania and died of hypothermia. Dude, that is fucked up. Sorry, it's a tragedy, but you shouldn't tell me about vaguely bizarre ways to die because I tend to find those things funnier. So if you want to go to a 4D cinema, I don't know that that's worth it, but wow, I've got to drink more water. I feel super. I was kind of tempted to have another alcoholic beverage, but I'm determined to not fall asleep. It's not even 10 o'clock. It's only 9:30. Oof. And fucking, where's our man who always tells me to drink water? He's not here. It's a thing. But I don't want to lose consciousness, and I'm a little inebriated at the moment. Nobody remember not long ago stepping into the shower with no hot water, starting to in shock. Yeah, that's fucked. Thanks, Megalite. Shieldsy. I was trying to remember Shields's name. I'm just going to drink more water, even if Shieldy's not here to make me do it, because I feel quite inebriated. And while the temptation's there to drink more booze, and I absolutely will drink more booze over the coming hours, but just not right now. So how's it going, buddy? Guy, he was a punk in the literal sense. Open casket, and someone drew a tick on his jeans. Excellent. I love it. Asheka, why new movies more expensive streaming compared to movies? Oh, yeah, it is weird. Thank you, Kirsten. I shall drink water. Yes, everyone, nobody, everyone, just tell me to drink water, for fuck's sake. Because I need to drink water. I'm just realizing, because I'm still feeling very sort of with it and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, no, I'm fine. I could easily make the mistake of just going, no, I'll just make it. I'll just have a couple more alcoholic beverages, and then I would fucking fall asleep again. So I'm definitely, over the coming hours, I'm definitely going to drink a couple more alcoholic beverages, just not right now. Water. That's what we like. And I do actually like water, particularly with ice, with my big bit of clear ice. You can see it sort of sitting up there, but when it's in the water, it's invisible. So sit down, ice. Why are you standing up? There you go. Now it's sitting down. Now it's invisible. Safa, no, I do not get hay fever. So that's good. AIDSy's making coffee and shit, Aussie Gun Bunny, I think. Nobody, if I don't drink water, probably do nothing but drink water. Is it? Oh, Jesus, that's a big fucking thermos of coffee you've made, brother.
No, it's only little. It's only little.
Looks like a couple cups. Couple cups.
It's like not as big as my old cup was.
No, that's fair.
It's just got a sippy cup on the top, so when I spill it, it doesn't
spill. Yeah, I've got my big coffee cup, and the only reason I have it is because it's the double insulated coffee cup that helps you make the invisible clear ice in the freezer, because it's all about the directional freezing. But the big one I have over there is basically the size of 3 coffees. Like if you went into a cafe and said, give me a coffee, that cup over there holds 3 of them. Like it's at least 500 mils. It's fucking huge. And I couldn't believe it. Like it was in a Typo, those shops that are in the shopping malls that have stationery and weird stuff, including fairy lights. What's in the bowl? What are you eating here?
It's waffles.
Waffles! Oh my god!
That I just coffee and waffles. And put sugar and butter on. Yep.
That sounds great. Sounds great. Kirsten saying she has bad allergies in Sydney. Maybe Sydney is apparently bad for people with allergies. Yeah.
It is bad for people with allergies.
Oh no, poor nobody wanted a coffee to give him extra power, but accidentally bought decaf. So that's bad.
Oh, that just hurts me in the soul. Oof. When that happens. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah.
And what happens is friends buy it for me going, oh, we thought the decaf would be good for you because you're always such on the edge. And I bite parts out of them.
No.
It's only 3 minutes as they bleed out.
Yeah. No. So that's my huge coffee cup.
Good cup. Good cup.
Big, good cup. And
Good
yeah,
cup.
I literally only use it to make ice because the insulated cup does directional freezing and gives you clear ice. Hello, Laura, by the way. And yeah.
Hi, Laura.
So Kirsten saying, moving to Sydney. Kirsten's been in Sydney exactly a year. And I'm sure the allergies suck, but I'll always be impressed.
I remember when we were going to Sydney.
Yeah, I'll always be impressed. I'll always be impressed that Kirsten was in such demand. Someone recruited her for a job in Sydney in the middle of the fucking pandemic, which meant her going into isolation for a couple of weeks and whatnot. But it's just because
they paid for.
Because Kirsten's so fucking awesome. So yeah. Sorry, Aussie Gun Bunny has seen that troll video saying, "Yeah, Mega Leech and Celtic King were trolling me." Yeah, and Celtic King definitely trolling with the love, definitely. Laura, excellent question. Aidsy, do you think we should be doing Angry Bunch? Because it is a Friday night. After
I think
all,
that's probably a good idea.
yeah.
I'm also up for a bit of Ask Aidsy Anything.
Oh yeah, yeah. We could do pals. Anyway, look, that is the link. Let's put it in. And okay, Grasshopper might be on Facebook. Because he was around earlier. So I will just Facebook is being a shit. I have to do a thing to go and put the link on Facebook. I don't know if Abigail. Sorry, why did I say Abigail? Or because Abigail's banging Shannon's wife. That's why I said Abigail. So yeah, I don't know. I put the link on Facebook as well. So anyone who wants to join, the link is there. Because I think we should. I'm just going to keep drinking water for a while because I'm actually reasonably inebriated at the moment. I'm at that point of inebriation where I could be easily fooling myself into, I could have several more alcoholic beverages and I will be fine. And I would not be. Dana, hello. Sorry, Dana is on Facebook, and Dana is an absolute fucking legend who I've not interacted with for a while. Thank you for joining in with us, Dana. And
Dana.
Dana lives in California. Aussie Gun Bunny, buddy, how's it going? And Laura.
Excuse the mess behind me.
That's okay. First things first, Aussie Gun Bunny, is that like a COVID lockdown beard? Because it's fucking awesome.
It is, yes.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
Awesome.
That's so cool.
I have been working from home now for the last 6 months, I think.
Oh God, I've been doing it for 18 months. So, yeah.
Hey, nobody. How the fuck are you, man?
I'm all right, and now my computer's working again, which is
Nice. That is nice.
because last Friday my computer ate a bum sandwich.
Nice. Okay, this is a fucking party now. It's a fucking party. I'm loving it.
I for some reason I can't see anyone.
Oh, we can see you.
Everyone,
Yeah,
you can see me.
At least we get
Everyone's
the good end of
screen
the bargain.
is completely black.
My dick's
that's
out.
I
weird.
don't know what's
Probably
That's very weird.
covering the camera. Everybody's camera.
it's very strange.
That's
That
very
is weird. That's weird.
Okay, well I'm gonna try something else. I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
Well, don't disappear on us because we love you.
Don't
Don't disappear on us because we
Abigail
love
will be
you.
back.
And then she fucks off.
No.
Abigail will
Laura,
back.
you look fabulous tonight.
Faith.
Just saying.
Who is?
You are.
Oh, thank you.
Yes,
Everyone's
I
looking
agree.
fabulous. So
I made
Stella's
a
gonna-
little change to some,
I love the hair color.
that was the change.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Sorry,
very-
I just,
very
I
fitting.
was just looking. Stella's saying like she apologized. She had to disappear. because she got a call and she just checked what we were saying. Like, no, you didn't weird me out with the hammer stuff. In fact, she thinks it's a good idea. So, maybe we're going to have a Stella OnlyFans where it's just her in a leather apron and a very big hammer. So it's like, cool.
I'd fucking buy in. I would. It'd be me.
I would.
How's it going? Hit it again.
So I also just want to say, Dana, who's on Facebook, how are things in California? I hope it's going well. Dr. Abigail is coming back. She might have fixed things.
I have fixed things.
Nice.
I can now see everyone, and I would like to start my a rant.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I took this ribbon cable out of my 3D printer, and this end was on the main board, and they fucking hot glued the fucking header and the connector onto the motherboard, and I couldn't see it because I'm blind, and it was tucked away in a corner. So here's me like, come on, finally. And I look at it, and it's got the fucking header on it. And so I'm a bit grumpy about that. It's not the end of the world. Like, I can just put it back. The pins just stick through the header. That's it. And
but they could have used it, right?
They could have done a better job and mounted the socket over the pins and secured it into place instead of fucking hot gluing it.
I heard the words hot glue and motherboard in the same sentence.
Yeah, totally.
So good job, Creality.
Abigail,
look, they make good printers, but they cut corners, and this is one of them.
What we need to do for them, we need to go into their office with a pair of steel-toed work boots and give them a good old rig.
Well, they're in China, so
that's a long trip.
That's
a bit of a long trip. But
unless not forget that you've already.
A good pair of steel-toed worker boots.
We need to get
and take the shit out of their gear.
The Australian ambassador to China to wear the kicking boot, go up to the Creality's offices, and whoever made the decision to do this gets the boot.
Kick up the bum.
Yes.
Can I just remind?
We're here in California. We're doing great. Thank you.
Yeah, I love the positive attitude, Dana. COVID, wildfires, and drought can't dampen your spirit. I love it.
Love it.
Can I
was
just
trying to say
remind
something,
you
guys.
that annoying the Chinese, you've done enough of that this week?
Yeah, that's.
the nuclear submarine thing.
We should probably be nice
my
to
God.
Chinese at the moment. They're not very happy with us.
Yeah.
Why don't you? Oh, with us with the nuclear submarine.
Yeah.
We were well ahead, of course.
Okay.
You know what I reckon?
I know enough to know that when we went in to buy the German submarine and said, "Oh, we want this and we want this and we want this," the Germans turned around and said, "You're asking us to take the nuclear power plant out and put all this stuff in." And we said, yeah. And they said, "You know, it'd be actually just cheaper if we sold you a nuclear submarine as is off the shelf." And then they talked about it and went, "We could actually do that." And then they said, "Oh, yeah, but everybody will say you're nuclear armed." And we said, "Well, we're not, so don't worry about it."
No.
And all Australia uses submarines for is reconnaissance and slipping really dodgy people behind the wire. That's all we use them for. And
but there was a thing. Morrison announced this thing. It was a new defense pact with the UK and the US, which is not a huge surprise. But it's apparently dumping an existing contract with the French.
Deal with the French, and they are not happy.
Cost us at least $500 million because of the deals. Morrison being a fuckhead.
An easy $500 million, you know.
But and I'm not afraid.
I would like to point out how flustered I am now after Stella's comment about big boobs.
Oh yeah, strong arm muscles just from the big boobs.
Yeah. Stella, I love you. I hope to meet you in person one day because sparks will fly.
We're not allowed to call him. We're not allowed to call him Mr. Morrison anymore. We've got to call him that guy from Down Under.
Oh, that's hilarious. Joe
I prefer just to call him that cunt,
Biden
but
couldn't
anyway.
remember his name and just referred to him to that guy from Down Under, which is so fun.
You know,
That's
something-
so funny.
something that was, you know, sort of like, yeah, you get nuclear submarines, but not any nuclear weapons to go in
Yeah.
them.
Well, yeah.
And given your governments of the last few years, do you think that this is a good idea? I do.
No, I don't.
I think it's a fucking terrible idea. I think it's a fucking
it's
terrible
Yeah,
idea.
absolutely.
What you mean? You think it's a terrible idea for the Australians not to get nuclear weapons, given your politics?
No. Just
No.
Any decision
No, I
is
think it's
terrible.
The whole thing in general
Right.
is fucked.
But I think, however, I'm not afraid to cancel a contract with
That's
France because I hate to say it, folks. Every time we've bought a French weapon system, and you can look it up, they've been shit. And
We're
they've-
still using F-111s, aren't we?
No, not
No,
anymore.
Like,
not
they,
for a
they
long
were
time.
French.
No, they were
They were shit when we got
No?
them.
F-11s are
They're good
American.
now, but they were shit when we got them.
used Mirages for a while until they started.
Oh,
dropping
that's
in
right.
the
Mirages.
sky.
Yes.
And we used El Tigre until the army pilots refused to fly them. Now, for an army pilot to refuse to fly an aircraft is essentially a mutiny.
Hey,
Nettie.
Hi guys,
Hey,
I'm here to fuck up your symmetry.
No, it's not.
Not
Love
at all.
it.
You
Love
are
it.
the balance.
Symmetry gets
of
boring.
Of our mean. We bought French automatic weapons, and they blew up in the faces of our soldiers. We bought a French cannon; it blew up in the faces of our soldiers. We bought French ammunition, and it didn't fit inside the barrels of our weapons. We bought French mines. We are still digging them up today because they didn't go off when they were told to, so we don't actually know where they are. And of course, they still got fucking explosive in them. Every time we've bought a French weapon system, it's fucked up. And so this $500,000 to get a French contract was... Because when I heard that we were buying French submarines, I went, no, Jesus, no, Jesus, no. And then finally when I heard we were buying the German ones and the options, and they said, look, guys, it's actually just cheaper for you to get the fucking nuclear power ones. And I thought, that's the go, because all we do is we sneak into somewhere and lurk quietly and fucking look at what's going on and then lurk out again and then tell everyone what's happening. And they're perfect. It was either that or Stirling engines, and Stirling engines are fucking fantastic. But you can only run them for a month, and then you've got to get away again. But with nuclear submarines, you can run them for 3 months just because you run out of food. And that's all that is. So it's actually a really good idea. Australia has
Netting.
time and again said we're not going nuclear weapons route. And there's dodgy reasons behind that, but I can talk about that later. 2 minutes is done.
I'm
All right, that's all good.
I'm quite
Hey?
glad that we've gone over to nuclear subs, but I'm also very, very happy that we don't have nuclear weapons.
Ozzy, buddy, can you do us a favor? Can you turn up your mic or something? Because you come across really, really quiet.
Hang on. Is that any better?
No.
Yes,
I mean, a tiny bit, but not much.
a little bit better for me.
Microphone set.
Let's figure that off quickly. How's that?
You
Well,
probably
I
got
might
a good
be able- I might be
microphone,
able to
but it's not the
do
correct one that's set down the bottom here.
Oh wait, I might be able to help that. No, I can't. Wait, what's it doing? Is that better?
Hang on. Let's try. How's that? Any better?
No, it sounds exactly the same.
Yeah, I'm with you, Aussie Gun Bunny. I'm with you.
I mean, because at the moment, all the nuclear weapons are sitting in the northern hemisphere.
Yep.
There were some at one point in
South Africa.
South Africa. Yeah, but they completely removed all of their nuclear weapons. So
Only
Right
country in the world. Only country in the world to say we don't want them anymore. Only country in the world said,
We
fuck
could learn a
this,
thing or two.
you can take them back. And
I
everyone-
still remember an American sort of political cartoonist from the 80s. And actually, he did a whole bunch of design and illustration. His name was Ron Cobb. He did a bunch of stuff for movies and whatnot, but he did some political stuff. And the one I'll always remember that I thought was hilarious, you got two tourists at Ayers Rock taking pictures, and one saying to the other, I swear I can hear country music. And the cross-section is under the ground is the American base that we sold. And there's this dude with like nuclear weapons under the ground. And he's playing country and Western music. It was just very funny. Again, it's not real as such, because Pine Gap and Narungga and whatnot are communication networks. But because it was essentially Australia signed over its sovereignty and said the US could do whatever it wanted with those bases, technically they could have actually installed nuclear weapons there. They didn't, but they could have, because Australia
That
signed
we
that
know
sovereignty.
of.
Well,
That we know
actually,
of.
that was part of the deal. Part of the
Yeah.
deal was no nukes, boys.
yeah.
However, another part of the deal was you can fly whatever plane you want in and out of there. And they built a 10-kilometre runway that is 500 metres wide. So they can officially land a fucking space shuttle. They can land anything they want, laden with anything they need in that area. And they used to have, in the 80s, used to have women who lived near the base go, because there were these transport planes that used to go twice a day, every day, from Pine Gap. And these women would get on a transport plane, because there's always extra room, go to Las Vegas, which was their base at home, get their hair done, come back and go to a dance that night. So you need 2 days, but they get their hair done and their makeup done, and then they come back and go to a dance. Swan around.
Send 3 and 4 pence. We're going to a dance. What I'm referencing is a famous incident that apparently happened in World War One, where a bad radio transmission, where in the British forces said send reinforcements. We're going to advance. The people at the other end, the transmission was so broken they didn't get it right, and someone wrote it down as send 3 and 4 pence. We're going to a dance, and it resulted in just one of the many things in World War One that killed thousands of young men. So,
bloody, I've been lucky enough to be driven through Pine Gap. In a Mustang, and then we crossed over into a Stingray, because as you do, and that place is fucking enormous.
Hey, Grasshopper.
Hello,
Hey,
Grasshopper.
Grasshopper.
Hey,
Now we're
Grasshopper.
symmetrical again. So, Nettie, you don't have to feel bad. So,
Hello, lovely peoples. How are we all?
Hey.
Your wife says hello.
I was wondering if she was locked up in your bedroom again, Abigail.
Well, we are in lockdown, so I do have a key. And I made sure the handcuffs were padded. You know, those fluffy ones.
Abigail, how many times do I have to tell you? Abigail, how many times do I have to tell you? Your tongue is not the key to my wife's heart.
Is it though? Is it though?
I keep trying.
anyway.
I'm almost there. I'm almost there.
Pick the lock.
Practice.
Oh goodness. And also, I haven't met you yet. Hi, Aussie Gun Bunny. How's it going?
Hello, how are you?
Good, man. Good. Sorry, AZ, I didn't mean to cut you off there, mate.
No, good. I was just saying, I was lucky enough once to go on a tour through Pine Gap, and because it's behind the two outcrops, you don't really see a lot of it. You're not allowed to fly over it, or you tend to get shot down. But it is fucking enormous. It is absolutely huge. They say that it is 3/4 of the size of Ramstein, and Ramstein is huge. And it's basically only that size because of the area of land coverage.
Du hast mich.
Yeah.
I am so. I am so
It's
happy.
like someone else did that.
I'm just so happy that I wasn't the only one to get that song running through his head right then.
It's like if you spend the night at Ramstein's place and you ask for breakfast, you go, what's for breakfast? And they go, du hash ground. Du hash ground good.
And people tell me that my jokes are bad, Angry.
That's a terrible joke. This is terrible. Wasn't the lead singer from Rammstein also has a side project? I think his real name is Lindemann, and he's got a side
Lindemann.
project under the name Lindemann. And my personal favorite was just from about 5 years ago. He has a track, and it's probably still on YouTube, and I have no idea how it's still on YouTube. It's called Praise Abort, and it's basically saying, I love fucking my girlfriend, but I don't want children, so I praise abortion. And the whole song is, and it's just fucked. The whole song is so fucked.
Yeah, it's Till Lindemann is somewhat known for his rather passionate views around pro-lifers and pro-choices and whatnot. And I think it was most likely a German talk show that I saw it on with subtitles, but they asked him, what are your thoughts towards people who believe that abortion should be banned? And he said, it's a good thing that I'm banned from owning headguns because I'd shoot every single one of them in the dick.
Yeah. And in this song, Praise Abort,
and
he
on
goes
to the weather.
point. Yeah, he goes to the point where he's like, "I'm so glad I can, access abortion because I don't like wearing condoms." But it's just like at one point he's going like, "Okay, it was too much trouble having sex with a woman, so I'm just going to have sex with men now because that'll simplify things." It's like, "Oh, now my boyfriend is having sex with my wife, and it's complicated again." And it's so fucked up. The song is so funny and so fucked up. It's just like, oh my god, Jesus.
I remember.
Sorry, AT. Yeah. The reason why I haven't been around for a while is I got a contract where I actually had to be up at like stupid o'clock in the morning, and like work most of the day for this particular contract. So I was doing the whole, actually going to bed when humans are supposed to go to bed type thing. And in that time, what I found was that I seemed to equally invest my time in working, doing things like cooking, cleaning, take care of the house, etc., and expending entirely too much fucking energy from arguing with fuckwits on the internet in regards to the whole vaccine passport and getting the vaccine and all of that sort of shit. And it's been a wild fucking ride because every time that you turn around to somebody and say you have every right not to get the vaccine, but everybody has every right to, like, just because you've got the right to do that doesn't mean that you have freedom of consequence.
Yeah.
So,
sorry, go on.
Yeah. So, I was just like, yeah, look, if you don't want to get the vaccine, don't get the vaccine. But if you want other people to respect you for not getting the vaccine, not going to happen. Deal. That's your fucking choice. That's all there is to it. And apparently I am the most triggered cuck in all of New South Wales, guys. So I just thought that I'd put it out here on YouTube land for all to see. I am the most triggered cuck in all of New South Wales right now.
Well, you're wearing
Okay.
red brown, and I
Well-
can't
well,
see a Stacey on your
An
corpse.
observation. In my experience, you've been the most untriggered cuck.
Oh no!
To be fair,
Can I just
in the literal sense of the word cuckold.
for the first time in fucking history, I'm not talking out of school. I'm talking in school about
Yeah.
a person who's here.
Willis.
So I'm not in a bitch circle about someone who's not here. I'm in a bitch circle about someone who is here.
Yeah.
And what I have to say to you, Grasshopper, is don't read the comments. When I first started working with a person who shall not be named, but his initials are Mr. Angry. When I first started working with a guy, I said, concentrate on the black rectangle. Don't read the fucking comments. And he would go, no, I've got to get some kind of idea. And I go, no, don't read the comments because it'll make you go crazy in the brain. And so we'd work, like 2-3 hours on the black rectangle and then 16 hours on the fucking comments, as you had to answer each one and abuse each one and then block them. And I'm going, our subscription levels are going down because you're blocking everybody. And effectively, I could see the man's point of view, but I was just going, look, you're having heart problems, dude. He stuck to his guns, and fair enough, and good on him. And I have stuck to mine. I'm not dead after several near misses, and he's had a colonoscopy. So I just wanted to put that out there. These idiot fucking anti-vaxxers have hours and hours because they don't have jobs. They have hours and hours and hours and hours and hours to get their teams together to oppose you. I mean, I had to fucking teach this lesson to my father, who got into comments about a month ago, and he was furious at what some of these motherfuckers said about a video he watched, and so he got into them and went, oh no, here we go again, flame war of death. And he's not gentle about coming forward when he's angry.
He's not backward in coming forward, I've heard it put.
They're doing this to make you angry. They're doing this to upset you, and you are upset. And he said, no, I'm cleverer than that. And I'm going, you're fucking red and steam's coming out of your eyes. He would just spend hours typing away with two fingers because he's broken. He's got arthritis in his hands, so he's going tap, tap.
Oh,
I'm a pretty
go backwards.
I'm a pretty decent typist, so I can type out a fairly decent response in a fairly short amount of time. But that's okay. The one that got me tonight was, I'll just read it out very quickly. Vaccination card and what dining out could look like. Hello, I'd like a table for 4, please. Sure, your name? Danielle. Great, and do your guests have your vaccination cards? Well, first, can you tell us who our server will be? Looks like Brad will be your server tonight. Great, can you show us Brad's vaccination card? And also, can you provide me with proof that Brad is not a carrier of HIV, hepatitis A or B, or any other communicable disease? Same for you and the kitchen staff. Also, we would prefer not to be served by someone who is on or uses recreational drugs such as marijuana, cocaine, meth, fentanyl, etc. So if you could provide us with Brad's most recent tox screens, that would be great. Matter of fact, I will need to see all of your employees' medical history. Let me get the manager for you. That would be great, thanks. Make sure that they have their vax card and medical records as well, please. So,
irony here is that most of the question that customer asked is in fact available.
The thing is,
health industry, especially in the food industry, they've got to have all that ready to go. So
my response My response was very simple. As a consumer, you have every right not to eat at a location if you are worried about the staff and their medical conditions. It's easy, just don't eat there. As a retailer, the restaurant has every right to refuse patronage, so fuck up and move on. Apparently, I am the most triggered cuck in all of New South Wales because I typed that out.
But wait,
Wow.
it gets better. Because if they refuse to leave, they can be removed with force if needed.
Steel toes at the
It
ready.
is. See, this is the thing. I'm not in the least bit angry. It took me all of about 3 seconds to reply, but apparently I am just the most triggered cuck. And this is the thing. It doesn't
It's
matter.
because you said fuck.
Yeah, if your response is the works of War and Peace, or if your response is 4 lines of just straight to the pointness, doesn't matter. You're still a triggered cuck.
You triggered
It's
cuck.
just it's the most amazing.
They're bullies. They're
Yeah,
just
it's the
bullies.
most amazing cognitive dissonance. One of them replied to me and said something along the lines of, just treat it like you do 3 dicks and just take it. And my response was, treat it like as if it's 3 dicks and just take it. If you want any more insults or jokes, I'm here all night. And I turned around to him and I said, how does 3 dicks sound like an insult or a joke? It sounds like a great fucking time. He hasn't responded with that yet, so...
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I've been dueling with the turfs on the conversation.
Fucking turfs.
Yeah, the most.
Yeah, I had a bit of a go with the turf the other night over the transgender women being able to compete in women's MMA. And they're like, it gives them all of these unfair advantages. I then posted them to a bunch of articles of a shit ton of assigned female at birth MMA fighters who were like, if they want to get in the ring with us, bring it on. We are more than happy to let them straight in.
I don't know. If the record,
present for the turfs. There we go. Just for them.
They were like,
Just for them.
no, let them come into the ring. They want to be a warrior. We're a warrior. That's all there is to it. Like, so just bring it on. And I'm like, so if these like professional fighters who are directly involved in this sport are perfectly okay with it, why should we listen to anything that you've got to say on the matter? Oh, because they don't understand biology. They don't understand genetics. They don't understand rah, 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 rah. Just,
they reckon that they know all this shit,
Of course.
I had one of them go off about, have you studied this and that and compared this and that? No. I'm just like, I have empathy. That's all I need. I don't need, no one needs to study all that shit. All they have to do is have a little empathy.
Sorry, Young Bunny, you were trying to say something there?
I don't know if the record still stands or not, but whenever I hear somebody talk about how males have some sort of apparent advantage over females as far as sports or anything like that goes, I always just refer back to when I was down at HMAS Cerberus studying to be a chef, and the current record at that point in time for the most push-ups held in the Defence Force was held by a woman. 500 push-ups in the space of, I think it was 3 minutes.
There are many, many women who would thoroughly and effortlessly whoop my ass. Most women will outwork me, they will outmuscle me, and they will definitely, quite a few of them will outsmart me. Being male does not offer me any advantage. It's just a thing.
Yeah. As someone with a degree in biology, allow me to make this abundantly fucking clear. Men may have a bit of an easier time to pack on muscle mass, and we may have denser bones than our female counterparts because of our genetics. But it does not give us any form of innate advantage, either athletically, mentally, academically, or otherwise, over our female counterparts. That is just completely fucking false.
It's also, it comes right back down to what do you do with it once you are post-puberty. If you sit in the library and read books all day, you are not going to put on Trojan Warrior muscle. You're not going to put on SAS muscle. If you jump out of airplanes and fight Nazis, you're going to put on SAS muscle. And when you meet
Which
those women,
reminds me.
they're going to smear you across.
I'd also like to point out that transgender superpowers don't help with sports, unfortunately.
No,
And I'm kind of breaking the code by even mentioning it.
You're breaking the
Our
trans code.
But yeah, but because we get superpowers, but they don't help with sports at all.
Well, look, Abigail. Abigail, we know that you at least have a superpower because my wife has never fallen for another woman before. So, you were the one to turn that tide, it seems.
Grasshopper, she's never met me.
Yeah,
And I've got a womanly side.
Yeah, but you see, the problem is, Aidsy, she would take one look at you and go, I'm already dating a degenerate. I don't need another one.
You don't know. You know, more is more. More is more.
Speaking of muscle, Angry, you remember that thing that I posted on Facebook today?
Which one?
That guy who looks like a fucking sack of walnuts.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, is that the guy
Oh,
that
God.
he's got his he's back to the camera and he's like, women lose all their resistances around me or some shit like that?
No, this one was he was Canadian and he was going off about, how the government wants to make a slave class. They want only two classes, them and the slave class. And this is how they were going to do it.
Like, we tried that in Australia and it doesn't fucking work. We officially started the nation with a slave class.
Yes.
And a class that fucking owns everything. And the slave class ended up owning everything. And the owners ended up just fucking fading into the background.
Speaking
their
of
daughters got pregnant to the slave class because,
Speaking of slaves and colonizers, if any of you all got TikTok, look up a guy on TikTok called Modern Warrior. He's a Native American, and he basically refers to all of these people by going, "Hey, colonizer," and it is so much fun watching all of these white people lose their fucking minds over being called a colonizer. And I responded to one of the videos saying I dislike being called colonizer for the same reason that I dislike being called fat, because it's fucking true. And so many people just responded with, "That's not the point, it's racism."
I did have an interesting talk with the black fellow the other day. He said, "Oh, you white motherfuckers don't have any culture, and you fucking Johnny come lately." And I went, "Well, that's fair." And he says, "Oh, you're nothing better than a refugee." And I said, That's fair, but I'm a 7th generation refugee who's related to the only 2 black guys on the First Fleet and have an Aboriginal side to my family. So I'm kind of torn. I guess I'm just homeless like the rest of us.
Yeah. One of my best friends in the world, part of her extended family is part Aboriginal, but she is as white as I am. So she does what she refers to as passes as white.
Yeah, so do I.
And therefore she doesn't cop any of the discrimination and whatnot.
Well, I don't identify as Indigenous because I don't want any of the resources going to me that could go to help some poor black fella who's copping shit. So,
she says that she hangs out with what she refers to as her mob, which seems to be Indigenous people from the same area that her ancestors were from, as best I can understand it. And she her mob they don't pass as white. I've met a few of them. They're absolutely lovely people. And basically the discussions that she has with them is trying to compare the treatments that she's received versus the treatments that they've received after people have found out that she's actually got partially Aboriginal heritage. Because it would seem that the institutionalized racism isn't just about seeing somebody brown or black and going, therefore they're bad. It is also, if you find out that they've actually got some sort of black heritage in their family history, it's, oh, you managed to overcome all of this adversity. Oh, you managed to do this, or you managed to do that. And it's like, no, motherfucker, I'm white. I didn't manage to do a fucking thing. I was just lucky that I was born white. Shut the fuck up.
Unfortunately, my mob and I have a strained relationship in the sense that I have 3 more modules to take that will put me in a class of the priesthood that will allow me to be associated with the mob because of my unfortunate sexuality. If I was just to try and join the mob as is, I would be rejected out of hand and maybe even killed.
That would not be cool.
There are some mobs that do not approve of. And
Sorry, there's just one thing I want to ask in the comments there. Ahsoka Nelson, testosterone does give a particular advantage in some engineering degrees. Could you please elaborate on that? I am genuinely curious what the heck you're talking about.
That's weird. Also, we were just talking about Indigenous humor. I just remember the
That's bullshit.
ABC comedy series, Black Comedy.
Fucking hilarious.
That is a funny.
My favorite one was, what's her name? She was famous from soap operas, and there's a running series of sketches where she's married into an Indigenous family. And she keeps talking at the barbecues like she's one of the mob, and she does this real and everyone's just cringing around her as this white girl does this accent because she's one of the mob, and they're all like, "Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? That's really." We all just feel really awkward every time you do that. Brooke
I remember that.
Brooke Satchwell. And
Yeah.
it takes so much guts. Like, there must have been so much conversations where, because
but they
the
would have
comedies.
coached her. Her actor friends would have coached the shit out of her.
The sketches are written by Indigenous comedians, and I can just imagine the conversations where she's going, "Really? Should I really do that?"
Really?
And they're going, "Yeah, it'll be funny. It'll be really
You gotta do
funny."
it like this.
And she's like, "It seems fucking awkward and terrible," and they're like, "Yeah, that's what's funny.
Yeah.
That's what's funny."
Okay, yes, though that was the thing that actually
really drunk. I'd have to be
that
so
was
drunk to do that.
that was the thing that actually happened, not to me but to a friend of mine. I was there to witness it, and it was fucking great. Where the mutual friend was hanging out with her mob, and we had randomly arrived at her place one night because we were close to the area. Just wanted to call in and say hi. Had no idea that a mob was over saying hello, and we ended up meeting some of the people in the mob, and we sat around, had a couple of drinks, talking to these people. It was all great. The friend asked, I can't remember, it was something to do with didgeridoos, something about, can you guys play a didgeridoo or something along those lines, and it was an honest question meant with no malice, but they were kind of like, yeah, and we also still hunt with boomerangs and all of that sort of stuff as well. But what it ended up being was they wanted us to ask them all of the really stupid questions that white people ask Aboriginal people all of the time. And they wanted to give us the most fucked up answers that they could possibly think up. So they were sitting there and literally egging us on to be racist assholes so that they could answer the question. And it was really uncomfortable. Very funny, but very uncomfortable.
What's that series called? You Can't Ask That. It's either on ABC or
SBS.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Where people just
I love that series.
People who are in some way from a marginalized group, they just answer the questions people aren't game to ask them to their face. And the people have submitted all these questions anonymously, and it's whether they're Indigenous, gay, trans, disabled, survived, and it's fascinating to see
Yeah, the BuzzFeed Australia one that they did on YouTube of You Can't Ask That, and it was deaf people. One of the people that was in that was actually a friend of mine. And so when they like posted up on their Facebook, hey, I was in this thing for BuzzFeed, of course I clicked it. And just watching it, I'm just like, I am not an interpreter. I am conversational at best in sign language, but I am involved with the deaf community. Not as much as my wife is, but I am kind of there. And I've been asked all of these fucking questions.
Wow.
I remember the most ridiculous question I ever got asked by an American, and it was this is a long time ago. This is like 2000 or something, and this was like text chat only. And one American basically asked in this chat room, "Do you have a 4th of July in England?"
Oh my God! Mm.
And
No,
a friend got there beforehand.
Yeah.
And their reply was, "No, we go straight to the 5th and have an extra day at the end of the month."
Yeah.
Sorry, Laura, I don't mean to interrupt. Angry, can you do me a favor, mate? Can you just block this fucking Ahsoka Nelson moron? They're just being a trolling fuckwit. Just block them. They're a fucking idiot.
Well, certainly
Well,
saying
he's
stuff that
really
doesn't make
triggered.
any sense.
Yeah, they're trying to be a fucking troll. They're just a fucking idiot. Abigail, ignore them, darling. They're just a fucking idiot.
Yeah, but what was funny was it was the 4th of July or coming up the 4th of July, or people were talking about 4th of July because it was that kind of season for Americans, and it's like, yeah, do you have a 4th of July in England? It's like, my friend basically went, no, we go straight to the 5th and have an extra day at the end of the month, and they replied, really? And it's like, no, not really.
No.
It's just another day.
I have some
after the
friends.
day before the 5th. That's it.
I have a couple of buddies in Wollongong who went off to America to do that camp coaching sort of thing, camp leader stuff while they were at uni. And they came back with all these stories about how they'd convinced kids who were like from really good schools going on to really good universities that the sky is pink in Australia.
The sky's pink.
Okay. Sorry, I just.
The way the light refracts and shit. Yeah.
Sorry. I've just got to put this out there. Ahsoka, I am a fucking biologist. Women, whether they be assigned female at birth or fucking not, do have testosterone. Just because they're a woman doesn't mean that they don't fucking have it. Just to be clear, there are a lot of women out there who were assigned female at birth that have more testosterone than their male counterparts.
Yeah.
Testosterone means shit. It means fucking nothing. So quit it with this whole testosterone thing. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, I've got a friend. Her ring finger is bigger than her index finger, which is one of those signs more testosterone in the womb.
Do you want to know what the really big weapon is as far as sports or exercise or anything like that? It's got nothing to do with testosterone or estrogen. It's all about adrenaline. Adrenaline.
I believe that.
Testosterone
excess of
makes you big and
testosterone.
strong, but if you
What
don't
I
have
find-
the adrenaline to back it up, then
Yeah, no, well, I mean, it's like a lot of sportsmen out there. They will do, they'll listen to certain songs, or they'll do some sort of mental preparation thing that gives them a burst of adrenaline before they hit that track or do whatever, because adrenaline is that thing.
And
Go ahead, AZ.
The combo of adrenaline and the mental state called flow is your killer combo in anything you do. Anything you do. Whether it be a cerebral exercise or a physical exercise, the combo of, you know what I'm talking about when I say the state of mental flow?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah. If you've got flow going on and you've got adrenaline happening, your adrenaline is channeled like it's not channeled when you're freaking out. It's channeled to get all your oars rowing in the same way, and your sodium gates in your mind flood open, and you're getting
basically multiple communications happening with your unconscious, and the divide between your unconscious and your conscious start to flash ideas that get shelved to pop up at exactly the right times. It's like gravity makes everything fall perfectly into place, and you are unstoppable.
Sorry, just very quickly, Ahsoka, Abigail put it best. I can't say it any better than she did already. This isn't sparking
They're not
debate.
there anymore. They're not
Oh,
there
okay.
anymore.
Well,
Well,
if
they
they
could be watching, but
if they're still watching,
can't
Ahsoka, it's not a fucking debate. You're just a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Because me saying what I've said, AZ, Abigail, Laura, Angry, Aussie, Nettie, nobody, none of them have come at me and said what you have said is wrong. There is no fucking debate. We are all in complete fucking agreement. You're just a fuckhead. It's just that easy.
Yeah.
There's a funny little thing that's happened recently. There's American gymnast Simone Biles.
Yep.
And she was given a tough time because she basically pulled out because of mental health issues.
Mental health. Yeah, fucking good on her too.
And really what it comes down to, you need to have your mental space perfect right, because you can't go running down and doing jumping and leaping through the air expecting to land where you're supposed to land if your brain is clouded.
Well, I mean, it is a thing, isn't it? We need to normalize when people don't have the spoons to deal with friends, family, outdoor gatherings, or whatever, and they're just like, no, I don't have the spoons to deal. We need to be in a society where we go, completely understand, hope you're well. If there's anything I could do, give me a call, and leave that person the fuck be. That is at a much lower level than I am in a stupendously high competitive sport on international fucking TV, battling it out with the best of the fucking best, and I'm just supposed to be mentally perfectly fine 100% of the time. Fuck off.
I had a perfect example of this when the last time I spoke to my mum and she disowned me. She said nothing wanted to do with me, and I was upset, as you can imagine, almost crying.
Yeah,
that's fucking horrible.
my mum said that to me too, so I know the feeling.
Yeah, well,
it didn't last 3 years, but whoa.
Neither of you deserve that treatment.
Yeah. So what happened was when I left, I was obviously upset. I mean, I sobbed as I left, and I came home the long way, because normally I'll just ride in the traffic. And I realized that I couldn't ride in the traffic because my mind was in other places. My mind was reeling, and, with my brain thinking that and not concentrating on the road and the traffic, that could be dangerous for me. So I just took the long way back and came via the canal.
Sorry, I feel it necessary just to do a little bit of an explanation. Micro USB. The spoons to deal. Spoons is a term that
Google
was...
spoon theory.
Yeah, Google spoon theory. Yeah, what Abigail said.
Yeah.
It's a really good way of viewing people's ability to deal with various things when they've got mental health issues. It's a really good way to explain it.
It's a metaphor for how much energy you've got when you've got a chronic health condition. It can be physical or mental.
It's like I've got 10 spoons in my drawer. Certain tasks require the expenditure of 1 spoon, so I could do 10 of those tasks. But you may ask me to do a task that would require 8 spoons of expenditure to do it, and you think but then I'm fucked for the whole day because I only had 10 spoons for the whole day.
I relate
and
with that.
You made me expend 8 spoons for a single task, and so now I can't have a shower because having a shower takes a couple of spoons.
It's really good for people with fibromyalgia, I think. That's where I think I first heard it. Friends who had fibromyalgia.
I've heard it used for chronic health conditions and mental illness. And as somebody with rheumatoid arthritis and somebody who suffers from anxiety, I get it. I really do. I get it completely.
Yeah, Micro USB saying he loves the phrasing, and I do too. I think it's great phrasing to just going like, "No, I don't have the spoons for it today." Okay, it's just like
I thought it was balls. I thought it was just a synonym for balls.
But it's okay. So just just to be clear, Micro, not having a go at you. It's awesome that you that you love the thing, and just explanation is key, of course. So just wanted to explain why we use that terminology. Not having a go at all. Not having a go at all.
One of the
Yeah.
things that happened to me was I was a national class swimmer when I was a youth. I was picked by the AIS to go into their Olympic training squad. And what they don't tell you is that when you're picked to go into the Olympic training squad, there are around 40 that are going to the Olympics. Okay. But there are 150 people in the Olympic training squad. Now, they know pretty quickly who the top 50 are, right? Now, the top swimmer and the bottom swimmer was separated by a second, by 1 second. The top swimmer and the 150th swimmer were separated by 1 second.
Yep.
Now, the bottom 100 swimmers were basically given essentially the same training, but it was different. Because what they would make you do was they would make you get in the water and swim as hard and fast as you can. And then they would drag you out of the water, and then they would give you blood tests, and then they would give you muscle tests, and then they would put you in a plastic thing and make you ride a bike until the carbon dioxide made you faint. Then they would put oxygen on you until you recovered, and then they would basically walk you around the pool until you'd recovered enough and got your oxygen back. Then they'd jump in the pool again and make you swim as hard and as fast as you could, and then they do the same thing again. And they could do that 3, 4, maybe 5 times a day. And by the end of the day, you're fucked and going, oh, how's my training regime? Am I getting closer? Yeah, you're getting closer. And what we eventually found out about 2 years into the process, what they were doing was experiments into aged health. So what you do is you get a young person and you push them as hard as you can, and the physical results that they display are the same physical results that old people have.
Yeah.
And so they could organise treatments for old people that basically repeat on a daily basis with the trash of the swimming squad. And then eventually you would work out, I am not going to the Olympics. Because what eventually would happen was they would basically size everyone up for their uniforms. And we would go, cool, they're going to get sized up for our uniforms. And then we would get told, no, straight into the pool with you. You've got the worst was non-breathing training. So they'd put this thing that looked like a scuba mask on you. And what it was just like a hockey puck with a mouth guard in it. And you had a big breath through your nose, and you dove in and you swam underwater for as long as you could.
All right, you're not pausing between sentences. I'm just saying that you're just monologuing with a whole bunch of people here.
And we're all just kind of zoning out at this point.
You need to not do that, okay?
I'm finishing now.
Yeah.
Basically, you were cast aside, and most of those people lost their spoons very, very quickly. Most of those people's lives hit the skids straight away, because a lot of spoonage comes with a lot of promise, and if that promise is taken away, then you've got nothing to go on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you invest all of your energy into anything, and somebody then pulls that rug out from directly underneath your feet, it's going to destroy you. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Sorry, you were going to say, Angry?
All I want to say is when Azy brought up the difference between the top swimmer and the bottom swimmer was surely the switch swimmer is all I was going to say. But,
Look, there was so many jokes running through my head about a gay man talking about a top swimmer and a bottom swimmer. Okay, there was a lot of jokes there.
There was a switch in the middle. But
I
that was
held
all I
back.
got off. Yeah.
Oh God! Although, quick funny story, really funny story. My nephew gave me a call the other day. Now I'm on speakerphone, and his mum is within earshot, and he tells me that he's going to tell me the latest joke that he just heard.
Yeah.
Now it is sexist, just to be clear, and it's disgustingly funny in its own right.
Okay.
He said, "What's the difference between a fridge and a woman?" Now his mum's within complete earshot of this, and I said, "What's that?" And he goes, "The fridge doesn't fart when I pull my meat out." Now I didn't see anything. Now I didn't see anything. I wasn't on a video call, but the next thing that I heard was something hit his head, and him go, "Ah, fuck!" And then the mum in the background, "You filthy fucking!"
He deserved that.
I couldn't breathe for 10 minutes. It was so much funnier because I didn't see it. All I did was just hear this thing hit him and then him scream in pain. It was just the best thing in the world.
You just hear,
What
It was
starts
so
to
much
come
louder
here and
than that.
sounds like "ow"? Come here. You know.
I don't like. I asked his mum, "What the hell did you throw at him?" At the end of that, and she looked at. She turned around to me. She said, "His father's Zippo lighter," and I sconned him right in the back of the fucking head with it too.
Just to let you know, so I disappeared for a little while. What happened was the zooming wouldn't work, so I decided to reboot. And while I was there, I decided, you know what, I'll take this opportunity to get something to eat. And while I was there, I thought, let's check how the 3D printer's working, and it wasn't. So I've got another thing. And the problem is that this is like 4 hours in. And 4 hours in to the last one was when I got the same result. So I've obviously got something wrong with my drawing, the some of the areas that they're not loading on the top of it. So, damn it. And not only that, it was supposed to be a joke for you today, but unfortunately it won't be, so I'll just have to hold it for next week.
Can you
So
break
it
up
turned.
the thoughts and melt them down again, or doesn't it work like that?
No, it's a resin. So basically what happens is it's a bath of resin with a clear bottom, and then underneath an LCD screen, which basically a bit like it takes a picture, it just makes it white in the areas that needed to be printed, and the resin is photo sensitive. So what happens is it stores under the HEV site. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
The LCD screen emits UV light in a specific pattern.
Yeah.
And cures or hardens the resin, and then build plate lifts up a little.
It lifts up and goes down again, and then cures the next layer and the next layer and the next layer and the next layer.
So, Gun Buddy, number one, if you can, mate, increase your microphone a bit because you're coming through fairly quietly. Number two, it would seem that we are all living rent-free in Ahsoka's head, as they have created another account to come in and make another comment.
No, they were just put on timeout.
Yeah.
Oh, right, okay.
Banned.
I was giving them time to think about things. Yeah.
They obviously have thought about it and decided to continue with being a dickhead. So
if they want to argue with me, I couldn't. I'm just going to say, well, look, I'm not an expert in these matters, but what I do know is that too much testosterone is actually really fucking bad for you. In fact, I'm told, now, Grasshopper, you might be able to tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, but I've heard that it can actually mess with your bloody blood pressure.
Too much
actually fuck your
testosterone
heart.
will absolutely fuck up your blood pressure. It will also fuck up your body's ability to handle various toxins, like your liver function, your spleen functions, and your lymphatic functions.
Yeah.
It
So-
will also, it can and has been proven to severely fuck up people's eyesight as well if there's too much testosterone. Oh, that looks very tasty, Nettie.
Right, Nettie's made a sour. Is that a whiskey sour? Yeah.
The thing that strikes me is
You're
that
on
yeah.
mute,
Grasshopper
Nettie.
is educated in these sort of
Whiskey and
fields.
amaretto.
You know a lot about this sort of stuff, and this person, I will call them, is prepared to argue with you, and they're saying, "Oh, it would take me hours of research."
It
So, you
takes
know, you're
it just
gonna
takes
try and
it
find
takes
hours
so
of
little
knowledge.
time to shut the fuck up, though. It's-
In a,
Okay,
Yeah.
so
in a
just
world
to,
where
just
you
to,
can be anything,
Can-
why do
can
so many
we-
people choose to be
Can
stupid?
we just not talk about it anymore, please?
yeah,
I'm,
let's
no,
right.
I'm 100% with you.
I don't
I'm
want to.
100%
I don't want to give. Ahsoka is an oxygen thief, and I don't want to give them
Yeah,
our oxygen.
No, I agree with you
So-
completely.
that's
No,
the rule
it's,
from now on.
What
So-
I
Yeah,
need-
when
Fortunately,
it comes to the debate over vaccine versus no vaccine, as I always say to people, yeah, I've got some knowledge in biology, and that means that I can speak with some level of confidence on the vaccine. But more than anything, what I'm doing is I'm listening to the virologists, the immunologists, the epidemiologists, the people who make it their life's fucking work to study this shit, who are coming out with their findings. I'm listening to them. Like my education basically makes it so that I listen to people who know more than I fucking do.
I did an interview on my YouTube channel some years ago with the journalist that blew the lid off the whole Andrew Wakefield MMR causes autism thing.
Yep.
And there's two elements of it that are important to realise. And it was a fraud. It was
it's a deliberate fraud.
Completely, yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
there's so many layers of.
Here's the
fucked
short
upness.
version. Okay, so back in the day, there were two versions. There were three versions of the MMR vaccine. In very, very rare occasions, two of them could cause meningitis, so they stopped using them. So a kid that was affected, his mum got a real estate lawyer friend who
Hang
tried
on.
to
Sorry,
sue.
I'm just going to have to mute very quickly. My wife's getting my attention. I think I'm keeping her awake because I've got a very tired wife looking at me with death in her eyes. So I'll be right back, guys.
Well, I'm going to be keeping her awake soon too. So.
Always had her. Anyway, so what happened was, that lawyer who helped get some money because he and a bunch of other lawyers, not doing so brilliantly, they decided that they would hire this doctor who was doing some rather dodgy research. He was a gut doctor and even did surgery on little children who had stomach illnesses. And it was 12 children that had autism and this gut thing, and then tried to sort of link the two together effectively. But it was all a fraud. And and he was going to make money on making this dodgy patent for a testing kit. And this, this is effectively an idea of, the idea of ambulance chasers, except for these are ambulance chasers who decided to pay someone to ram cars off the road so they could chase the ambulances to go and, that kind of thing. But this is where the fraud part is really bad. So there's something called a PCR test. I think it's PCR, and it's something that's very common. We've heard about it a lot today, thanks to COVID. And basically, what happens is, as you know, things replicate. Cells replicate. And so what they do is they've got this machine, and it heats it up, and it cools it down, heats it up, and it cools it down, and it causes cell division. And so if you've got a small amount of data, whether it's got, is there COVID in this sample? It just, forces the replication until there's enough to measure. So I'm going to use a Geiger counter equivalent. And with a Geiger counter, you point at a radioactive stuff, and it goes like, and it makes all that noise. What he did was change the potentiometer so it pick up background radiation. So that was effectively what happened. Instead of getting the stuff that was if you can imagine, there's the bar of, if it goes over here, yes, you've got it. But if it's down here and it isn't, it's just normal type stuff. That's what he did.
It's actually, Andrew Wakefield's fraud was far worse than that. There's actually a really good summary of it on the H Bomber Guy channel on YouTube. Harry did a thing where he did. Basically, Wakefield came up with a complete lie, a complete scam, that the combined vaccine for MMR, measles, mumps and rubella, that was bad. And he had taken out a patent on a single measles vaccine. And his whole thing with saying MMR was bad was so people would prescribe this single measles vaccine that he'd had a patent on. And he signed up with this incredibly deranged, dodgy dude from the US who said his semen was going to cure the world and whatnot. But basically, nice.
Drambuie. I used to steal that from my parents.
Hang on, that just sounds like something AZ would say.
Yeah, but basically, Wakefield's thing, which gave turbo life to the anti-vaccine movement, was a premeditated fraud where he had set up a thing to make money out of it. First, we just thought his science was bad, but then after a couple of years of investigation, it was proven beyond any doubt it was a premeditated fraud, and he'd set up a whole thing to make money out of this fraud.
I think out of all of it, all that stuff is really, really awful. I think possibly the worst one is he did unnecessary surgery. He had unnecessary surgery done on children in order to find out whether this thing was real or not.
The gut thing, yeah. But also he killed hundreds, if not thousands, of kids with the anti-vaccine bullshit.
Yeah, and one of the biggest problem with the anti-vaxxer movement is, my mum and our mums, because, we're all of a similar age or older, and I'm only talking about angry, really. But I have no memory of people getting mumps and rickets and, all these sorts of vaccines that were necessary, before they were developed. People died of measles.
Yes.
And it's not something I've ever come across. I've never known of anybody, a friend at school died because, of some virus. Never happened.
I often wondered about that when I was a kid, actually, because we used to watch these baby boomer shows where people did get mumps and they had the big thing around their neck, their throat, and measles, and everyone would go into hysterics. I was like, but that doesn't happen anymore, And
that's what I mean. We don't think these things happen. Because we haven't got any lived experience. It's easy to delude ourselves that that's not real. That's just a con. And the thing about it is, the stupid argument is, big pharma. It's like, no.
Yeah.
What is better for big pharma? Okay, so is it 2 pence the money that they get for a vaccine, but lots and lots of them, or lots and lots of people unvaccinated who get sick and need lifelong medication to deal with the problem that they've got because they got this virus?
Yeah.
We're preaching to the choir here. We all agree. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Well, I do want to finish off what I was saying. I did 3D print something yesterday, which came out perfectly well. And this just looks, what on earth is that? It's model railway stuff. And it's basically, it's the recess for the body side grille and the tube for the roof. And that,
cool.
And making this will probably save me 40 hours of work.
Yeah.
trying to manufacture these pieces as individual parts that I then stick on.
Brilliant. I was just
Right.
for,
Let's talk about.
Okay, I'm going to go. See you later.
All right. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
That was
Oh,
weird
wow.
and sudden, but
I
that
got
was
one more.
Yeah.
I got something
Let's-
else to share if you don't mind. It's a quick thing.
Yes.
I did a bit of painting and I finally finished it off. So I've finally finished it off today. I've just shared it at the bottom.
All right. Give me a second. Give me a second.
He's looking for a cocktail thing. There you go.
Ooh, nice.
So that's the front and the back. It's not two guys.
Yes.
And so yeah, I just gradually painted it. What happened was there's this sort of build an army in 80 parts thing came out, and this model is like 20 quid normally, and it's like $2.99 in the box. So I've got 3 of them now. But like I say, I love the red to yellow blending that I did on the shield,
Yeah. It's nice.
and the base is marble. It looks like marble.
Yeah.
And the way that I did it, I mean, here's the model here. If I sort of hold it off on a weird angle, you can see.
Oh yeah.
So what I did would to do that, I got some plastic sheets. Are you doing stuff, Missy, again?
Sorry, my puppy was barking in her sleep, and I thought you guys would find it cute. But then she stopped as soon as she could feel me moving.
Yeah.
Sorry.
What was I saying? Yeah, so the way that I do it, I basically got some plastic pieces of plastic card, and then just chamfered the corner. So cut them into a square, chamfered the corner, because like if you imagine 2 like marble slabs, they'll have like the little joint between them. So I airbrushed with a grey and a very dark grey, and then I got, of all things, a wet wipe. And when you get wet wipes, you can pull them apart and stretch them, and the threads kind of show through. It's almost like string, you know. And so then I just laid it over the top and kind of wound it around the base, and then I just airbrushed it over the top in white.
Okay.
And then when you peel it all off, you leave all the stringy brown and grays underneath.
Right.
So it came out really nicely.
Nice. Yeah, it's a pity Abigail has disappeared momentarily because.
I'm
am I
still here.
confused? I think Abigail's into miniatures, but I could be confused.
I am not really into miniatures.
No.
I mean, I use some for D&D, but I actually use Lego minifigs.
Okay. I think I'm confusing various of my friends because I've got a couple of people, friends who are really into miniatures. Yeah.
Oh, I had another nice thing. I had my first girls' night out this week.
A night out?
My first girls' night out.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Girls' nights out are so fun.
Yeah. I mean, it's a couple of lesbian ladies that I met in the village in Manchester, the gay village. And, and I sort of like, there wasn't any more tables spare. So I said, do you mind if I sit on the end of yours? And next thing you know, I'm kind of listening and then joining the conversation. Next thing you know, hey, let's go inside because it's warmer in there. And so we ended up chatting for hours, and then sort of like, and at the end I said, look, I haven't got many girlfriends. Guys have guy friends, girls have girlfriends, and I don't really have many girlfriends to hang out with, kind of thing. So do you fancy doing this again sometime? Like, yeah, sure. And so I gave them my number, and I hoped that maybe they'd answer, because often it's like you put someone in a position and they're like, they're in their mind might be thinking, oh bloody hell, why did they ask that? Because nice to having a chat with you, but for once, fine, but just hanging out on general, maybe not. But I just got an invite on Monday. And it's like, oh, I thought, that was just lovely.
That's lovely.
Yeah.
That's so lovely.
So we're going to meet up about once a month.
That's awesome.
Nice.
So,
what lovely people. They must be really lovely people.
Yeah, they are. They really are nice.
Oh, that's excellent.
So, it made me happy That did.
Gotta love that. That's great.
That's great.
I did have a weird thing happen though, because thanks to bad sleeping patterns, my sleeping pattern is just awful right now. At least it was until yesterday. So I was like getting up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon and going to bed at 10 in the morning. I blame it on Australians that I've been hanging around with quite a lot lately.
Yeah, honestly, fair.
But so what happened was I got invited on the Monday, and it sort of got to Tuesday very early in the morning, and I thought to myself, oh my gosh, I've got to get ready to go out, and I haven't got time to go to bed and have a nap or anything.
Sorry, guys, just want to interject very quickly. My wife has let me know that I've been keeping her awake, and she is most unimpressed. So, my love to you all, but I'm actually going to jump out of the stream, but I'll keep on watching in the background. Okay, guys?
Okay.
No.
My love to you all. Ciao for now.
And quickly, can I also say, Ahsoka, this is going to be the last time anyone responds to you, mate. Just don't even bother typing anything else in the chat, because no one's going to read it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's shut the fuck up time. But anyway.
I forgot what I was saying now. What was I saying?
You talking about your friends that you just made.
Making friends.
Always a good thing to do.
It is hard to make friends after a certain age. After about 30, everyone gets very deep into their own stuff, and they've had enough bad experiences that they're afraid to make new friends, and it starts getting hard.
Yeah, I mean they're young. They're in their 20s.
I'll give you some encouragement.
It's been quite a while since I was in my 20s.
I'll give you some
Well,
encouragement.
consider this your next 20s. Sorry, what was that?
I'll give you
What was
some
that?
encouragement with regard to finding friends. My best mate, he is 63, and he and I became friends in my early 30s. And I mentioned in the chat earlier that something I was working on was requiring the approval of the church council. We got the nod.
Yes.
So very soon I will be relocating.
Ooh, okay.
My friend and I are going to share accommodate in a fairly nice, decent sized house that is owned by the church.
Ooh,
Yay!
nice.
Celebratory drink.
Cheers,
Pretty
mate.
happy.
Am I naughty in having the thought about, sort of people, a lot of people who go to church are like old people, and getting in the wells of old people by being nice to them can be quite profitable?
This
sorry.
guy is
I'm not
this guy is not
suggesting that
wealthy.
This is what you're doing.
This guy is not healthy and he's young at heart. But if there is any person that I absolutely trusted for an arrangement like this, it is him.
All right.
So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
Nice.
We understand each other.
I remember what it
It's
was.
good to have friends. It's good to have friends of a wide variety of ages, as well as of culture and other things.
I say to people as a joke that I'm transgenerational. I'm 36, but I'm old on the inside.
I was always described as a old head on my shoulders when I was a child.
Yeah, that's been said of me. That's been said of me.
I remember what it was.
All of my friends are older than me.
Yeah,
All of
I
my
remember
friends are
what it
older
was
than
I
me,
was
except
thinking of
two.
now. So, basically, what happened was I'd been invited to to go out with my new friends, and so I'd stayed up all night, and I didn't have enough time to take a nap because we're meeting at 6 o'clock in the evening, so it wasn't a big problem. But I didn't have enough chance because I was going to dye my hair and have a shower and all the preparation and stuff, you know, to get ready, which takes me about 3 hours to get ready. It does. So, well, it must have been me being really tired, and I was literally about to get makeup on, and I thought to myself, hang on, something's wrong here. And then I realized it wasn't Wednesday, it was Tuesday. In other words, I was about to get I was so tired that I was about to get ready to go out tonight, thinking tonight was Wednesday when it was Tuesday.
Oh dear.
So I dyed my hair on Tuesday in a copper brown, which I think has come out quite nice.
It is. It's very nice.
It
I love
is.
It looks more vivid when I've got light on it. I can see now.
Well, at least you spent those spoons on a night that you didn't need to. So you know you spread your spoons.
Yeah. There was only one negative thing about this plan about like not getting ready, you know, on the day that I thought it was, and that was that the next morning I went and had a shower. And my scalp must have been stained by the hair dye. So I thought, oh, this looks quite nice. Maybe I've got more hair than I thought. And that was like all grey hair that was in the middle that looked like you could see through and see my scalp. No, it just turns out that my head was stained. And so when
I've had that. Yes. Yeah.
Can I give you a little tip? I give you a little tip? Those hair sprays, you know, they're about this big. They're blue usually, at least in Australia. Use that.
Okay.
Because the thing is that when your hair is, for example, pulled up in that way, can you see what I mean?
Yeah.
There are what do you call it? It looks patchy, basically. Anything that looks patchy looks like a lack of hair. So if it might be grey roots or blonde roots or just like, anything patchy ends up looking like a lack of hair. So spray it. Just spray it. Bugger it.
A part of me is thinking maybe I should try and restyle it so that instead of trying to have a parting in the middle, so to speak, I end up sort of, you know, starting over here and going that way. So basically a long comb over.
That's nice.
Well,
Sorry,
I do a long comb over, I suppose you could say. What we call that is a side part.
Yeah.
Go for a side part.
What
Or you can put it all up on top of your head. How's
Just a minute,
that?
guys? I think Abigail wants to say something.
Sorry, Abby.
June Club. Let's
June
talk about
Club.
June Club.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Because-
June Club. I've got my
Yes.
smoked
blue.
melange cocktail. What are we thinking of that as a smoked melange cocktail? I don't know.
I like it. That looks like the water of life.
That's what it is. The water of life.
Excellent. So
I'm now transcendentally traveling. You fill us in, Abigail.
I have no idea what I'm doing. I
That's
don't know
fair.
how to do social things. And I don't know how to start a book club. So any advice would be great.
I need to ask
Yes.
a quick question. If I decided to get qualifications in tooth care, would I be a transcendentalist? Sorry.
Right.
I'm going to fill up my tooth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Puns sustained.
I don't know. Now that I'm not a man anymore, can I do? Are they like mum jokes now? I don't.
Yeah. I was about to say.
I still call them dad jokes, but
It's still dead.
even though, yeah,
The priest from my church does a lot of dad jokes. He likes to throw dad
I'll
jokes
bet
in
he
at the
does.
start of his
I
sermon.
love a good dad joke.
Nettie, I shared this with you by text earlier this week.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, the two missionary workers in Africa. So there's two missionary workers in Africa, and they've just done some missionary work, very successful, feeling pretty good about themselves, and they see a lion stalking them, and they realize this lion's going to go for them, and they start to flee. And of course, the lion gives chase. And they look to each other, what are we going to do? And we'll pray. We'll pray that the lion will become a good Christian. So they get down and they pray for this lion to become a good Christian. And it works. The lion gets within striking distance, stops, puts its paws together and says, for what I'm about to receive, may the Lord make me truly grateful.
Oh dear. Oh dear. It's like the old joke about two guys in America. They're like hunting or camping in there, and a grizzly bear goes from, and one guy like pulls on his running shoes. And I'm so glad I've got the running shoes. And his mate says, you can't outrun a grizzly. And he goes, I don't have to. I just have to outrun you. And it's,
Yep.
That's a common zombie apocalypse joke. So anyway, Dune Club. I mean, I don't know how to organize getting people together online. I don't know how to. Well, I mean, I did start a D&D game, but that was only like a few people. So I'm thinking Discord, and of doing something like a straw poll to figure out when's the best day for everyone.
Yeah.
Obviously, it won't fit everyone, but
What are we reading?
Nettie,
Dune.
we're reading Dune. So, Dune.
Whoa.
Whoa,
That's a big ass book.
But we're doing it like a few chapters per week, or like one chapter a week. And someone pointed out there aren't chapters, there's books. But there are kind of fake chapters. Like there are sections, they're not numbered. There's like sections of the book that start like a chapter.
Yeah.
So there are chapters, they're just not numbered. And so that's how I'm going to do it. And I think, I think there's a website you can use to figure out the best day or the best time of day for people.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I've created a text channel on my Discord server for Dune Club.
Yeah.
And I'm going to share a link to my Discord, not publicly because I don't want dickheads coming in.
Sure,
but,
of course. Yeah.
But I'm going to share it to people as needed. So what I'll do is on Facebook, because I know you use Facebook a lot, I've just shared my Discord link to you. And if anyone wants to read Dune with us, I've also got I think I've got 3 IRL friends keen, one of whom has read it before and is actually teaching someone else how to read it. He's not an expert, but he knows way more than us. So he has a special edition of the book and everything. Ooh. And he's super keen to join us. And I'm super keen that he's willing to join because he's a really great guy. I really look forward to his input. So, and I'm thinking of getting everyone together next week sometime online. All right. And it's going to be either Discord or Zoom. But Discord is a good way to just bring everyone together.
Yeah.
As a first
Discord thing.
Yeah. Discord. So I've sent my Discord server to you, Angry. If anyone else wants to join, please let me know.
Yeah, I'm keen. Absolutely.
You're keen? Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can read anymore.
I'm going to cheat. I've got it on Audible. I'm going to be listening to
the audio book. Get the audio book. It's just as valid. Audiobooks are the best. Yeah.
I love listening to books and podcasts when I'm in the bath. Oh my God. Awesome.
So in the private chat, I've shared the link here just for us.
Okay.
So Stella, I'm going to send you the link. A private message you the link as well. if you're interested. Robot Man Greg is keen. Kirsten's keen. Cool.
Nice.
I don't know
this
how
will
to
be
get it
fun,
out
yeah.
I don't know how to invite Robot Man Greg or
No, we'll do it.
Kirsten.
I'll share it. Yeah,
Cool.
because I think Abigail, the idea of the book club is we said a thing like this week we're reading to page X or whatever, and then we're going to meet up on Discord and we're going to say, okay, so what the fuck do you think happened in this week's reading?
Yep.
And we can throw ideas, and because different people will pick up different things, and someone will say, I thought when Leto said X, it was, and oh shit, that's a good call. Yeah. And so
exactly. Yeah.
It's just an excuse to have a big social chat and go like, man, what was that all about? And I was like,
cool.
And then we can be super into it by the time it fucking the movie opens in Australia in 2022 or something. But
Can I disagree with you on something, Abigail? Audiobooks are great if they're narrated by someone who is good at narrating.
There are
bad
audiobooks.
What I meant by that is, the concept of audiobooks are great, and they're a one-to-one, like, awesome, like, exchange for a physical book. Don't anyone ever let you tell you that an audiobook is inferior. Don't listen to book snobs.
For instance,
basically,
because I've re-signed up with Audible, I had it last year, and to maximize the benefit, like you get one free book. What did I get? I got Jerusalem by Alan Moore. The audiobook for Jerusalem is like 40 hours or something. Like it was physically longest novel published in the last 100 years.
Nice.
And it's this weird thing that's it's kind of set around the town where Alan Moore grew up, but all the events happen somewhere between the Middle Ages and the modern age, and there's all this crossover between them, and it's all about the nature of reality and whatnot, because Alan Moore's a fucking weirdo. And but the dude he got to do the audiobook, I think they vetted them really thoroughly, and it's like, you have to know the accents from where I grew up. The characters have to speak in the voice of where I grew up. And this guy, he does, because some audiobooks, they'll have a cast. They'll have different people play different characters. But this one dude was the whole audiobook. And so he was like 50 characters over the course of it. They were male, they were female, they were young, they were old, they were humans, they were demigods, they were demons. And he did them all. And he was very good. And I think there was a massive fucking audition process to get this dude to do this audiobook, because he's very good. But yeah, I was just maximizing the benefit of my Audible. They said, oh, you can have one free book. Okay, I'm going to have this one free book where it goes for 40 hours. It's just like ridiculous.
Speaking about audio,
I've been listening to Lady Colin Campbell.
Yeah.
I haven't listened to a lot of it, but do you know who she is? Lady Colin Campbell. She's a massive monarchy gossip. She absolutely hates Harry and Meghan, and oh my God, she's actually a bit absurd. You got to check her out. She's like, The reason why I found her interesting was because she actually grew up as a boy. Yeah. She was born intersex, and so in the day that she was born, it was considered it was considered the kind thing to do, to give her male gender, so that she would have advantages in life, because this thing was going to cause problems.
Yeah.
And so that she was brought up a boy, but she knew she was a girl. And her dad told her, well, I guess the only thing for you is to commit suicide.
Oh, fucking hell. Okay.
Yeah.
So that went full on pretty quickly. And I'm just giving, I think the micro USB wants
Well,
to.
that escalated quickly.
I know. That was,
Wow, yeah.
Nettie's just going, a nice little story, and you should commit suicide. And it was like, okay, fucking cool. Okay, Jesus.
So I find her a bit interesting.
Yeah, no, that does sound interesting. I like the sound of it.
And yeah, she's a big celebrity actually in Britain because everyone knows who she is because people have tried to trash her, and she's always taken them to court all the way because she's got piles of money, piles, and she can just take them all the way to court.
She's just
she married.
Nice.
She married the brother of the Duke of Argyll in Scotland.
Okay.
And it was a whirlwind romance, and it was mostly about getting his hand on her money.
Yeah.
And then when he found out that she had this, as she puts it, a birth defect, he flipped out. And she realised, okay, this is not what I thought it was, and divorced him as soon as possible. In fact, I think they might have been annulled because Congress.
Oh, no Congress. Okay.
Picking up the British niceties. And so, yeah, and then he tried to just ruin her reputation, absolutely ruin it. I think probably out of embarrassment for marrying someone who was not perfect or something. Yeah. Anyway, so she's tough. She's one tough bird.
I like the sound of it. That sounds very good. I think Kirsten's throwing out a recommendation, the You're Wrong About podcast. That sounds good. I've been listening to podcasts, but I've been listening to the Sandman drama on Audible for the last couple of days, which is nice because it's got a whole cast and it's quite nicely produced. But also, my guilty pleasure is the Chapo Trab House podcast. They're the dirtbag left because they are obnoxious. They definitely don't get gender politics and they don't get race politics. I love them that they are very deeply, for Americans, they are very deeply into class politics, and I love their class politics, but they to my mind, they clearly don't get intersectional politics. They don't get why non-white people don't necessarily engage with mainstream leftism, which is mainly because they've been fucked over by white leftists over the years. I think, what have I got here? Micro USB's joining us. Yay!
Hello.
It's the fucking beard patrol here. Look at this. It's the beard
look at you
patrol.
all.
Check it
I know.
out.
I made a comment earlier about how Gun Bunny's beard was like leagues above mine, and I was jealous about it.
Oh, that was the first thing I said when he joined too, man.
I can't grow the sides. Like he's got the side going out. I can't grow that. It just grows thin like this.
Look at him. That man's fucking majestic. That man is fucking majestic.
At least you have
I do appreciate the stripiness of the beard as well. Like, you know.
Yes, isn't that great? Isn't that fantastic?
Yeah, that's good man fur.
It's actually weird because when you look, I'm thinking, wait a minute, nobody hasn't got a beard. Oh,
yes, he does. Yes,
I know.
You just don't get to see it.
I've never seen him from this.
Pop filter.
I've only ever seen that much of it.
No. We are the beardy crew with a little bit of break up from the ladies of the stream. So
Well, if I do that,
yes,
I can sort of fake a purple beard.
Yeah, Nettie, you could do it too. See,
Yeah.
we can all do it. We've all got facial hair when it comes down to it.
Has anyone noticed that I've dyed my hair purple?
It looks
Ooh,
lovely, Nettie.
nice.
Oh yeah. I don't know.
Thank
Did you
you.
notice I dyed mine red, sort of? But you know,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh God, it's raining outside
You know what's
now.
ironic? So you may have noticed that I went quiet and I turned my mic off and I'm talking on the
You
phone.
were talking to someone, weren't you? Yeah.
Yeah, that was my Care Navigator because I've had a bit of an issue, and it's ironic you talk about beard growth, and that's
Sorry.
because I've been trying to get laser hair removal done. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, when I went for the sort of taster, pre thing, it's like, oh, you're taking this medication. Okay, well, we can't do it then today. You're going to
Yeah.
have to get a doctor's note because one of my
Yeah.
medications can give transparent skin or something. So
Oof,
that would be
okay.
dangerous.
What's wrong with
to-
transparent skin?
well,
Translucent. Sorry, am I getting translucent and transparent mixed up?
maybe. But
Yeah.
either way, it's more likely to burn.
Yeah.
Which kind of worries me because I do have quite a lot of Irish in me, and I
Yeah.
do burn.
Yeah.
I'm one of
Yeah.
these people that goes out, gets bright red and peels, and that's it. I don't
Yeah.
go brown. I just go red.
Yeah. God, you know what you're reminding me of, Laura?
That's
There's an
unfortunate.
there's an animated series that I quite enjoy called The Venture Brothers. There was like 6 seasons. It took them like 10, 12 years to do 6 seasons. It wasn't every year. But they were piss taking all the Saturday morning cartoons from the 60s and 70s. And there was one where they had the Fantastic Four. But the Invisible Woman in this Fantastic Four, all it was her epidermis went invisible. So when she went, you just saw her musculature and whatnot. So it was terrible and horrific. When she went invisible, all that went invisible was her epidermis. So you saw all the sort of musculature and internal organs, and it was really nightmarish. But so I think that's the difference between translucent and transparent skin. Maybe.
Yeah. It's
Thank
kind of
you.
funny. It's kind of funny because if you watch Star Trek Deep Space Nine enough, there were somewhat frequent references to Captain Bodai with his transparent skull.
The transparent skull, yep.
So the irony of it is, there you are talking about beards, and I'm on I literally was just off the phone about trying to do the exact opposite of beard, burn it all away so it can't happen anymore.
Some laser stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm trying to grow out both sides, so I'm trying to get a mohawk going, but I need to shave the sides of my head again.
And hairspray, lots and lots and lots of hairspray.
Yeah. Since COVID, I've had, and I'm talking 18 months. I've had 2 trims to my hair. I used to get my hair cut every month because I was Mr. Short Hair. I would get a number 3 or 4 on the back and sides, and the top trimmed so I could spike it. But in the last 18 months, I've had 2 trims, and the last one was, 6 months ago. So my hair is getting pretty goddamn long right now. So,
it's amusing because I heard you say recently that your nickname was Spike.
Yes.
Spike is my dad's name. I call him Spike.
Oh, okay.
He was nicknamed Spike as well, and so my mum called him Spike, so I called him Spike, and that's it.
I was called Spike when I was a teenager. I used to spike my hair up all the time because it was like the easiest way to style it. So everyone, mainly my sister's friends, started calling me Spike. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's why I was.
That's such a punk name.
When I was young, there was a kid at school who had a problem. He had the nets, and I managed to acquire them. And so my mum is squeamish, so she's going through my hair with a net comb. She's got, oh god, and you hear this crack noise, and then oh god, and I just said, look, just give me a number 4. And it was the last time I ever tried having a crew cut because I looked like a peanut. That's the shape of my head. I just looked like a peanut.
Most unfortunate.
It was like Alexander Worf's son, bit like that. He looks
No.
like a peanut, almost like a tall head,
Yeah. All I'm thinking is because Joe Rogan's been in the news because he got COVID and he talked about all his shit and whatnot. And I just think Joe Rogan these days just look like a thumb fucked a hot dog. He's just like
Oh my god!
That creates interesting.
His head
Okay.
is the offspring of a huge thumb fucking a hot dog. That explains his head, basically.
I've never heard that before ever, but that describes how he looks now, like so perfectly. So perfectly.
What he
Oh
looks
my
like.
god!
Yeah.
That is just
So
such a
there
funny
was an idiot
description.
arsehole con man. I used to sort of pervade a corner of the internet that I'm somewhat involved in, and someone referred to him, having the appearance of his, my right testicle. Not my right, not mine, but theirs. That's how they described him. And so one day they shared a picture, and basically they'd drawn a nose and a mouth. And it's like, what is that? Oh,
Queen curse. It's because of all the DMT that he's been smoking.
Yeah, no. It's like Joe Rogan would be fine if he just did his weird I'm a dope smoking idiot and whatnot. But he influences too much people and he platforms Nazis and and it's like, oh no, honestly, talking to a theoretical physicist and a molecular biologist is literally the same as talking to a Nazi. It's just ideas. It's all just ideas. And it's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Honestly.
I've heard him talked about as the equivalent of the male Oprah, like for men, like the Oprah for men. And I guess any book that he recommends on his show instantly like goes up in sales.
Yeah. I think he's like the male Gwyneth Paltrow, like Gwyneth Paltrow with her weird site Goop, where she recommends all this dumb shit that makes no sense. I kind of feel, and because they're the same, I think Gwyneth and Joe Rogan are the same generation. Oprah's older. I think Joe Rogan's like the male Gwyneth Paltrow. They're both fucking weird. And it's just like,
I don't understand why Joe Rogan. I mean, he had a turf on to spruik a book, a turf book.
Yeah.
And he had this turf wrote a book about transgender stuff, and he had her on for like the whole show, like the whole hour, and like spruiking that book.
Yeah.
The thing is, and the time he had fucking Elon Musk on, he might as well have been under the desk sucking his dick the whole time, because he was just blowing so much smoke up Elon's ass.
Yeah.
It was cringeworthy.
Yeah.
I think how much of a fanboy he was.
I think he probably sucked Elon's dick when the stream was over.
I don't know. That must have sounded like me the first time I joined one of these things.
Yeah, but the thing is, Joe Rogan is a privileged, wealthy, cishet white man, and so he thinks all ideas should be discussed because none of them hurt him, because he's a cishet, wealthy white man. So all these ideas can't hurt him. None of those ideas can hurt him. He has actual Nazis on because he's a cishet, wealthy white man. Nazis love wealthy cishet white men. So, and he has a turf on because a turf can't hurt him. But he also has a whole bunch of good people on because Joe Rogan's just going, oh, all ideas are good because none of the ideas can hurt Joe Rogan because Joe Rogan is so privileged.
It's the same as Bill Maher's show. That's just...
except Bill Maher's a fucking child molester. I'm just throwing it out there now. he can sue. He can try and sue me. Bill Maher is definitely a child molester. There's no two ways about it. And what I love, because Bill Maher is theoretically left wing, so you occasionally get these right wing fuckheads saying, "Oh, we're going to cancel Bill Maher," and I love answering, "You don't have the guts. You don't have the guts. Come on, fucking try and." I hate Bill Maher so much.
Yeah.
And when right wingers go,
like,
"Oh,
why have Ben Shapiro on if you don't want to share Ben Shapiro ideas? Like, it's so
this is the thing.
Come back to Ben Shapiro. Jesus
This is the thing. Bill Maher,
The
who
new
Americans
Godwin's
think
Law.
are left wing, gives Ben Shapiro an unchallenged platform. Whereas I forget the guy's name, but he's from the BBC and he's an old school Tory fuckhead. But when Ben Shapiro came on, he just went, "Mr. Shapiro, you're full of shit. You're just fucking lying." And Ben Shapiro went, "Ow, you're just a leftist. You're just leftist." And this guy just laughed and went, "Oh, Mr. Shapiro, if only you knew." And it's just because this guy just said, this guy who was a fucking Tory to his core, and he just went, "Mr. Shapiro, you appear to be full of shit." And and not even Bill Maher says to Ben Shapiro, "You are a lying fucking sack of shit." But a British Tory just went, "Mr. Shapiro, you appear to be a cunt. What is it?" And it's just like, it's so funny.
Spoken in Tory, of course, not quite those exact words.
Due to Seth Rogen, I just thought I went and got for the Pride protest thing that happened a few weeks ago. I got this. This is my little.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay,
I had that banner. I was waving that banner.
Nice. So Robot Man Greg is going to hit me up for the book club, so I will share the link with you, Robot Man Greg, because Greg is legit ledge. This is a dude I've hung out for like 15
I also
years.
want to confirm that I got the right Mega Leech in the text channel.
Maybe,
because there were two
I'll
Mega
share it.
Leeches. There were two Mega Leeches that were on my channel, and one of them said use the other one, or use this one, not the other one, and you know that could have been a troll. I don't know, someone trying to use like. We attract them now. It's
I know.
fucked that I have to take measures like that.
The internet was a mistake. It was just like.
So Mega Leech, I just want to confirm that that I have got the actual you in there. And you're the first.
I think
first comment.
I think he's got it.
I think he's got it.
Dude, Daniel will fucking hit me up on Facebook if it's ambiguous. So Greg's going to hit me up. I'm going to hit Greg up. But yeah, so book club, we're going to set a thing. We're going to, Abigail, does this sound right? What we're going to do is we'll read X number of pages and then we'll have a Discord catch up where we go, "Oh man, what the fuck? What the fuck was that stuff about?"
Yes.
You know,
no spoilers.
No spoilers.
You know, I've heard you say
No
that
spoilers,
Australian politics is kind of fucked, and you know, like they're
There you
really
go.
racist and like, you know, homophobic and stuff like that.
Yes.
Turns out that so Liz Truss was the UK Women's and Equalities Secretary.
Yeah.
She's recently got herself a promotion, so she's now going to be something else, like, you know, I can't remember. Transport Secretary is like the the death knell for a career sometimes. But anyway, whatever. She's gone on to something else, you know. Well, so her underling, I suppose you could say, because you've got like, you know, the main minister and then like a secondary minister, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
You know, they've got similar roles, but one's the boss. So the UK's equality minister mocked LGBTQ rights, questioned same-sex marriage, and called trans women men in an audio recording obtained by Vice World News.
Yes.
you know, and it was talking about the bathroom bill. It's no longer about minority rights in terms of race anymore and nationality. It's like, you know, like it's not like the sexuality now. It's all the whole transgender movement where, okay, well, we've got gay marriage and civil partnerships. So what are the transsexuals looking for? And then she says, even when, you know, so people hear about the whole bathroom thing, it's actually more an American thing, but they have similar problems that, right? So it's not just about being free to marry who you want. You know, you want to have men using women's bathrooms.
Yeah, I don't know. Americans.
So we've got a fucking curve in the equality minister. You know,
can I? Oh,
it's like the oil baron. You know, that was like the American energy secretary. It's like, you know, no, it's like environment secretary or whatever. You know, it's like, no, these things don't go together. These are the opposite things. You know, a homophobe in charge of, you know, whether gay people should have rights. That's not really going to work well.
Have you heard about this? About this Wii Spa controversy? Because they brought this up in the conversation that I was having. This flame war that was going on a post from the conversation on Facebook. It's actually fantastic. The conversation, I reckon everyone should subscribe to. It is amazing. It's all written by academics, all of it. Commentary on everything that's going on, but by people who know some stuff. Anyway, I'm just finding bits of coffee on the wall that I spat there. The other day when someone sent me a really good meme. Like, oh, God. Yeah, it's on my light fitting as well. And never mind. Anyway. It was a good meme. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, shit. What was I saying? No, I'm drunk now. I'm drunk.
We Spa.
Wii Spa, that's right. Yeah. So I clicked a couple of links, went on a little bit of a surf, and it seems that it's made up, possibly.
Yeah, but there's no actual evidence of anything happening. Effectively, transphobe goes to a place where they're LGBT friendly, and you know, and then picks up a fuss because she possibly saw. But there's no evidence that she saw. They have, you know, there's no.
You've gone really quiet.
You've gone very muffled.
Oh, have I?
You've gone muffled. Yeah. Oh no, you're back now.
Okay.
It might have been. Yeah. I don't know what it was, but you fixed.
So yeah, what happens was she goes to this spa thing, where it's LGBTQ friendly. And she claims that she saw some trans woman's penis, and you know, kicked up a big fuss about it. And you know, but there's no evidence that, you know, from the company that runs the thing, that there were any trans women there or any of this actually happened. Just a big fuss out of what, you know. It kind of reminds me. There's I forgot what it is. Her name's Bailey, something Bailey. She's one of the people that started off the LGB Alliance, an anti-trans hate group. So what happened was, like, a couple of months ago or so, 2 or 3 months ago, someone threw ironically a whisper bar, a chocolate bar, over her fence, and a dog was about to eat it, but she managed to get it just in case, because it's, you know, dogs can't eat chocolate. It makes them ill. And then she went and just blamed it on trans rights activists throwing something over the top. And next thing you know, about like half an hour later or something like that, turns out it's one of the neighbors that just, you know, made a mistake and something messed around. But it could have been.
Yeah.
You know,
these women who say that they're feminists.
Yeah,
And
this,
not
this sounds like
feminists.
the Spa thing. It's like, something happened. Well, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen, but it could have done. That's,
Yeah.
that's all it is. It's,
That kind of
But
rhetoric.
I've told them, I've told them, like, you obviously do not know any actual trans women.
Oh my God. There was something on Twitter I saw earlier, and it was some turfy lady basically saying, why are there no trans women having sex with other trans women? And it's like, where the fuck are you looking? It's like all over. And it's probably, it's like they've got their own echo chamber that's so echoey that they can't hear anything from outside. Probably because they've got all the transgender people blocked. I mean, oh dear me. It reminds me of someone having it. Yeah, it reminds me. I've got a good analogy for this. So there's this guy called Steve McRae. He's an asshole. He lies and then claims that he didn't lie, and then lies about the story that he said about the thing he didn't lie about. Just a whole, it's a whole domino effect of lies and bullshit. So he had something called a police auditor on his channel. And a police auditor, they're the people in America that basically, or they see someone being pulled over by the cops, they video it to make sure that the cops don't outstand their boundaries, don't follow the rules that they're supposed to. Well, and all that sounds great, except for there's this guy who he was interviewing about it. And it turns out he's a convicted rapist. So what happens is he's on there and Steve McRae with a live chat, and he's seeing the people from the police auditing community saying, excuse me, mate, but that guy's a convicted rapist. So he goes and mutes them, stops them from commenting. And then afterwards, they leave comments under the video and leave, the links to go to the evidence. And Steve goes and deletes that as well. So when people point out that basically, Steve's acting in atrocious behavior, he then and Steve McRae is the kind of person that when he starts digging and people point out he's digging a hole, he asks for a bigger shovel. So basically what ended up happening,
I request a D9 backhoe.
he said, so he basically gets to a point where rather than accept he was wrong, because he thought that the people in the live chat were people like me and my friends who call him out on his bullshit frequently, thought they were sock accounts of people like me. So he just didn't want to hear it and just, blocks and deletes and stuff like that. So what ends up happening is the topic of basically, comes up again, and Steve ends up defending the convicted rapist by saying it was a Romeo and Juliet case. No, it wasn't a Romeo and Juliet case because he was 23 and she was 17, and 17 is over the age of consent in Texas where it happened. So then he changed tactics to, I believe it was consensual. And the thing about it is, and this is going to be a bit rough to hear, so what this guy did, he would basically, he had a Kojak light that he'd stick on the roof of his car. He'd pull over young lone women. He would then claim that he was a cop and that there was a report of someone driving a car matching hers had been, shoplifting. And so he would arrest her, put her in flexi cuffs, then drive her to an empty parking lot and then rape her with a gun. And the thing about consensual, having a gun up your so-and-so, that really doesn't come under the definition of consensual.
Request topic change.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's getting too. This is party night.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's be a bit lighter. Let's be a bit lighter.
Yeah, I didn't mean to steamroll over you there, Laura, but
No.
It's.
Yeah, that is pretty ugly. That guy needs shoot.
But effectively, he and his group have got an echo chamber. And there was a debate about this topic. I'm not going to go into the topic anymore, but there was a debate about the topic. And rather than Steve have the debate, one of his friends had the debate. And in that debate, a guy says something, and Steve McRae's friend goes, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Steve." But you can't ask Steve because Steve has you blocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just reminded me of someone on Facebook was posting
Business
one of the memes like, how do you upset an entire fandom for a particular thing? And one of my friends who's into anime hates the people who are into the creepy edge of it. When someone says, how do you upset an entire fandom? And they say, by saying the age of consent is 18. And it was there's a whole bunch of nerd fandoms who get upset about that. But okay, I'm going to go media, consuming very light-hearted, consuming media. What is TV shows or books or
Kirsten
comics
says
or
good
media?
night, everyone. Good night, Kirsten.
Oh, good night, Kirsten.
Oh, good night, Kirsten.
Love
You know what? Before you mentioned the media thing, I want to finish off something that I was going to say and I forgot to. And it was about audiobooks. And so, if you remember, I was one of the reasons why I chose Laura, because it was short for Lorana. That was in a book that I was reading, the Dragonlance Chronicles.
Yeah.
I managed to get a hold of the audiobook version, and it is awful. It is truly awful. I'll give you an idea. Imagine an audiobook narrated by Kit from Knight Rider.
Oh, God.
Monotonal and droning and awful.
Oh,
We wanted that.
that's
to
as
get me
bad as
anyway.
being.
And of course,
just-
it's quite. It's like Kit kind of talks like this, doesn't he? You know, he has this strange little, I don't know. Honestly, that's what it sounds like. You know, it's like, oh my gosh, and it's just so monotonal. It is. I think I managed to make it 15 minutes, and I said I'll just stick with the reading, thanks. I was so bad. I was thinking, you know what? I'm gonna do an audiobook of it. I'll just read it out myself because that's got to be better. Got to be better than this guy. Oh my God.
I used to listen to a lot of those grown-ups bedtime stories. Mostly the Nordland Night Train and the Trans-Siberian thing, which makes me want to take train rides everywhere. But there's one by Stephen Fry, and it just like no. This is the guy who did Pocoyo. He narrated Pocoyo. Did any of you guys catch that?
Yep, I've seen it.
Okay, you know what Pocoyo is. It's really cute and everything, but it's not sleepy time. It's not the it just.
Well, he's too nice, isn't he? He's not sinister enough for a story that.
If you need,
I don't know about sinister.
if you need somebody to read things in such a way that will put you to sleep, send me your book and I'll read it in the style of my dad. Dad's not going to be watching this live stream, so I know that he's not going to hear about this. My dad is the sort of person who, when he thinks he's being clever trying to impress somebody, would phone them up and he would go, trying to get my dad voice happening here. Yeah, hi, it's me. Are you likely to be doing anything that would discourage you from encouraging me to pop around later on? Right.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I mean, some of you, the people in the chat have probably slumped over their keyboards already. We've lost someone. Who did we lose? Did we lose someone?
Yeah, we did lose someone. Who was that?
Who did we lose?
Micro USB.
Oh, Micro.
Yeah.
I knew we lost someone.
Hey, Angry. Do you know of any quick and easy tools to help? I've seen it before. A website where has a list of names and like a calendar of the next week or so, and people just mark off their availability. I've seen it. I just don't remember what it's called. I've just
I
been
think there's probably a
Googling.
Windows calendar thing.
Can't you just do a Google Calendar?
Yeah.
No, but this is just to gauge when people are available, not to schedule it in stone. So
Yeah, well, one of the things you can do is you can have it so that, you know, you can edit, people can edit the calendar and put their own stuff in. So it's like, you know, Monday, are you available?
Google
Monday,
Calendar
Tuesday,
is
Wednesday,
actually
I'm
pretty
available,
flexible.
but Thursday and Friday I'm not.
okay, but that's like I don't want like it's going to be. I just want days of the week. I don't want specific dates. So,
I mean, you could just put a little, you know, chart on there. So it's like, you know, you have 5 days or 7 days or whatever, and you just say which days are you available, and people just put, you know, whichever days are on and put the name down.
and it's got times of day as well.
Yeah.
We used to use it in uni. We
Sorry.
used to use it.
Maybe you should
I mean, I
send
could do
me
it with a
some
spreadsheet. I don't like the idea of using Google Calendar. It seems overkill, and
Okay,
like
oh,
then
no,
you have
okay,
to. I have to like. I just want to like. Okay.
Mercury is
Mega
back.
Leech.
Yay.
Yeah, I don't even know what happened. It just like said something went wrong and boot me out. So
I love an error message that just says something went wrong.
Calendar
yeah,
for Discord.
yeah.
Cool.
It's basically like saying the cow goes moo. Like
So, if everything goes really well with the book club, can I recommend a book for us to then read as well?
Okay, yeah, post June. What do you recommend, Aussie Gun Money? Is that Raymond E. Feist?
Magician.
Magician. I know the name Raymond E. Feist. I'm not sure if I've read any of their books.
There's a whole series of them. It's high fantasy, so it's similar sort of thing to Lord of the Rings. Sort of thing.
So, if we're going to do that, we should all read the Silmarillion. Because I've only read it twice. Like
I've read it 6 times, I think. But yeah,
the Silmarillion. That's impressive.
I've read the Lord of the Rings like 20 times. I probably read the Silmarillion like 6 times.
I've owned the book 3 times because I kept lending it to people and then not getting it back. So, and then I'll just buy another copy. But I've heard good things about Raymond E. Feist. So
yeah.
I mean, I was thinking like that far ahead, maybe like Dune Messiah and then Children of Dune, but we could read something else, I guess.
So the original trilogy was Dune, Children of Dune, Dune Messiah.
Dune Messiah.
And then
it wasn't Dune Messiah, then Children of Dune.
I don't even fucking remember. I read them 20 years ago. Okay, I'm old enough to not remember shit I read.
I have you read Ringworld by Larry Niven?
No, I don't.
That's a great book.
Oh, I haven't read Ringworld, but Larry Niven co-wrote some stuff with a guy called Jerry Pournelle. I think I've read some of the stuff that was co-authored with Larry Niven and Jerry Pournelle.
Oh, the Expanse series. Yes, Mega Leech.
Do you know what
point?
My favorite ever book is one with my favorite book, and that's The Chrysalids by John Wyndham. Love that.
I was a huge John Wyndham fan as a teenager. I read like the Day of the Triffids is obviously the most famous John Wyndham book. I think I read every single John Wyndham book because he did a whole bunch of novels. John Wyndham was also a very good short story writer, John Wyndham wrote great short stories. There's a couple collections of John Wyndham short stories that are very good. But also, John Wyndham was kind of a right-wing dick, because you read some stuff, and I think it's in... There might be some of it... There's just some very anti-Soviet stuff in a couple of John Wyndham books, and it's not completely unfounded. I am not a fan of the Soviet Union. I am actually an adversary of the Soviet Union. But there's a few bits in a couple of John Wyndham books or short stories where it's like, oh, dude, you sound kind of reactionary there. Just saying.
So,
Am I alone?
Those three. I thought it was Dune, Children of Dune, you got Dune Messiah, Heritage of Dune, God Emperor of Dune.
Yes, there were more eventually, but the original trilogy was the three. Am I alone whenever I fill in a captcha on a website and it asks me, "Are you a robot?" and then I fill it out and it says, "No, you are human," and I get a little sad. Am I alone in that sadness?
Yeah. Why isn't there an option to say maybe? Maybe I'm a robot. Who knows?
How do I become I want to be a robot.
Yeah.
I sign up for like Cyberman conversion.
Don't tell me you're going to hang out with the transhumanists.
I've already biohacked my own body. I'm already transhumanist.
Yeah.
Well, if you listen to the
there was a really funny comic series from the 90s where the protagonist was like a Mexican luchador wrestler with a mask and whatnot, and it was I can't remember what it was, but there was this weird thing where this dude was hired by these parents to go, okay, our child has gone weird, can you rescue them? And the luchador has gone in and tried to get the child out of this transhumanist cult, and then the parents have just gone, oh no, we're transhumanist too, and we've got all these things and whatnot, and the kid just and the luchador, who's the central character, has just gone, you're all fucking weird, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? And I can't remember the name of it, but it was this. Okay, sorry. Could someone else please have a sensible conversation that doesn't involve me right now?
I want to shout out to Stella, who dropped the Philip K. Dick reference about that androids. And it reminds me, and I've just been trying to find it. There was a bookstore that put a sticker on the back of that book, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? And the sticker was like, it truncated the name of the book, and it basically read, Do Androids Dream of Dick?
Yeah. Oh my God. Okay, besides the Ingrassi channel, because I've been doing cocktails for the last year, so I have the Angry Cocktails, and I'm on a Discord group of people who are doing cocktails on YouTube. And there's one guy, his YouTube channel is called It's All About the Cocktails, but Discord truncates that to It's All About the Cock. And and I did a screenshot of that and labeled it It's All About How Discord Truncates Your Username. And I don't know, the guy did not take that as a joke. And I'm like, dude, I'm not saying you're obsessed with cock. I'm just saying Discord thinks you're obsessed with cock.
There are times.
I didn't start the rumor. I merely voiced it.
There are times when two things really shouldn't go together, and I'm screen sharing one here. And this is something so it's some guy messing around with kids, but penetration testing course should not be an ad on a website.
Oh no! Oh.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
I've shared my screen with that bookstore sticker.
Okay, Abigail's sharing. Can you make that larger? Because I can't see that.
Do androids
dream of
Dick?
Oh yeah,
Philip K. Dick is the surname, but yeah, do androids dream of Dick?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's one of those memes that used to get around in emails. Did they really mean that?
Yeah.
You know what? I think one of the could you imagine if I was one of those people that just have like really bad self-esteem? Because when I first got on Steam, my friend, sort of immediately, well, I'm just sharing the screen again. And this is what met me when I first joined Steam. And it's plus you have one new friend invite. Wow, you're popular.
Oh,
what a burn.
Oh,
Ouch.
Steam.
God damn.
Like,
God damn.
oh,
Ouch.
yeah. Yike.
Like, wow. I've never been.
Yeah.
I've never had a bot system be sarcastic to me before.
Yeah. Wow. I like Ozzy Gun Bunny's idea about a different book after we finished June, and not just like that's it.
Yeah.
Because I used to be in the here in Melbourne there was a queer comic book group, and it was a once a month thing, and they'd say go read this comic and then come along, we can discuss it. You don't have to read it if you really don't want to, just come along and talk about it, blah blah blah. And I miss that. I like with COVID, it just kind of went to shit. But I read so many awesome things that I never would have read because of that group. And mostly they were trade paperbacks. They weren't just like single issue comics. They were like the whole series, or a trade paperback. So to Dune Club.
Yeah.
Dune Club.
To Dune Club. Can we do Game of Thrones after that?
Are you interested in joining, Nettie? Are you a reader and you want to sign
Actually,
up?
I've been thinking very much this week that I need to get back into reading to save my eyes from looking at screens all the goddamn time. But also, I need that. I need that really deep. That deep, complex description of a world to really draw me in. If I don't get it, I don't truly relax. And if I don't truly relax, well, there are consequences. So nobody, honestly.
Sorry, I had to bring that up.
That sounds like a fucking threat, Nettie. That's the scariest thing you've ever said to me.
Well, if I don't read a book, there are consequences.
I know. Like I'm like, ugh, what have we unleashed?
I know.
Well, Nettie, I'm sending you the link to my Discord server on Facebook. So
cool. Thank you.
There's an 80s indie act called Comsat Angels who had a track called Independence Day, and the line in the chorus was just perfect. It was like, I can't relax because I haven't done a thing, and I can't do a thing because I can't relax. And it's like, I think all of us, when we're overwhelmed, it's like everyone wants me to do something, but I'm too fucked up, and I can't stop being fucked up because everyone expects me to do something.
Yeah. Well, I've got school holidays, so that means I don't have to wake up in the morning. And So
school holidays this week. I thought it was next week.
Oh, my kids go to private school.
Oh, okay. Technically, I enrolled my son in school because he was so disengaged with school, and I found this really awesome one Yeah, COVID didn't help either.
Oh, COVID's fucking everybody up. It's a big secret, but it is.
Yeah. So the state government Department of Education actually like saw this problem and assigned case managers to specific kids who need help. That the principal of the school applies for it, and the kid doesn't have to talk to the caseworker if they don't want to, but as is the case with my son. But they're just someone to just like help with complex issues of school disengagement. And so they found a school near me. It's it's for kids who they don't have a VCE program, and it's for kids aged like 12 to like 22 or something. And it's just to help people get back on track. And the great thing about it is that, I mean, apart from small class sizes, they have a youth worker and a teacher in each classroom. And they have like heaps of programs to help, help with kids' goals, like if they want to become an auto mechanic or learn a trade or whatever. But it's a Catholic school. Yeah. And you wouldn't know it by looking in there, apart from the foyer. The foyer has a giant crucifix. But when I went on it, it's a huge, like, if Jesus ever came back, if Jesus ever came back and saw this crucifix and like, what the fuck are you thinking? That was painful. I hated that.
There's a few people who agree with that sentiment, Abigail, actually, because I mean,
I gotta finish the story.
We have the big crucifix.
Yeah,
with that crucifix thing is
it's
we
like
pay so
wearing
much attention to the crucifix, we forget what it was all supposed to be for. And I say we as in the Christian community.
Yeah. I get it, but it's always fun to say, like, what if my messianic figure died on an electric chair? Would I have an electric chair hanging around my neck? Like,
funny enough, people have made quips about that too. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, so the day I went on the tour of this Catholic school, they had rainbows everywhere because it was Pride Month. And
that's cool.
Like, you would not know it's a Catholic school, but it has that sweet, sweet Catholic church money. And so, like, they give all the kids Mikeys. They don't just cater for the kids. They have a chef and a kitchen, and they provide lunch, breakfast and lunch, and you can like take food away. Like, they have funding for lots of cool shit. The excursions and incursions.
That sounds great. I'd love to see this school.
As soon as I got him enrolled, lockdown number 6. But the teacher and the youth worker have been on the phone with him, with my son, every day for like half an hour. And they haven't given him work or anything. They just like check in, and they sometimes talk about just stuff, you know. And it's the most engaged in school that Will has ever been since this year and last year. It's like combined.
That's great.
Just this one school. It's been so awesome. Yeah.
Shirley has trouble with that as well.
Are you heading off, Aussie Gun Bunny?
Yeah, I've got to head off.
Okay. Long and prosper.
Nice to meet you.
Take care.
Love to you, my brother. Have a good night.
I can't do that, man. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah, Shirley has trouble engaging with school, but she's really trying. The funny thing is, like, Shirley, you know, she thinks she's grinning from ear to ear, and basically what she does is this.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh.
Yep.
Oh.
So it's
Yeah.
kind of hard to know what's going on with her. Just from, I mean, she thinks she's, she's being very overt with her emotions.
Okay, so I discovered recently there's this thing that, I mean, the overlap between people who have this going on. It's called alexithymia and autism. That there's a lot of overlap, but it's people call it emotion blindness.
ADHD too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
People call it emotion blindness, but that's not a really good description. It's
No, it's
basically
not.
So you've heard of it.
Oh yeah.
I did a test.
Caseworker and I discussed it. Yeah.
Okay. I scored really high on the test.
All right. Oh.
Yeah.
That would make things difficult. That would make it.
But
that would make things. Yeah. Sorry.
Just to describe it to everyone else, it's an inability to recognize or describe your emotions, like neurotypical people. So, for example, when The Matrix came out, I went with some workmates to go watch it, and it was great. I mean, it's The Matrix. It was fucking awesome. And we were all coming out, and everyone was raving about it, and I was like, mm-hmm. And they asked me what I thought, and I says, like, not bad. And they thought I was bagging it, but that's high praise. Like, I said it wasn't bad. Like, come on.
Yeah, that's
yeah. And recently I been having this urge to just scream in terror. I've been fine.
Okay.
I just have this feeling like I need to scream in terror. I need to scare myself. I don't know why. And it built up over like a course of a week or a week and a half. And then I've just said to Will, I need to just scream in terror. I'll put a pillow in front of my face and I just got to get it out. I don't know why, but just relax. I'm not in trouble. And I did it and I felt better. I hadn't heard of alexithymia at this point. So I spoke to my lady friend who knew about it. Not that she has it, but she's dating someone who does have it, who wasn't me. And she's like, so let me get this straight. We're in a pandemic, can't leave the house. There's catastrophic climate change on the horizon. We've got a shit government who wants to burn the place down. And you've got the constant threat of your disability pension and NDIS being taken away from you. And you don't know why you're scared? And I was like, oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And then she told me about alexithymia, and it's like, that makes so much sense. Like, and it's not that I don't feel emotion, but I until I'd heard about it, I only had 3 words for every single emotion: good, bad, and angry. That was it. One of my therapists gave me an emotion wheel, and it blew my mind. Just fucking blew my noodle. She did the test and scored something like 10 because she's just so over emotional, whereas I scored 150. And it's kind of like I don't notice I'm feeling an emotion until it's overwhelming.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to describe it without
you got 150 and it's only 160 where the cliff edge is.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
See, I've been thinking about all these sorts of things because it seems that I feel a bit weird because on the off chance that my ex-husband might be watching this, which he won't. Oh. But anyway,
which he won't. So you don't have to say anything.
No, it's okay. I want to articulate it. So I just want to articulate it. I seem to be
for the after party.
Maybe. but I'll probably forget.
Just
Okay.
keep going. Yeah.
So anyway, I think he's Aspie. I'm pretty damn sure his brother's Aspie because they told him back in the 80s that he was retarded and that he can't do anything at university. And then he went on and did actuarial work, which is like more brainy than law. So yeah, so I'm pretty sure my ex is a bit Aspie to some degree, and he seemed to only have two emotions, which were angry and happy. And he rarely did angry because it upset people.
Yeah. And, a bit like Abigail was saying about, when it gets to a point, it's like just over the top kind of thing. When it's overwhelming.
So I just saw Stella's comment.
What was
That's
that?
great.
That's funny, especially when it comes to Grasshopper's wife.
So this is the emotion wheel, and like,
holy shit!
This blew my mind. I know, right? Like, surprised is an emotion. Like, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
My son, bless him, does not struggle with this at all. And I had to get his help to explain one or two of the questions on the test because
can you send this to me?
Yes, I will.
That's amazing.
One of the questions was about emotional intricacies, and I'm like, what the fuck are emotional intricacies? What? And he had to describe that to me.
Yeah.
So
Abigail,
this is the emotion wheel that my therapist shared with me, and I use it all the time now for all kinds of uses.
I actually wouldn't mind having a copy of that too, because I think it could be a useful thing for the support group.
it would be, yes.
I posted a link to one in the internal private chat.
Thanks, Laura.
I'm thinking of a simpler one. Women,
I'm going to email it to you. Nobody?
When they feel compelled
Thank you.
to hook up with a guy during winter, it's like washing up on the line. Am I wet or just cold? It's just like, it's like,
I'm reading.
Am I actually sexually attracted to this guy, or would it just be nice to have a warm body in the bed at the moment? It's like, I don't know.
It's weird, but all the top half.
That tells me a lot about Melbourne.
I'm looking at this wheel here with the anger, fear, and sadness part. And when I look at it, it's like aggravated, annoyed, frustrated, agitated, hostile, hate, dread, mortified, anxious, worried, inadequate, inferior, hysterical, panic, helpless, frightened. And these all sound like things that come out of Fox News.
Playing those all one after the other was very overwhelming. The way you said those in rapid succession, very overwhelming.
Just so weird. It's like,
So I have no problem with that, with the pinpointing of the emotions. In fact, because I'm constantly pinpointing emotions, that's why I keep a diary. I'm always like, which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's not quite that one. Oh, change my words.
Okay, I like
I've posted a link to the test in the private chat.
I shall copy that link.
Okay, now this is a weird one. I'm looking at this one at the bottom, and it's illustrious. I've never considered illustrious as an emotion.
Illustrious.
It's illustrious.
Oh no, I've never experienced that one. I think that's very British. It's a British emotion.
Well,
but that's not on my emotion wheel. It must not exist.
Illustrious isn't the name of an emotion. That's the name of a ship. a battleship of some kind.
Yeah.
That's why it's British.
Yeah,
Yes.
triumphant also next to it. So yeah.
Triumphant.
Triumphant is
different
actually an
emotion, Will, to
emotion.
me.
It's one of the more there's one of the more primal emotions.
And then a couple of over it. Yeah, and then a couple of over it. Hopeful, and that's the description of the new crew members that joined the ship last time.
Hopeful.
Everything comes back to Star Trek.
Yeah, and then we've got euphoric, which is what happens, about 6 hours after they leave the ship on and go to the pub.
Oh yeah, so you suddenly reminded me. At some point after I wake up tomorrow, and fuck knows when that's going to be, quite honestly. But I get to wake up and there'll be a new episode of Star Trek Below Decks available. So it's like, oh.
Okay,
I've already seen it.
I haven't seen
You
it
know
yet.
what? I used to watch a fair bit of Star Trek. It was my Sunday come down from the party, smoke a lot of cones show.
Yeah,
And-
something like that.
I got a question for you. Okay, so I got a picture to share. This is a
All right.
picture. So I went to America and there was this toy shop, which is like the big one. This is the one where Tom Hanks played the step-on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Big.
Cabbage Patch Dolls.
Nordstrom's or whatever it is.
Yeah, Nordstrom. That's no, not Nordstrom. I forgot the name of it now. Anyway, so I saw that, including the lady behind who was like the nurse for the Cabbage Patch Kids, because this is like kids in the 80s that are now in their 20s. Sorry, in the more like their 30s and 40s. So now they can buy all the toys they wish they had when they were kids. And so you've got this lady behind, and she's like nursing these things, and I just said, "Can I take a photo?" And she said, "Yes." There's also up here there's other ones, including this one that looks like it's vomiting over the side. But it's like, well, look at the emotion wheel. What do you think? It's like, because a part of me is like, she's a fucking grown up. This should make me annoyed. But it's also kind of cute at the same time. So it's like, but what the fuck?
I don't know. It looks like she's living her best
to
life.
understand the Cabbage Patch thing. I was too old. I remember the headmistress at my private school got really mad at the year sevens for playing with their
I'll be
Cabbage
back in a
Patch
sec. I
Kids.
need to go pee.
Yeah.
They got
Thank you for
really
that
mad at the year sevens still playing with Cabbage Patch Kids in the putting their Cabbage Patch Kids in the trees and playing with them or some shit like this. It was this big rant at the school assembly, like, "You're year 7, grow up." Like, no.
You know something?
That's harsh. That's
when I
harsh.
was
Yeah.
we moved to Germany, and it was the Christmas of the first year there. So this would have been 1987. So I would have been. Oh, I can't do that. No, because we came back. So 84. So I would have been about maybe 10, nearly 11 years old. And what was big at the time? Care Bears. And I asked my parents for a Funshine Bear, the yellow one with the sunny,
I know the one.
And my parents said no. And that really made me sad because I was too big. I was too big for plushy toys.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a girl's thing, I think, as well.
Yeah.
I gave my kids anything they asked for.
Yeah. So what happened was, in 1999, when I was 25, I discovered who I was. I discovered I was trans and stuff like that. And then talking to some of my friends, and I remembered Care Bears. And so I said, fuck it. I'm a grown up now. And there's this wonderful thing called eBay. And so I bought all of them. I bought all 10 of the original range.
Good on you. Good on you. Wow, has it been that long between finding out who you were and transitioning?
Oh, well.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Well, as I don't know if you've ever heard me say this before. I didn't know what trans was until I got on the internet at home. Because my idea of trans was like a prostitute on a Dirty Harry movie or a Rocky Horror Picture Show or a drag queen, and that wasn't me at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I got on the internet and I discovered, oh, that's what trans people are. That's what I am. It's suddenly, I was going to college to go to university, and I completely forgot about college. I dropped out because I was so focused on discovering myself that, and being Aspie, you kind of get fixed focus interests, and I was absorbed by, I was chatting every single night for hours at a time, so it made a massive thing. Well, I thought many times, about 3, 4, 5 times a year, I would sort of think to myself, it'd be great to transition, but, and it was always what will my mum think, what will neighbours think, and friends and colleagues and everything else. And so effectively, I put everybody else's happiness before my own. And it wasn't until 2018 when a close friend died and I realised that life is short. Why am I letting all these other people dictate my happiness because I'm worried about what they will think? And the thing is, the person I was worried most about was my mum. Fuck, if I'd have known she'd have been, she would have disowned me, I would have done this, 15 years ago. But, and I'd been younger and have more hair, It's true.
Yeah.
I used to have loads of hair, especially including on I used to have a head like nobody's. Head of hair like nobody's. It was really nice and long, and I used to have it down to almost my
Stop
waist.
showing off, nobody.
And
flaunt it.
yeah, but unfortunately, the testosterone is what causes male pattern baldness. And if I'd have had the testosterone blockers much earlier, I wouldn't have lost that hair. I would still have it.
Yeah.
And one of the other problems is
I've yet to meet a trans person who didn't wish they transitioned sooner.
Yeah.
I doubt they'd exist.
Oh, they do. They do.
Well,
there's going to be kids who knew when they were like 5 or something like that, and
their parents were supportive, and they just,
Stella says nobody with their hair porn again.
He likes to show it off. That's all right. We like to see it.
Well, at least this doesn't breach copy content guidelines. So.
I'm sure I was getting to a point before, but I think I'm too drunk to remember.
I have a point.
Did Angry go to have a nap on the couch?
Oh no, not again.
Because he was slurring his word a lot.
Angry.
Oh no, I'm not drunk.
Maybe he just went to the bathroom. You never know.
Again,
having a consultation with Professor Porcelain.
There was,
Toilet, you're my best mate.
technical yawn.
Either that or he's in touch with Huey.
Huey. Yeah.
Well, I always said, like, you're driving the white porcelain bus talking to God, because you're like, oh God, oh. Yeah.
No, the whole sorry.
No, I was just going to say, because we were talking about God earlier and the crucifix and everything, and I was thinking, the Catholics are a little bit creepy with it because they want it, their crucifix has him nailed to it. It's not just a shape. It's like you got to have the full blown thing stuck down.
It's actually interesting to me. I feel like you were going to say more, so I'm just pausing for you.
There he is.
He didn't force me.
It's just a toilet break. It was just a toilet break.
Yeah, I told you all.
Really?
I've been consuming liquid. My bladder was full. I was expelling urine. I unzipped my pants, extracted my penis, and
okay, that's now starting to get
I feel like people needed more.
Did you touch your penis?
I had my penis in my hand. I waved it
That's
around.
so gay.
I
That's
know.
so gay.
Make it more than twice.
And
it counts as a
honestly,
flog.
this is why. But there are all these things about you should donate blood. I don't want to donate blood. If I donate blood, there's a non-zero chance it ends up in someone else's boner. Super gay.
Okay, that's a
Funny
I've heard
Funny
before.
story. I can't donate blood anymore. They literally. I kept trying to donate blood, but I'm needle phobic. And me being me, I kind of try and push through it for the greater good. But the last time I did it, so I disassociate a lot. The last time I donated blood, well, the first time I donated blood, I disassociated so much that one of my alters came out, which was fun because I have dissociative identity disorder.
Yeah.
And I have 3 alters, and not many people know that about me. And the last time I went to donate blood, I passed out and started convulsing, and they had to stop at half a pint because I was passed out and convulsing. And that's just from needle phobia, for no other reason. So they politely said, we appreciate that you donate blood regularly, but please, for your sake, we can't have you anymore. Please
Don't
stop.
come back. Don't come back.
I know.
You'll miss out.
I mean, the free snacks were awesome.
We're only here to stick something in you, take it out, and give you a biscuit. That's it.
Yeah.
We're not here to make sure you don't die.
See, it's okay when I say it, but when someone else says it,
It's just like I had some. I
did like the free
work
snacks
done recently because and apparently you're allowed to do it because it was a medical procedure. So I had to go into the city, which was outside my travel limit, and the dentist said no, it's medical. You're allowed to. So I go in and she was like seriously fucking gouging my gums. So it was like 4 or 5 anesthetic injections. And I was just like, just be cool, just be cool. And she's like, you might feel it. And I'm like, yeah, you have a big fuck off stainless steel syringe. It's not a little sort of little plastic one with a tiny. It's this big fuck off steel thing, and I'm just not looking. I'm closing my eyes. And you were like giving me 4 or 5 injections, and all I need to do is like, no, hold it together. Yeah, I can feel that. That is fucked. I don't like that. I can feel it. Fucking hold on, and then I can't feel a goddamn thing. I can't feel a goddamn thing, and you can do all your gouging. And and I was just like, fine, sorry, Abigail, it's over.
Yeah,
I've stopped talking about
do you know what?
I've stopped talking.
Who is annoyed?
I'm sorry, I just realized what I was doing. Straight up, you said needle clothing. I said,
I'll give Abigail.
And you know what?
Okay, I'm an asshole. It's
I was.
Hey, I brought it up. So
when you started saying that, I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to follow through the story of my own, and then I'm looking at Abigail thinking,
no, we went to it. But
Maybe
it was fine. It was like I didn't feel anything. Gas. I haven't had gas.
Nitrous oxide.
I haven't had nitrous oxide.
Always ask for gas. Always ask for
Give
gas.
Abigail a chance to take her headphones off for a few seconds here.
No, we'll just talk nitrous.
No. This is
the last time I had dental work done. In fact, the last several times, I just got them to work carefully and didn't bother with anesthetic.
Oh shit, that's way worse than needles.
Still happening.
Actually, it's not as bad as you might think.
Yes,
it depends
is.
on where they're working. If they're working on just like the surface of the tooth, they're not going too deep and not that close to the nerve. It actually doesn't hurt.
Yeah. No, what I had, it wasn't even teeth, it was gums. They were like,
there's
this infection in your gums, so we have to gouge the fuck out of your gums.
That's different. That's different. But, I need to actually get to a dentist because there's a fucking hole in one of my teeth, and it's pretty severe. You can jam a toothpick in it.
Yeah, no, it's bad.
Not good.
So yeah, put it back on, Abigail. We're fine. We're
Okay.
fine now. Okay.
Yeah.
It's all over.
I'm just
And I have a
annoyed
cat.
that there's no nitrous oxide, available anymore, and it's
Oh, really?
it's fucked.
I was just
Hey.
about to write "Not yet, Abigail" on a piece of paper.
No, I was just
So-
thinking nitrous, like the actual food grade nitrous, where you're meant to make whipped cream. But if you have a whipped cream thing and you just inhale it, I'm not saying it's a sex thing where you, at the point of orgasm, you take a big hit of nitrous, and no, that would be
probably
irresponsible
should-
for me to say
We
that.
probably should point out Aidsy was using quite a bit of nitrous for a while, wasn't he?
And that was hilarious. He was doing it to stupid amounts that actually caused damage. So it's
Yeah,
just like-
because
I'm
he
sorry,
thought.
I'm just imagining Aidsy sounding like a chipmunk.
That's
Yeah.
No, it doesn't do that.
No, that's
That's more like
You're thinking-
helium that does that.
Yeah, you're thinking
Yeah.
helium. No, nitrous oxide is the stuff that puts bubbles
Happy
into
gas.
soda.
Yeah.
An old-fashioned soda.
Cream.
That's
Nitrous
not-
oxide
that's
is with
not-
Then
carbon
we-
dioxide is soda.
Carbon dioxide. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Nitrous-
Oh, sorry.
Nitrous is whipped cream. And also, there are 3 grades of nitrous. There is industrial nitrous, which has uses, and also if you see Mad Max, he has a nitrous oxide injection into his car. That's industrial grade nitrous, which has a lot of impurities in it, which is very bad to inhale. And then you have food grade nitrous, which is for things like whipped cream and whatnot. Which is safe. But then you actually have medical grade nitrous, which is the purest one, which is the one dentists use to put you under.
See, I had a lot of that when I was a kid because
Yeah.
I had a lot of teeth taken out because I had an overcrowded mouth. So I had a lot of teeth
Yeah.
taken out because of that. And they gave me lots of nitrous, and I can't cope with dental work without it. And
Yeah.
it's really hard to find a dentist who will not
Yeah,
go
most-
about nitrous. And
And it's all because of pervy doctors.
Yeah, most dentists do the injections.
Yeah.
Although I had friends who went when they found out you can buy like big cylinders of industrial nitrous for whatnot, and they had this idea of hiding it behind the couch when they had a party on a slow leak, so the whole room was filled with. And they said, let's do that. And they found this place that was selling industrial nitrous, and the guy said, I need to ask you what you're buying it for. And he went, for a party. And he went, I can't sell it to you for a party. And they went,
no, you're supposed to say you've got an antique car.
Yeah. And the guy, and so, it's not a party, it's for a non-party use. And the guy says, that's better, I can sell it to you now. And they went, cool. Do you want the address for the party? And it's just... I'm just saying I know some fucked up people, is what I'm saying.
It's good for a sex drug as well. It does things for lady parts.
Nitrous right at the point of orgasm.
Oh, yes.
Right at the point of orgasm.
Really?
No, seriously. Take a big hit of nitrous right at the point of orgasm, and it's fucking wild.
Wouldn't that be a similar effect to autoerotic
Do you know what?
asphyxiation?
I'm chuckling here because what I'm thinking of, when you get young people end up going to jail and they learn how to become better criminals by meeting up with other criminals. That is almost exactly the same of what happened then. Where
absolutely.
Abigail's like, "Oh, really?"
Yeah, no. But I remember way back.
Can someone hook me up?
Yeah.
To help me out?
You just seriously the whippets you can usually get from food places or supermarkets. You think and just at the right point, take a hit. But I remember way back in the 80s, 90s, gay friends of mine who were talking about doing nitrous or stuff that was even more serious. Not amyl nitrate and
amyl,
stuff that was more serious than amyl.
Oh, that
and
stuff.
He was like, and this friend of mine, he's like, oh, and right at the point of orgasm, you take a hit of this stuff, and it's like your brain curls up to a little ball and falls out your nose, and it's awesome. And I'm like, and I was like, but isn't sex generally just good? Like,
Isn't it good enough? Like,
isn't it?
Are you doing it wrong?
And he was like, oh, but it's even. And I'm like, is it though? Is it? Is there just something wrong with your? Is there something wrong with your sex? I'm just saying.
I'm saying some people just like to feel like they're dying.
And that's what this guy described it, and it sounded like he was fucking dying.
Yeah.
A little while ago, I was giggling like crazy, and it was when you mentioned about was it foam, the stuff you stick on ice cream?
Yeah.
What do you call it?
Whipped cream.
Whipped cream. Yeah, the spray can stuff.
Yes.
So I once had an accident with that stuff because there was one that was used, and and I just wasn't paying enough attention when I did my shopping, and I brought some home and I put it in the fridge. And it was only sort of after using the other one several times, and then using this, that I discovered that that shaving cream and whipped cream aren't much different unless you're tasting them.
Oh no!
So after having a shave with whipped cream for several days, and then putting something on a Sunday, and realizing, wait a minute.
Oh no!
Yeah.
So I shaved with whipped cream.
Yeah. Here's my equivalent. Here's my equivalent, because I'm spending time on all these YouTube channels, like YouTube bartenders, and there's a thing you can do with the whippers where you do rapid infusion of stuff, and basically, if I've got, say, vodka and I want to infuse it with some herbs, I put some herbs in it and leave it for a couple of days. Or apparently you put it in a whipper and put nitrous oxide in and inject a nitrous oxide, and that forces the flavor in really quickly. And also you can do some flavored foams and stuff with that. And I always see these videos and they go like, okay, so we're putting the stuff in the whipper and we're putting a nitrous oxide thing in and injecting it, and then maybe a second nitrous oxide bulb and injecting that. And then they go, okay, and then you do this thing where you just want to release the gas, because you don't want the gas, you want the other stuff. And it's just like they're just spraying the gas off into the air. And I'm looking at the video going, or, and just hear me out here, or you inhale the laughing gas. I'm just saying... You could just spray it away to nothing, or you could huff the nitrous while you do that.
So
reminding me of all these parties I used to go to.
Micro?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off. My computer's gonna die. So thanks for having me, everyone. Enjoy your night.
Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care.
See you later, man.
Bye.
Night.
And Mega Leech pointed out nitrous oxide is also cargo fast gas. That's what the three grades. Industrial nitrous is for cars going fast. Yeah.
Where do you buy the equipment used to inhale said nitrous oxide?
Okay, the easiest one is
for research purposes.
You get a soda siphon. The best brand is called ISI. They're ISI whippers, and you can either do carbon dioxide to inject the bubbles into stuff like soda and whatnot, or nitrous oxide for things like whipped cream, and it literally does work. And this is the thing I see the YouTube cocktail people doing, like, it's like rapid infusion. The pressure of nitrous oxide being injected into this stuff puts the flavor in more quickly. But then, like I said, then it's always this hilarious thing where, and then you just do this thing where you spray off the gas and you want the gas to go away. Or you could put your mouth over the nozzle while you do that and fucking inhale the nitrous. But Yeah. No,
Do
you,
not
you get it
waste the
from
yes.
food specialty places. You get the
Or
siphons
eBay.
or ISI whippers. Oh, and you get it from shops, places that specialize in. And some supermarkets still sell the whipped cream bulbs. They've got put under heaps of pressure to not sell them because kids were doing the whippets. And again, it was one of those things. It was from like schooling 2 years, like pre-COVID, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. One of the conservative media outlets, Murdoch outlets, was trying to go, oh, look what we found on the streets of Surfer's Paradise.
They're always like fucking 30 years behind, aren't they? I mean,
it was like
fucking
it was
King
like
Street in Newtown.
It was a dozen whippets, like it was like a dozen nitrous oxide bulbs, and they go, look what we found on the street. I went, oh my god, someone was high for 5 minutes. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Won't someone think of the children?
And it was like they're trying to make a huge deal out of like a dozen whippets on the ground. And it's like either 6 people were high for 2 minutes or one person was high for 10 minutes. That's what that is. That's all that is. And
It's a big pile of shit.
Actually,
honestly, you remember Angry Aussie? Angry?
Yeah.
Oh, he's gone. You remember you remember the supermarket on King Street in Newtown?
Yes.
Yeah. That place, yes. Find those things.
Oh, okay.
I don't have the machine that lets me get this. I literally have a packet of ISI cream whippers. These are, oh my god, it's fucking full. There's I feel so deprived. I've got 10 nitrous oxide bulbs here.
I'm coming over.
And no machine.
That's not right. It's been a long time since I've been to the dentist.
This is just food grade nitrous. Yeah, I need to buy an ISI with us so I can get high for 2 minutes.
I want to come over. I want to sequester a room to myself and a couple of those bottles, and ignore any noise you hear coming from that room.
And a photo of Grasshopper's wife.
Yeah. No, but literally,
Betty, I invite you to join me in the room, and we can do it
You're on.
at the same time.
What are those bulbs only last for 30 seconds? It's ridiculous.
It doesn't matter. You meet God.
But for 30 seconds. For 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
You know what my ex-husband said when he first tried Nangs? He was also on something else.
Yes.
And we were at the Byron Bay Arts and Music Festival. And he suddenly sits bolt upright in the tent and goes, "I met God," and he gave me homework. And I forgot what it is.
Yeah. My personal favorite was in my 20s doing ecstasy, MDMA with my girlfriend at the time, and you're in like a club and you're feeling the carpet on the floor and shit, and you lean over and go, "It's not the drugs, I love you, I think we're like
it's not the drugs,
it's the drugs." The drugs.
Not the drugs, I just met God, and I'm late with my homework.
I did a lot of that in my 20s too, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Yes, there is actually a slight difference between what you would call MDMA and what you would call ecstasy.
Yes, it is.
MDMA is the chemical. Yeah. Ecstasy is the tablet, and they mix it with speed so that you can dance all night.
So you can go all night, yes. I used to do, again, because ecstasy was so expensive, it was more common in my 20s. I would do acid and speed because it was acid to fucking hallucinate and have a wild time, and speed to keep doing it all night. And that was two separate things, allegedly, in Minecraft.
Allegedly,
and,
yep.
in
Allegedly in Minecraft, I did circuits of a sports field. Many circuits.
Am I the only boring person here?
No, no.
Sweetie, you just haven't been to the big city.
I've never done any drugs at all. I'm weird enough as it is.
It's not just me that's
Neither have I.
Yeah.
I have never
Nobody gets
done
sheltered
any drugs. I've not
No,
done
it's
any
all in
Drugs?
Minecraft.
What's a drug?
Sorry,
I would have a halo above my head, except I don't have a
This is
neon
my-
transformer to drive the thing.
This is my, yeah, right. I believe you, Nod.
Yeah. Hugs, not drugs, is what I'm saying, kids. Hugs, not drugs. Or
Okay.
both if they're available. Sorry, I'm a big fan of Australian sort of gay disco musician Brendan McLean, who's done heaps of good stuff over the last 10 years. But he did have one track called Hugs, Not Drugs. And it's this really bop dance track. I want hugs, not drugs, both if they're available. And it's just like,
Both if you're paying for them. Yeah.
yeah, both if someone else is paying for them, definitely.
Well,
Okay.
I
have to
so
go out in a
just
little while,
just
so I'm
to
gonna
just
do makeup.
so,
What's that,
so
Abigail?
this is almost ready to go in the fruiting chamber. To grow.
is that
this is
the,
mycelium.
Celium,
This is perfectly normal mushroom mycelium.
Oh.
And
Yes.
I'm just saying, if some of us do a live stream from Abigail's place sometime months
It's
from
gonna
now,
be a
we're
fun
allowed
event.
to. And
So it's
absolute-
almost ready.
it's absolutely legit and above board, and no one should call the police.
There's absolutely no.
It's just occurred to me
No
that, like,
psilocybin in that whatsoever.
how
I
can
had
you
a
have a
wonderful
bush
idea.
duff?
Sorry,
I-
Nitty?
How can you have a bush duff during lockdown? You can't,
You
can
can't.
you?
You can't. It's not legal.
No wonder.
You
like-
can with 5 adults from 2 different households.
I think, honestly, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I think by New Year's Eve, we might be able to do another New Year's Eve like we did last New Year's Eve. Is all.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, look, it would be really good to have you guys over.
yeah, we could go to your
Yeah.
place or Abigail's place
Yes.
or my place, whatever.
Yeah.
Sounds awesome.
We could see the fireworks and then come back to my place. You know, it might be a bit of a shit fight. I don't know. But,
I don't do well in crowds.
No.
If
at all.
there's a
I have
crowd,
really
then
bad
yeah.
social anxiety.
Yeah.
We
especially
need
around
to make
crowds,
new
so-
friends with a good view of the
You know what?
fireworks.
Do you know what? Why don't you come to my place? Because I live 10 floors up over a city, and at
Yes.
New Year it's just like 30-minute free fireworks
Well-
display from everybody who's got a garden.
Technically, I'm in the same
That'd be
boat. I'm on the
awesome, I
14th
wish.
floor,
Yeah.
right next to the city. However, half the fireworks are obscured by that side of the building. So you get like
Yeah.
a little
Damn
bit
it.
on this side and a little bit on
You can't go on the roof.
No, oh God, no. Oh no.
No.
No, they got
Why
that
not?
locked up tight.
We can do that at
God
AIDS.
damn them.
We can do that at Aidsie's place, though. We can go on the roof of Aidsie's
That's right.
place, which is at Northcote, which is actually a very good spot to view.
Yeah.
And also, some of the annoying uni kids who live in his building, we could just push them off.
Here's
so
something. You know what? Throughout
I
this conversation, I've been having this kind of, this last 5 minutes or so, or 10 minutes or so, been having this kind of weird thought about, I had this wonderful idea of going to Australia and hanging around with you guys, and then I had this last 10 minutes has given me the realization that these are the people my parents warned me about.
Oh, yes.
Well, the thing is that I'm a huge nerd, and the nerdy people are the ones you need to watch out for, because we know how to do shit. We know how to get shit done, and we grow up and do all the things.
Yeah. this one time at band camp. Yeah, and it's like,
Yes. Whereas
that's what you gotta watch out for.
all
Oh, no,
the
no,
cool
bad
kids and the
camp.
rough kids in
Just
high
like
school, they all
boobs.
grew up to either be normies, muggles,
Yeah.
or bank robbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, no shit. One of the kids I went to high school with died after an armed robbery,
Yeah.
and no one was surprised. No one
Yeah.
was surprised at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the Tism song, Greg the Stop Sign, when it talks about the guy at high school who was the drug dealer at high school becomes a prosecuting QC, and it's just like what you got these two guys at school who you fucking hated, and his life's such a waste. This guy's a drug dealer, and this guy's this guy's fucked. And yeah, the guy who's a junkie's not great either. And it's just basically, yeah, the normies who become just fucking reprehensible, and it's just like, ugh.
Yeah. Hypothetically, I may have, in theory, made ethanol in my bedroom when I was in high school.
Excellent.
That's a pretty good idea.
and distilled it in with my own equipment and knowledge from VCE chemistry. And hypothetically, my year 11 chemistry teacher may have given me a few tips, but if that had have happened,
Hypothetically, my ex-husband was. Sorry.
Why does this sound like you supplement your income with meth?
Yeah.
Like bits,
I can't make meth.
by the selling of. By
That's-
the way.
Meth is above my pay grade.
Yeah, it's like that old, or it was like the first or second album from the Streets with the stoner on it, and the whole thing is like, yeah, I've used my engineering degree to make really elaborate bongs, and it's just like, I'm harmless. I've just used my engineering degree to make a multi-chamber bong, and it's like,
Have you ever known any chemical engineers? I married one.
Wow.
So he made beer. He made a lot of beer, and alcoholic ginger beer, which is delish.
Yeah.
And then
he also bought San Pedro cactus.
And then he left Australia, and now he's on the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So that was a Kavanaugh joke. I like beer.
Yeah, if Kirsten was still here, because she knows everyone who runs the various distilleries. Most of the distilleries in Australia are run by people with advanced science degrees. They're molecular biologists and whatnot. It's like they're at uni and they're like, blah, blah, blah. Oh, and that's how alcohol's made. That's fascinating. I think I want to make alcohol. And so these people who have advanced science degrees just become boutique alcohol distillers. It's just...
Yeah, my ex, he became, he joined the EPA, Environmental Protection Authority. So that was his day job. His hobbies were getting the good stuff out of Sudafed.
Yes. I'm old enough that I remember when Codral cold and flu tablets first came out. There were these whole ads where they go like, Codral has the two things, the aspirin buffer and the pseudoephedrine, and it was actually colored differently. So if you bought a bunch of Codral and cut them in half, you just the yellow bit in the middle, you just traced that out. And that was unadulterated pseudoephedrine, and that was only on the market for a year or two before they went, oh, we made a mistake when we added the
Well,
so that's why it took chemical engineers to get the good stuff out of the.
You have to do a whole process. You
used to be able to buy tablets of just pseudoephedrine. Under the Sudafed brand, and I used to take one of those and scull it with a bottle of Jolt Cola. And, and that was like a super productive day at work.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I had a functional drug problem in my early 20s, but
He didn't. He didn't. That's what your 20s are about. 20s
The dude who beat us all for caffeine in our 20s, we were all doing Jolt Cola and the caffeine pills. No-dos. He worked at, I've got no-dos somewhere around here. I haven't taken it for ages, but he worked.
Oh, no-dos. That was the first time I got heart flutters. That was weird. In the HSC.
This dude he worked in like one of the cinema snack bars, and
Settle down.
of the Post mix machines, he stole the cola syrup, which was caffeinated cola, and that was 10 times concentrated because it was meant to be added to soda water, and he just stole this pouch of concentrated cola. And we were going around to parties and stuff, and he just had this pouch of 10 times concentrated cola syrup that he kept taking sips from, and we were like, "Oh, what the fuck?" Oh, that's an excellent. Sorry, someone from Twitch just joined with an absolutely epic username on Twitch. Rahul Kushwaha Karo Omio. That is
Rahul Kushwaha Karame.
I don't even want to. I might in other times I might say I'm going to call you Rahul, but it's so epic. I don't want to. I just want to call you Rahul Kushwaha Karame.
And their question.
Okay, so
I
wouldn't think it'd be too difficult. There'd be, any online dating site or social media platform should make that possible, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So Rahul Kushwaha Karomeo, and I hope I'm getting that right.
You just
love that.
read from the Book of the Dead, and now the mummy.
Did. Something's coming up. They've said call me Romeo if you want. Sure. How do you get a girlfriend online long distance relation? Look, that and exactly as nobody said.
That's the mothership. That's the big question.
If you legit want that, it is actually not that difficult. And I'm channeling back to when I was doing the dating videos with Mistress M about 10 years ago. Don't be a dickhead. That is, if you are not a fuckwit, you are ahead of 95% of your competition, because 95% of the guys on dating sites are complete fuckheads. So if you are just genuine and open, you're probably going to be okay. So Rahul, okay, Loku, right? Your actual name Rahul Kushwaha, aka Romeo. Pronunciation Romeo is Ra-Mayo. I'm really fucking enjoying it, man. For fucking real. Look, oh Jesus, the profile. Okay, actually, for fucking real, dude. Go on the Angry. If you're watching this on Twitch, okay? So I'm restreaming this to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Go on the Angry Aussie channel on YouTube. Look up the Profile Police. These are videos I did about 10, 12 years ago with an incredibly smart woman. Her name's Emma. We called her Mistress M. And we looked at dating profiles and we deconstructed dating profiles and whatnot. No word of a lie, she gives gold advice. So if you go onto YouTube and look up the Angry Aussie channel and look up the Profile Police and find out our dating advice from like 10 or 12 years ago, it's actually solid. It's really good.
It's really depressing that I remember all the way back there, and it doesn't seem right that it was 10 or 12 years ago.
Yeah, and Stella's saying, how's Mr. Sam? She's okay. She moved to Adelaide. She got her degree to be a psychologist. I still interact with her on the socials. I think she had a thing recently because she got married to a dude that had kids from previous relationship, and she published something that really was clearly saying the ex of her partner was causing significant problems. She was being very raw and honest and open about the difficulties of being a stepmother. But I hope she's doing okay. But yeah, she's in Adelaide. She had a relationship. She did uni and shit. But yeah, no, in all seriousness, online dating and relationships, we did these videos like 10, 12 years ago, and I'm not fucking around. They are A, entertaining, and B, really solid advice. So
I remember these.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
they
I
were
remember
good.
Mr. Zen.
They were good. Yeah, no, they were good.
Mr. Zen's, really down to earth, open-minded, well informed.
Yeah. No, she was a very switched on, and she
Oh,
like
God. Oh,
she
my
eventually-
God.
She eventually
Angry.
formalized that and got a degree. Sorry, what's got you, Abigail?
There is one with you with blonde hair, and I
Maybe.
mean it doesn't look much different to now, except that it's a it's young you with blonde hair, and it looks just so ridiculous.
The blonde thing would have been really temporary. Sometimes I bleached my hair so I could color it.
Yep.
The
But
blonde thing
it looks
would
like
have
a
been
bowl
real-
cut.
We must remove all the colour
Probably,
from the hair
probably.
so that I can add
Who
colour
knows
to
what
it.
I was doing? Yeah.
There's a few with
would have
AIDS
been-
in it as well.
It would have been really oh yeah, that stuff with AIDS, getting AIDS to be the depraved person in the dating stuff. So Romeo's from Vietnam, and you're not getting on well with the Vietnam girls. Okay, you want a girlfriend from Singapore or Malaysia or the States? But dude, I'm just saying. I think men, women, straight, gay, bi, trans, poly, whatever, often feel like the people around them are not right for them. That's a common thing. But when you do the online thing, just be open. I was saying, just be open and
Just be yourself.
Yeah, because what's the line? I've seen it various times, but I think my favorite time was in the TV series Justified with Timothy Oliphant, purely because Timothy Oliphant's sort of pure sex in human form. But he plays the U.S. Marshal Raylan Givens, who's this no-nonsense, salt-of-the-earth guy. And when he's talking to someone about interacting with people and who's difficult and whatnot, and he says, sure, if you run into someone and they're an arsehole, that's not a big deal. You ran into an arsehole. But if your whole day you think everyone that you run into is an arsehole, there's a good chance you're the arsehole. So
Actually, I'll weigh in on this a little bit.
Yeah.
There have been times in various different groups where I felt like I was the only person who wasn't a complete and total arse.
Yeah.
Patience.
Patience is good. And also, Romeo, if you've been having trouble finding a relationship, I understand not having patience, because it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck do I have to do? But what you have to understand, maybe you went through a dozen or more shitty circumstances, but the next person you interact with was not involved in any of those shitty circumstances. So it's beholden on you to go, okay, deep breath. I need to approach this person openly and honestly, and try not to let the baggage from the other fucked up things that happened not affect me when I interact with them. And it is not always easy. I'm really spoiled. I've been in a really solid relationship for over 15 years. So whenever anyone's having trouble with dating, I'm like, sucks to be you. And it's because I do remember dating.
That's a good question about how do you find a genuine person. I don't think there's a magic answer to that.
No. The first thing is being
patience
honest.
is the only thing you've got to work with. You could be waiting years, you could be waiting days to find somebody who is genuine, down to earth, and basically a person that's good for you. I don't think there's really. I'm sure others may correct me, but I don't think there's really a magic formula that's going to change.
There's
that.
not.
It's just
Really, if
to be the
someone's
best
going to
version of
fit
you
in
that
with your
you can be.
life, if
Yeah.
someone is the sort of person who can fit in with your life, then you'll find them in your life.
Yeah.
Eventually.
And I'm going to throw in some.
just-
May take a while.
Which is why I live alone.
Yeah, I'm going to throw in something
until
light-hearted here from the Mistress M days. And Romeo, this is just a thing about trying hard to be conscious about yourself, which is not always easy. But I did this thing as a joke at one point because we would ask people for questions. You know, we ask us for advice, we'll give you advice, and some of it was emotional, and some of it was like, and some of it was sexual. And one was from this guy, and it was talking about butt sex. We actually did a couple of videos about butt sex. And this one's
That's where I learned everything there is to know about butt sex. Sorry, everything I know about butt sex.
Yeah, and this guy's going about like all these women, and they complained that it wasn't great and it hurt and it was terrible and all this stuff. And I said, as a kind of light-hearted thing, okay, so you had sort of butt action with a succession of women, and the constant response was, this is bad and hurts. The common denominator in all those bad experiences was you. And we said that as like a joke. And then this person responded, and they were super fucked up and angry and whatnot. And I went, okay, yeah, dude, that started off being a joke about you being the common denominator, but your reaction, and it was, no, it wasn't me. There was something wrong with all those women. It's not a joke anymore, okay? The problem is you. It's just like, so
read up, darling. It's the internet age. There's no excuse for not knowing how to do that.
Yeah,
without
it's
hurting
like
someone.
even AIDS's one about medical procedures.
In front of the screen.
Be
Can
kind.
barely read that.
Yeah. It says something about be kind, I think.
Be
In a world where you can
anything
be
kind.
anything.
Choose to be
In a
kind.
world
Yeah.
where you can be anything, choose to be kind. That is nice. And it also, to me, it also was an AIDS's one about medical procedures, because he's had that. And he's like, sometimes you get medical people when they've got, there are various things where someone has to probe your butt in medical world. And because some of them aren't comfortable with it, and they just kind of take a run up and go, bam. And he's like, you're not landing Thunderbird 5, okay? You just want to gently roll it in. And this ended up becoming a real thing after he said that. Do you remember when Julia Gillard's bloke she was shacking up?
Yes.
He tried to do the funny thing about men getting a prostate exam, which means a finger up your butt, basically. He said, he tried to make a joke of it and said, you want to find an Asian lady doctor with small fingers? And AIDSy went, no, you don't, because I've had that, and they're very awkward and they don't know how to do it, and they're the ones who go, bam! Because what you want is a male nurse, not a doctor, a nurse, a big guy, a big burly guy who's had to go through this, and he's like, okay, champ, it's going to be fine, we'll be fine. And he will use a lot of lube, and he will go, it's going to be gentle, brother, okay? It's going to be, we're just going to ease it in. We're going to eat, because he knows, okay? The little Asian doctor with little fingers, she doesn't know. Yeah. Sorry, Abigail?
Also, when you're with someone, don't make everything about you.
That's a good one. That is a good one.
Because that can happen a lot. And you want to kind of like acknowledge that this other person you're with is another person and not just an extension of you.
One of the things I often do is when people are telling me things, sometimes I'll actually kind of read back details, let them know that I heard and comprehend what they're telling me, ask questions about what they're telling me. That's a good thing.
That
shows
works
you're
in,
interested.
Yep.
Shows you're
that
interested.
works in so many things. Like my day job, Like, okay, my day job, I work in IT. I'm a business analyst. I have to interpret what people want. And the simple act of when you're talking to someone about, and I'm just talking in boring IT shit about what we're going to do with the system and what they needed to do, actually repeating back to them. So what I heard is you need to be able to do blah, 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 blah. And if you take the time to say to someone, I listened to you and this is what I heard. Did I hear correctly? Is that what we're doing? That works in boring, mundane shit like the business world. In interpersonal and intimate relationships, that's pure gold. That's absolutely. So yeah, okay. Romeo, thank you. You got us. I think we've all enjoyed saying stuff on this front. So thank you for bringing that up. That's good. It's really good. Sorry. What did Stella say? Stella had a butt inspection at the ED a while back. It was fine, but they didn't clean the lip up afterwards. They just expect you to go off and wipe it yourself.
Proper aftercare from whoever you're with is very important.
Aftercare is big in all things. Yeah, I remember years ago I had this thing.
If you hear footsteps from a distance before they do the inspection, quick succession.
Doing the run up.
Oh no,
doing the run up.
I had a thing, and this was quite a few years ago. I think all it was I took too much. This is when you could get Panadeine Forte pretty easily, which is like major league drug. And I started to get heart palpitations and whatnot. And I thought,
oh, that's not good.
No, it was not good. And so I actually called an ambulance. Because I thought, oh my God, what the fuck? I think I'm having a heart attack. What the fuck? I'm not joking. This was 20 years ago. This was like a long time ago. It's 20 years ago. And I'm like, oh my God. And when the paramedics arrived, it was 2 women and they running through the test. And it was almost like having these people there who wanted to do tests on me. I calmed down and I said, oh, I think I'm okay now. But I described the things, and because I was like an overweight dude, they said, we're going to take you in for some tests. And I went, yeah, that's fair. And then we were in the hospital, we gave him tests, and it was a male doctor, and he did all these tests, and he's saying, okay. So, and he sat me down and said, okay. And it's like, we're being pals, and it's all good. It's like, okay. So far, everything's not revealing anything bad. But there's one more test, and I'm like, okay. And he goes, yeah, you're not gonna like it. And I'm okay. And I'm like, he's going, I'm gonna have to stick my finger up your butt. And I'm like, normally I'd ask someone to buy me dinner first. And he went, good, you've got a sense of humor, that's a plus. And it's like,
cute.
And he did it. And it was nothing.
I just turned around and Laura, you're looking great.
I know. Laura's just been doing the
you're on point.
What it is, I need to get my meds. I need to get my.
Oh, you're going out because it's daytime.
Daytime.
I've still got over an hour to go, so
I want to know how you learned how to do that, because I have no idea how to do makeup at all.
Okay. Do you know who you and I and Faith should have a little chat conversation? Because she's good at it. I learned how to do it. And, she does more stuff than me, so she'll be able to add even better.
Abigail, I can help you with makeup. I've done it before. And I've got a friend who's a very good makeup artist as well. So she tells me all the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, awesome. I'm wearing my glasses, so I can't even see myself now. But I do quite good.
You do a good job. I was like, okay,
I'm impressed.
Romeo is also asking, because Romeo has a trans friend, is getting injections, and she wanted to know if it was safe. Romeo didn't consider himself an expert, didn't know what to say. So that's interesting. So Romeo seems to be saying it was a trans friend who seems to be, it sounds like getting hormone injections. To whom should they talk for reassurance about the safety of that sort of thing?
In
Throwing it over.
Vietnam.
Does anyone have a view?
GP.
Well, so GPs don't know a lot about this kind of stuff, in my experience.
Okay.
So an endocrinologist is what you want to go with. Get a referral to an endocrinologist. They'll a hormone doctor. Yeah.
Hormone
They'll
doctor. Yeah. So Romeo. The suggestion is to find a specialist who specializes in helping trans people with transitioning. If there's a sorry, I know the question was for Laura, but no, it's a good general question.
Like if there's like a gender clinic in your area.
So Rahul wants someone to type it so he can point them to the chat. If anyone wants to talk and answer in the chat about that. So, and it says like Romeo's going to refer them for genuine talks. We do the genuine talks. Oh wow! So Rahul, you're saying your friend is taking the injections without guidance?
Oh, that's
that can be. That's
what it's what they call in the UK.
Way too common.
DIY. Yeah, it's DIY.
DIY. Where are they? What country?
They're in Vietnam.
So Romeo was saying he's in Vietnam, so I'm guessing the friend is in Vietnam too.
Gee, that's difficult, but I know Thailand has a lot of gender clinics or something.
They do
an endocrinologist is who they want to consult.
A lot of British people go to Thailand to get surgery done.
Well, there's
a lot of people go to Thailand because they're cheaper.
Yeah. But there's also in terms of culture in Thailand is much more accepted.
Yeah. Stella makes a good point. Support groups for better advice as well. For local advice, I should say.
Yes.
Support groups are amazing.
Online.
If you have, if she can get access to that.
So Romeo, it sounds like you're a solid person, that your friend is talking to you for support. But they shouldn't feel alone. If they can find a support group, like an endocrinologist is the best thing, but at the very least finding a local support group, which is almost bound to exist. The fact that your friend is doing it alone. Oh, you're saying she can go to Thailand too. And look, and it's not just because a lot of Western people go to Thailand because it's cheap, but there's a culture thing in Thailand where trans people are much more accepted in the mainstream. So
you have to pretend that you're a gay male, though. Like it can get odd. I remember watching a doco on the situation in Thailand, and European people. It's complex. It's complex. And if you're, again, Romeo, if you're worried there aren't adequate support groups in Vietnam, possibly even online, honestly, possibly. And if she's a traveler, as you're saying, then Thailand's a good option. But I think it's distinctly possible she might be able to find good support groups online. The other people in the support group may not be in Vietnam, but that may be a good way to get adequate support.
So I've just looked up, I mean, it's Wikipedia, but I've looked up LGBT rights in Vietnam. And unfortunately, transgender rights aren't, I mean, they've got, the laws enshrining rights for transgender people in Vietnam are like only a couple of years old.
Okay.
which paints that picture.
Yeah.
And a very disgustingly high percent of trans people have experienced humiliation and harassment.
Yeah.
It's always unfortunate. Always
Yeah. So even if there's no local support, she's a traveler. There's online support galore, like, and I'm sure there's like a diaspora of Vietnamese queer and like gay
Yes,
and
there probably
trans
is,
people
yeah.
in other countries, especially Thailand,
Yeah.
that she could hook into.
Yeah. That's a good call. I'm just.
Sounds like a good opportunity to have some more whiskey.
Yeah. I'm just.
Whiskey.
Abigail, you were
Canadian,
talking about
12-year-old
makeup and
Canadians.
everything before. And,
Canadian club, is it? So what was that, nobody?
I was just going to say something to try and set Abigail's mind at ease. I get the impression you are less thrilled with your appearance than perhaps you ought to be.
Sorry, I'm what? Sorry.
Perhaps less thrilled with your appearance than perhaps you ought to be. There's nothing wrong with your appearance, Abigail.
We're saying you're hot, mate. Okay, now Abigail,
it's
I
really-
know doesn't accept compliments, doesn't accept help
it's
easily.
all right.
But basically, oh no, God,
Oh,
she's
no.
Yeah, okay, we'll stop. Because what we're saying,
No, I'm not
what
going to
we're saying
overdo it,
is you're
Abigail.
hot.
I'm not going to.
Okay?
I'm not
Just
going
like, you know.
to. I'm not going to take away Celtic King's job of praising everyone and telling them that they're a god or a goddess. But I'm just going to tell you, there's nothing wrong with how you look. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Sweetie,
I
darling.
appreciate that.
We're just saying you're hot. That's all we're saying.
Look, at the moment, I literally, like, I've had a migraine,
That's rough.
and I've been doing an exercise program with the pain clinic at St. Vincent's, which has just kicked me for 6. And
Yeah.
I intentionally mixed my sports metaphors then. Because I feel like someone went up to a cricket ball and kicked it for 6. So I'm not at my best at the moment. I haven't even brushed my hair today, let alone washed or.
See, there you go.
So I'm not at
Abigail.
my best right now.
So there you go, Abigail. You're not
But
at
I
your
do
best,
like to go
and
outside
and you're still
occasionally.
You know, you're not at your best, and we're all still saying you look good. So yeah. Just keep that in mind.
Are
And
you
I'm
talking
a person
about
who can afford to be
that
fussy?
It's only just above my boobie here, but thank you, Stella. I've had a few drinks. Not the after party yet.
Just remember, I was going to say, just remember.
Thank you,
don't
Stella.
Go further until after party.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's more like the makeup thing is more to
nice
feel
dress.
a bit more. Oh wow, that is pretty. Just to feel a bit more feminine when I go out, because I'm very much a jeans and t-shirt type.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I know. And if I were cisgender, no one would bat an eyelid. But because being trans, like, you have to be all or nothing, or like, and I'm just sick of, like, for example, walking down the street and like you get people just staring, shit like that.
People
And
can be
so
tremendously
nice makeup, just subtle feminine makeup would go a long way to alleviate that, I think.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
Okay, look, makeup days are a staple of cis girls. lives.
Yeah.
So we can do a makeup night. Oh, Dave.
That sounds amazing.
Do you
I can
just
do
like-
I can do lipstick and I can do eyeliner, and that's it.
I will say,
Matthew,
I
sorry.
will acknowledge just briefly. I will acknowledge that Laura has done an outstanding job with the makeup.
Thank you.
Yes. It looks lovely. And I
Yeah.
like the headband.
Funnily enough,
Headband's a really good touch.
I tend to use the Alice band to keep my hair out of my makeup when I'm putting it on.
Yeah.
So I'm actually
And then
gonna
forget to
bring out
take it away.
And not only that, it's horrible and manky, so it's like, ugh.
Okay. It suits you really well, though.
But what I am probably going to wear out is this.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh,
That is
wow.
cute.
I don't know.
That's a hat.
Wow. I am
never
way
worn a hat
way
out
too Melbourne for this outfit. Like,
That is super cute. Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah.
What the fuck do you want, Cat? Jesus.
And it hides the bald spot. And I had another thing that happened this week, which was brilliant.
Oh, Laura, that is
Absolutely
so
brilliant.
cute.
And that is
So
2 years ago, I bought some slip-on shoes.
Yeah.
And 2 years ago, I lost one of them. And I
Oh,
found
no.
all the other
Hate
ones. So
that.
I was like, hooray! And they hurt to wear.
Oh no.
Yeah.
As long as you're not walking in them, they're fine.
Okay, Nettie's
Yeah.
joining the cuteness competition.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Stella is on the money there. Your outfit, Laura, way too colourful for Melbourne.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
would
yeah.
stick out like a sore thumb.
You know what? It's
The
like that.
uniform in Melbourne is just black
Right.
or grey.
I have to say that that's kind of why I've gotten into colour. Because you
Yeah.
can't rebel in Melbourne wearing black. You can rebel in Sydney wearing black,
Yeah.
but not here. So that's why I have so much colour in my wardrobe. Tonight, I didn't feel like doing that. I felt like put it on the Hecate.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Hecate.
One of the things to bear in mind that I don't blend brilliant either. You know, I stick out because everyone else seems to wear black in jeans, and you know,
Okay.
Yeah.
so I do stand out. I mean, you know, so often I'll just go to pick up my meds or whatever. I'm the best dressed lady in town that day.
Yeah.
Own it.
But
Own it.
this is my style. This is who I am. And you know,
You look great.
when I
Yeah.
first, you know, when I first started going out, you know, it's like, okay, if I wear what everybody else wears, well, I don't like trousers anymore. And this, you know, but also there are some girls, some women out there who like to wear bright colored stuff, you know, that pretty
Yeah.
is still fashionable. And why can't I be one of them? You know, it's
Absolutely.
like my pink bike. You know, in cis women's society, there's everything from, you know, sort of boy, you know, tomboy to really girly. Is there any reason why, because I'm
Yep.
trans, I can't be over this side of things? No.
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, when girls are in their 20s, they spend a lot of money on their outfits because they've probably spent their childhood dressing to please their parents and their adolescence to please boys and their parents. And now that they're in their 20s and they've got their own money, they can go wee with the whole gear, you know, and buy whatever they want. And they're not, you know, thinking about superannuation and bullshit like that. So, you know, and you're transitioning now. So you're basically in your 20s. Yeah. So do it and be fabulous and fuck whatever. Fuck all those people. Man, they're boring and normal. And what's more, once they've you know snagged the guy and they've had a baby and they're well into their 30s and then their 40s, they're not dressing up. Because all the money's going towards looking after the kids and building a house and so they can't dress up, and that's why you're the best dressed woman in town. when you go down to get your pills, because everyone else is doing boring shit.
You've just inspired me to dress up more.
Nice. And also,
There you go.
Romeo's just come back. He lost the connections back. And if you want to be our friend, telling us we all look handsome and beautiful is a good way to get on our good side. And I was just going to say, so seems to be having connectivity problems. Just so you know, do these streams like 4 or 5 nights a week, but Friday night's usually the only night I'll be this late. Friday night's our party night. Goes to 2 a.m. local time, which is about another 20 minutes. But if your friend wants to come on any time and be in a positive, supportive environment, this is a place to come. And in fact, next weekend,
Absolutely.
As I intimated last night, next weekend, Friday's a public holiday in Melbourne, and Saturday's not a date night for me. So technically, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night are all nights I don't have to be up at a particular time the next day. So who knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen next week? So
It's funny. I'm now putting my HRT on. I've still got 3 left, but I want to have over.
I bought Shaylee a purple beret, which finally arrived this week.
That
And
pic
she
of
won't wear it.
Shaylee,
Cool.
That pic of Shaylee, she looks so cool. She looks so cool.
She is the cool girl. She has that vibe, doesn't she? She has no idea. She's got no idea about it at all.
I'm actually extremely jealous of Shaylee's dress sense and style, sense of style. Like, I want to distill it and take some for myself. I'm just gonna copy everything she wears.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I love Stella's dressing outrageously in the small country town, even though she feels like an introvert. She's still being the weirdo in the country town.
The last time I went into town, there was a kid probably about maybe 15 or something like that. And when he saw me, he like burst out into hysterical laughter, and it's like, I saw him and he was obviously laughing at how ridiculous I looked, probably is what it was in his head. And do you know what my opinion, how I felt about it? Don't give a shit. Because if I give a shit, I wouldn't be dressing up like this to go into town now. Or in a little while. So like I say, I don't care. I'm living for me now. I spent nearly 20 years living for idiots like that.
Yes.
I'm not living for those people anymore.
All I have to say is,
I've got girly catch-up time.
Fuck that noise. Live your best life.
Exactly.
Life is too short to worry about what haters think.
Yeah. And look, honestly, I've put up with shit. I was just saying, I've put up shit since I was a teenager, because I didn't fit into particular macho roles of guys, including my father, thinking I was gay and thinking that's a bad thing, and treating me accordingly. And it's just like, you know what? And it took me a while. It took me till I was at uni, so I'd been out of home for a couple of years, and it's like, oh wait. And the biggest revelation of university, I was in a theatre course, and a lot of the people were mature age. They were older than me. They were very well traveled. They were already very well educated, and they liked me. And it was like, oh wow, maybe I wasn't the problem all along. Maybe it was all the fuckheads who were the problem. And that's a very liberating realization. After people spent years telling you were the problem, it's distinctly possible they were the problem. And it was
if you've got enough people gaslighting you, you start to believe the lies.
Yeah. So,
there's one thing I really need at the moment, and that's a white belt, a white skinny belt. I'm wearing a yellow one now, and that matches with the flowers, and the flowers match with the cardigan, you see, because it's got yellow and pink and, flowers in it. So, and that's one of the keys for me. It's, you know, getting everything to match together.
Nice.
You know, really, I should redo my
It's
nails.
expensive, isn't it? Getting whole matching outfits. I have a walk-in wardrobe here, first time ever, and I've already filled it. It's already like jam-packed. Of course, we are in lockdown, and what I do in lockdown is buy clothes because I can't afford.
all that money you saved in commuting, as Pinny put.
All that money that's saved in commuting, exactly. So I buy all this Gorman stuff, you know, and it's like super amounts of colour.
Do you know what? I
but
remember about 15 years or so ago, everything was bootcut jeans in black.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah,
the
it was.
time, and it's like, oh god, it's awful. And then pretty came into fashion, and suddenly, you know, it's like, yeah, that's what I've been doing. You know, and like I said, I mean, this dress I'm wearing now, it's by a company called Lindy Bop. I think I've got about 15 of their
I've heard of
dresses
it.
now. It's got to be at least that. I mean, I've got this dress in pink and blue, and I've got a dark red one, a cream one. I've got a blue, a polka dot, lime green with white polka dots. I've got this sort of, I don't know, it's Pusey kind of, Pusey, not pukey. Got this one, exactly the same design. It's just a, you know,
polka dots are so cute.
They're nicknamed Audrey dresses, and you know, it's just the Audrey Hepburn kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now this with the lemon yellow looks really good, and you'd think, really? But yeah, it does. The most recent one I got was a mustard yellow one. That looks nice too, and that you can wear it with
I
grey.
like yellow. I like yellow these days. I used to hate it. But I've come around to yellow.
Yeah. So, like I say, it's, you know, the thing I like about the Lindy Bop ones, when I buy size 18, I know it's going to fit. You know, that's it. It's, you know, when they're at size 18, they always fit from this company.
That's me in Dangerfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's which I don't know if you're aware of. It's
I don't,
store
but I
here
know
in Melbourne.
exactly what you mean. Yeah. I mean, I bought 2 dresses on eBay, both from Dorothy Perkins, both the same size, both the same style and everything. It was just different coloured fabrics. One fitted, one didn't. One was like 2 inches odd smaller than, you know. And I mean, yeah, sure, I could sort of try and get into it, but like breathing was a problem.
Oh, no.
So, you know, it's
Why
like,
bother?
and that's going to be, I'm out, I don't know, I end up sort of like going to have a sneeze or something and the zip goes, you know, you can just imagine it happening. I'm sure that's happened to,
Yeah,
you know,
fuck that.
yeah,
Fuck that.
no, like, don't
You
do
need
that.
to be comfortable.
Well, you know, that's the thing. You know, I don't wear a lot of like elasticy and things like that. You know, I like more fitted things. So these dresses, you know, and you know, I've worn a dress every single day this year. That was my little that was my little New Year's resolution thing. It's like,
And was it fun?
Yeah, it's been great. You know,
There you go.
one
Try
thing I
out
was
what
really
does not
fortunate-
spark joy.
Yeah, one of the things that I was really fortunate about is that when I decided to transition, didn't decide to be trans. I just decided I was going to transition. I already had a massive wardrobe. I probably own more women's clothes than you own women's clothes.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
3 wardrobes? And
Close.
and things that go
I
into
had
the
3
wardrobe.
sides.
Yeah,
I had 3 sides to my wardrobe. It is a walk-in wardrobe.
yeah. No, mine. I mean, I probably got
I
about.
love clothes. I love them.
I think I've got about 4.5 meters worth of wardrobe space, all jam packed in. You know, I have a sleeveless dress and a cardigan is my go-to style. Okay. Last time I counted, I had 42 cardigans, and I know I've bought at least another half dozen since.
Oh wow!
Okay.
That's
Right,
a problem.
I don't have 42 cardigans. I have one.
Yeah,
That's.
I mean,
Okay.
I went
clearly
through a
know
shoe
cardigans.
phase. I went through a shoe phase, like very much like that, and just bought so many shoes.
unfortunately,
So
I've,
many shoes.
Nice boots.
I've got shoes. My feet are so big that there's no such thing as a shoe phase that I can go to. If there was, I
I
would
got
have
really
found it.
lucky. I got so lucky that I was just on the cusp of having a shoe size that shoe stores sold.
Hmm.
So, yeah,
No, I think-
that was a stroke of luck. But I've met
There are
met
places-
cis women with shoes with a shoe size way bigger than mine. So you know, it's not a specific trans woman problem.
No, the problem is testosterone generally makes you tall because it's more oxygen getting to the cells or something or other.
Okay.
And so, you know, well, because I'm tall, I've got big feet to balance me out. And so, women's shoes go up to size 8, and you can get 9 quite easily as well. Less common, but, still you can find them. When you get beyond that, it becomes really quite difficult. So these ones I've got here, these are size 10s, but my feet end up sort of like curled up at the edges. They don't really fit in properly. So fortunately, I ride a bike, so I don't have to walk very far. So what I've ended up doing is things like I told you I had the lime green with white polka dots. So I've made some matching shoes.
Nice.
So these are a pair of just plain white plimsolls, and I've just put ribbon for laces.
Yep.
Very simple. Primark, £3.50. Ribbon, chuck another couple of quid at it at most. So it's a bargain. And what I keep saying I'm going to do it. I haven't got around to the doing part yet. And really, it comes down to finding a last that's the size of my foot, a shoe last. Because I've thought about making my own shoes, basically. I'm a model maker. I can sew, and it's basically just a thicker material that you're sewing together, shoes. So, just buy some leather and, yeah, sorry, my mind wandered there. I was thinking leather, and then I was thinking Donald Trump's face.
Nice one, Laura.
And it really comes down to, it's ironic that, the guy, his skin is so thin, and yet his face looks like leather.
True. Very true.
It's weird.
Orange leather is weird.
Orange man bad.
Oh gosh.
It's not just him though. Why do so many people go orange? I think there is a genuine need in the world for good lighting and a decent mirror. Because people are just thinking that they have to overdo it with the fake tanning.
Do you ever have that thing where you see someone in public and you just go, "Do you not have a mirror? Are there no mirrors in your house?" And it's just like, or do you not have friends? Do you not have someone who can just go, "Okay, honestly, no, just no, don't do that. Just no."
You know what? I got a bit of a joke for you. Something I did ages ago, but I'm sharing this picture with you. Don't show it yet. But
All
what
right, I
happened
won't show
was, someone said, "Orange man bad."
Yes.
And I replied with this picture. You can share it now.
All right.
Saying, "I know there's something weird about him that suggests he might be a groper."
Orange man bad. Orange Man, definitely bad. Oh, good Lord. Okay, you know what that is? I've survived Friday night without falling asleep. So
Woo! Achievement unlocked.
And I'd like to remind you that the only reason you've got this thing called a reputation for it now is because you've done it.
yeah, I know.
Twice.
But it seems like
The road.
I feel like I know the pattern now. I do it once, which is like eyes off the ball, and I lose track of what I'm drinking and I crash out. And the following week I go, well, I shan't do that again. And then I don't do it. And then it was like the week after that, it's like, I'm on top of this. I don't have to pay attention. And so this week I was going, well, I won't do that again. So now it just comes back to, well, what's going to happen next Friday? Am I going to be over? And as I mentioned, Thursday, Friday, Saturday night next week, I don't have to be up the next morning. So
do not sit on the sofa while drunk if you're online.
And okay, the first time I don't think I meant to go to sleep. I don't know what I was doing. I just wandered out there and I sat on the comfy lounge and just went out. But last week I actually made an announcement. I went to the toilet and came back. I'm making an announcement this week. It's a bit better. I'm making an announcement. I'm going to go and lie down now. So, but the first week, I don't know what it was. I just wandered off and I sat in the lounge and went, this is comfy. Boom. And it's just like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. But anyway, I'm going to proper go to bed now. It's like almost 2 a.m. So, thanks everyone for joining in.
It's been a pleasure.
Yeah, it has.
Shall we after party?
Oh God, you guys can do whatever the fuck you want. I am literally just got to go put on my fucking CPAP machine and try and breathe for the rest of the night.
As long as my browser doesn't crash, I can be here a while.
All right, yeah. So you all can hang out.
I'm still here. Yeah.
You all can hang out. So
I'll be here for about 10 more minutes, but I'll leave it on in case anyone's there when I come back.
Yeah. Sure. All right.
Does anyone want to
joining us, Stella?
Stella?
All right. I'm going to very
Leech?
briefly. Okay, I'm going to give it a couple of minutes. There's a
Sure.
leak. I'm going to go to and I was going to say euphemism. I am going to urinate in a toilet. I shall unzip my pants and pull my penis out and hold on to it, and urine will come out the end of it.
Just remember, Angry,
and I'll be back
twice. It counts as a wank.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. Oh my God, that seriously, that was the line when the UK cops were doing their thing in public toilets that arrested Alan Jones, and they were like, "How do we know if someone is just taking piss or if there's someone we're targeting?" And someone goes, "If they shake it more than 3 times, arrest them." And it's like, okay.
I have two things I want to say. Firstly, Stella, good night. I hope you feel better. I love your work and you are gorgeous. And one of these days, Stella, you and me, we're going to be in the same place at the same time and sparks are going to fly. But your former tooth is aching. I would have thought have you had a tooth pulled? Because your tooth is no longer hurting if you've had it pulled. The place where your tooth would be hurting. I grant you that. But
I've had that.
Pedantry aside, I hope you feel better soon and good night. Secondly, thank you, nobody. I just saw the what you said in the private chat, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And Stella, I have
didn't want to cause you
seen
too much
a regular
embarrassment.
choice. Oh. I've actually been in the shop.
Laura, I left a similar message for you, by the way, in the private chat.
Oh.
A little assurance without embarrassing.
Yeah.
Some people know how charming I can be when I choose to be.
So what will happen is it's 58 minutes past 4. The place shuts at 5:30. So I can make it in 10 minutes. So if I leave 20 minutes before, I'll have plenty of time. I'll only be about 20 minutes. Sort of 10-minute ride there, minute ride back, picking it up, and I don't need anything else. So I can be back in 25 minutes or so.
Cool.
So that's easy.
If we're still here, we're still here.
Yeah.
If we're not, we're not. You know.
And Nettie, do you use Discord? Do you not?
I've kind of left that to my kids, and I also know that my ex is on there, so I don't want him to find me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can
5-year
obfuscate
intervention order.
You can block people. You can obfuscate who you are and all that.
The only reason I ask is because I know that Abigail's got it, and Faith has got it, and I've got it. So there's only you for the for the girls' makeup thing.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes, and plus I'm doing Dune Club on Discord. At least for now. At least like to start off with, unless we find something else more appropriate.
All right, so I am going to end the stream now. So just on the off chance if someone in the stream can join after I end it, we've got the link. Night, everyone.